What if my arranged marriage partner was my classmate? Fake Engagement Plan. Volume 3 by Sakuragi Sakura. Translated by Ren. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. New Year with my fiancé. December 28th. As the year draws to a close, Yuzuru, along with his male friends Sadake Soakairo and Sei Ryozenji, decided to spend time together, just the guys. While having lunch at a casual restaurant, Yuzuru suddenly made an announcement to the two. "I've fallen in love with Arisa, seriously." Soakairo and Sei exchanged glances. Then, "Oh really? Isn't it a bit late for that?" Finally, you realize your feelings. They seem to wear such expressions. However, Yuzuru ignored them and continued speaking. "I realized it on Christmas Day. I felt like, oh, I don't want to give this girl to anyone." Ahem. "So, what are you trying to tell us?" "Arisa is my girl, so don't even think about making a move on her, okay?" In essence, he was making it clear. Soakairo and Sei, from Yuzuru's perspective, were both handsome men. Of course, neither of them would ever lay a hand on someone else's fiancé. And, while they might appreciate Arisa's beauty as something to admire, they wouldn't want her as a girlfriend. But still, there was that. It seems that when people fall in love, even trivial matters can bother them or make them jealous. Yuzuru couldn't help but drive his point home to the two. "I don't need to be told. I'm busy taking care of Ayaka and Chiharu. You can relax," Soakairo said calmly. Yuzuru and Sei thought, "Is this guy trying to kill us with his words? I don't have any intention of getting involved with a friend's girl, but hypothetically, what if I did?" Half-jokingly, Sei asked Yuzuru. Yuzuru responded very seriously. "I would never forgive that." "Don't say it in such a creepy voice." Yuzuru intended it as a joke, but his voice came out lower than he expected. It couldn't be settled with just a joke. Yuzuru swore once again to make Arisa his own. "So, what are you going to do? Are you going to ask her out, even though she's your fiancé?" Well, it's certainly a strange situation. The relationship between Yuzuru and Arisa is likely being complicated by the label of fiancés. They've already surpassed the stage of being just lovers and are engaged. Of course, they both had plans to dissolve the engagement in the future. But Yuzuru, at this moment, doesn't want to break off the engagement. What you're doing now, confessing to Yukishiro, is essentially asking her to marry you, Soakairo pointed out calmly. The relationship between Yuzuru and Arisa as fiancés is only possible because they both agree they're not in love with each other. However, if that premise were to crumble, they would simply become ordinary fiancés. "If I'm not mistaken, Arisa thinks she likes me," Yuzuru said, and Soakairo and Ryo nodded. "Well, that might be true. To outsiders, you just seem like any other silly couple." "Hey, it's not that bad." Protesting against the suggestion that they behave like a couple flaunting their affection in public, Yuzuru disagreed. "Don't they realize it? I guess that's what being a silly couple is all about." "Well, whatever, let's drop it." Yuzuru felt disappointed, but arguing about it wouldn't make any progress. So he decided to give up and move the conversation forward. "But asking her to marry you, and if she would marry you?" "Well, we're still in high school." "Yeah, it's pretty heavy. Arisa is a smart woman. That's why Yuzuru fell for her, but because she's smart, she wouldn't act recklessly." Advice: there's nothing wrong with being early. Out of the blue, Soakairo started saying things like that. It sounded as if Soakairo himself had confessed to someone and had a past failure. "Hey, Soakairo. You didn't." "Well, I did, to Ayaka, on Christmas," Soakairo said reluctantly. Soakairo and Ayaka are very close. They've been childhood friends, and they've maintained that closeness since childhood, even more so. "So, what happened next?" We're already dating, aren't we?" That's what she said. Ugh. Indeed, Soakairo and Ayaka had been a couple for a long time. Yuzuru and Sei had teased them about it, but it seemed that Ayaka herself had the same understanding. Well, looking back, her actions clearly showed she recognized herself as Soakairo's girlfriend. Looking back, I guess I agreed too, but you didn't realize it. Habits are scary. Yuzuru and Sei were dumbfounded. But upon reflection, that level of intimacy had been normal for them since they were born. Because they had been like a couple from the beginning, they probably didn't have a clear awareness of being in a relationship. So, the important part is from here, right? After that, Ayaka hit me. "Oh, why? Why did she suddenly hit you when she hadn't before?" Even though the confession had been a swing and a miss, it was already bearing fruit. Despite their romance being successful, why did Ayaka hit Soakiro? Yuzuru and Sei were puzzled. Did you think I'd be the kind of woman to do that to a man who's not even my boyfriend? Do you do that to women who aren't even your girlfriends? Disgusting, idiot, trash, deceiver of women, die. Those were the words I received. That sounds about right. Die already. Shut up, I'll kill you. As Yuzuru and Sei goaded him, Soakiro began to get agitated. However, if Soakiro's account is accurate, then he and Ayaka are currently estranged and fighting. So, how do you plan to make amends by dying? Would you commit seppuku like a samurai? Want me to be your second? I'm not going to die. Chiharu mediated for us, so, well, we worked it out somehow. No need to worry. It seems they managed to work it out. Yuzuru and Sei breathed a sigh of relief. After all, even if he's trash, they still want their friend to be happy, even if he's trash. Well, basically, it means if you don't want to end up like me, you better set some boundaries. If you keep soaking in lukewarm water just because it feels comfortable, you'll end up like a boiled frog. I'll keep that in mind. Soakiro's episode of being a scumbag turned out to be more enlightening than I thought. Looking back calmly, it feels like it might be too late already. By the way, Soakiro, what are you planning to do about Chiharu-chan? Well, don't worry. I can't say much yet, but I'll figure something out. That's the plan. Really? Shouldn't you make use of your experience before lecturing Yuzuru? Yuzuru and Sei were very worried that Soakiro might end up boiling in the pot. Section, New Year's Eve. Yuzuru was slurping soba noodles with his family as they welcomed the new year. By the way, the soba noodles were not boiled by Yuzuru's mother. They were ordered from a neighborhood soba shop that Yuzuru's family favors. Since it's a familiar taste, it brings comfort. However, come to think of it, I've never tasted Arisa's soba. Even though Arisa is skilled, her soba noodles are likely store-bought. Perhaps she can even make handmade noodles, but it's probably difficult to surpass store-bought ones. However, when it comes to soba broth, she probably makes it from scratch. Considering how delicious her miso soup is, her soba broth must be tasty too. Big brother, are you thinking about wanting to try Arisa-san's soba? With a grin on her face, Yuzuru's sister, Ayumi Takesawa, asked him. I've never tried Arisa's soba. I see you're not denying that you want to try it. Well, it's definitely true that I want to try it. There's no way it wouldn't be delicious. Yuzuru thought he would order it next time. What's this? Is Amaga's daughter's cooking really that good? The one who asked Yuzuru was an elderly man with deep-set blue eyes and a distinctive hooked nose. His sharp gaze and prominent nose were characteristic. He was Saujin Takesawa. He was Yuzuru's grandfather and the former head of the Takesawa family. Since his father is of Nordic American descent, his facial features are quite different from those of a typical Japanese person, though he was born and raised in Japan. Currently, he leaves most business matters to his son, Yuzuru's father, and officially retired. When I say officially, it's because he actually handles something like diplomacy for the Takesawa family. Using the connections he has cultivated as his weapon, he operates behind the scenes domestically and internationally. Although saying he's pulling strings might be a bit too flashy. In reality, it's more like he's on a perpetual vacation. However, as evidenced by the fact that Arisa was brought as Yuzuru's fiancée, it was clear that he wasn't just fooling around. Of course, the desire for great-grandchildren played a part, but it was also a calculated move for the benefit of the Takesawa family. At least, that's what Yuzuru wanted to believe. I would love to be treated to her cooking. It's rare to hear Yuzuru speak so highly of someone. Yuzuru's grandmother, Chiwako Takesawa, said. Compared to the seemingly intimidating Saujin, she exuded a calm atmosphere and had the appearance of a typical Japanese woman. Though, when angered, she could be scarier than Saujin. Arisa-chan's cooking is really delicious. Right, mother-in-law, won't she come and be our daughter-in-law soon? Oh, but first, will you two live together? Hey, Yuzuru. What are your plans? In her enthusiastic tone, Yuzuru's mother, Sayori Takesawa, asked him. Now, Sayori. Yuzuru probably hasn't thought about such a future, and it's awkward to be asked. Besides, nothing has been formally decided yet. Yuzuru's father, Kazuya Takesawa, said with a narrowed gaze. Currently, Kazuya is the head of the Takesawa family. Generally, it seems that the decision regarding whether or not to ultimately marry is left to Yuzuru, which is only natural since it's Yuzuru's life, after all. So, how are things going for you at the moment, Yuzuru? It's going well. I meant something else. Do you have the intention to spend your life with her? Of course, it's okay if you're not ready to answer that yet. Looking directly at Yuzuru, Kazuya said. Somehow, Yuzuru felt like his emotions and intentions were being completely seen through. Yeah. In the past, Yuzuru might have lied or given a vague answer to evade the question. But now, he couldn't bring himself to do that. When it came to his feelings for Arisa, he didn't want to lie. I want to walk through life with her. Yuzuru said it clearly. He felt his ears slightly warm. Yuzuru's strong words seemed a bit unexpected to Kazuya, who widened his eyes in surprise at first, but quickly returned to a calm expression. In that case, Kazuya began to say something. He probably intended to suggest that if Yuzuru was so keen, they could be more proactive about moving forward or something along those lines. However, Yuzuru's words cut him off. Arisa's wishes are important too. It goes without saying, Yuzuru added at the end. I don't want to do anything that might pressure Arisa into marriage, even indirectly. This is my relationship. I'll handle everything on my own terms, so unnecessary interference is not needed. Yuzuru clearly conveyed his own thoughts to his father and grandfather. He emphasized that they must not pressure Arisa or the Amagi family in any way. Yuzuru's grandfather and father were not inherently bad people, so they generally wouldn't resort to such tactics. But that couldn't be stated definitively. In the end, both Yuzuru and Arisa were moving to bring benefits to the Takegawa family and its affiliated companies. And in some cases, they might not hesitate to use any means necessary. Having a noble cause like supporting their son's love would only add to their determination. Originally known as the Takegawa of political power, compared to the Takebana of economic power, the Takegawa family had a strong tendency to engage in political maneuvers, such as applying pressure and networking, meticulously. That's why it was necessary to clearly convey this point. Oh. Kazuya and Saojin raised their eyebrows at their son's and grandson's unexpected rebellion. There was no sign of their mood souring. If anything, there was more curiosity and admiration. From their reactions, Yuzuru judged that they probably wouldn't push for marriage forcefully. They wouldn't risk causing conflict between the next head of the family and the current former head just for Arisa. However, it was true that the atmosphere had become slightly tense. Perhaps they sensed that. Oh my big brother, you're head over heels, I'm a little jealous. I feel like I've lost my son, and I'm feeling a bit lonely. Yuzuru has become such a fine young man, hasn't he? Ayumi teased, Sayori teased playfully, and Chiwako said with emotion. Thanks to their intervention, the briefly tense atmosphere dissipated. Afterwards, the members of the Takegawa family enjoyed a pleasant New Year's Eve. Section: New Year's is not a very relaxing time for Yuzuru or the Takegawa family. This is because many relatives and business associates visit to exchange greetings. Of course, there are banquets and New Year's gifts to look forward to, so it's not all bad. And naturally, people who may potentially become part of the family in the future also visit the Takegawa household. Happy New Year, Takegawa-san. I look forward to working with you again this year. Happy New Year to you too, Amaga-san. Let's continue to work well together this year. Takegawa Kazuya, Yuzuru Takegawa, Amagi Naoki, Arisa Yukishiro. Facing each other, they exchanged greetings while sitting formally across from one another. The traditional atmosphere of the Takegawa residence added to the solemnity of the occasion. However, the formalities and atmosphere quickly dissipated. Now then, Arisa-san, this is just a small token of appreciation. With a gentle smile, Kazuya handed Arisa a New Year's gift envelope. Arisa bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you very much. After receiving the New Year's gift, Naoki then took out a gift envelope from his bag. He then offered it to Yuzuru. Then, Yuzuru-kun, from me as well, please accept this. Thank you very much. Yuzuru also received a New Year's gift. Then Kazuya and Naoki exchanged a brief glance. Now then, Yuzuru, please show Arisa-san around. Arisa, make sure to be respectful. Both instructed by their fathers, they nodded in unison. Yes, understood. Now, as they left the room and closed the sliding doors, Yuzuru let out a deep sigh. Sigh. Arisa, looking concerned, asked Yuzuru, "You seem tired. Are a lot of people coming to greet you after all?" "Yeah, well." Yuzuru nodded while rubbing his head. "Actually, there was a family gathering at the Takesugawa house yesterday. The banquet lasted late into the night, leaving me somewhat sleep-deprived. Moreover, it wasn't just about enjoying food and drinks. There were many other things to attend to, which added to the fatigue. About half of the reason Yuzuru feels tired is due to that. Now then, shall we start by collecting Arisa's New Year's gifts?" Haha. Arisa chuckled wryly. Collecting New Year's gifts meant going to greet Yuzuru's, aside from Kazuya family members. "And then, what do you say we go for a walk?" Yuzuru wanted to get some fresh air outside. Also, he felt like taking a stroll around the neighborhood with Arisa. During the summer festival, the streets were crowded, so they couldn't really explore the neighborhood peacefully. Moreover, since I've become aware of my feelings for Arisa, this will be our first date, won't it? Not too long ago, I wouldn't have thought much about suggesting a date. But now, just proposing a walk makes my heart race. I understand, that sounds good. Arisa smiled softly. It was a very beautiful expression. With Arisa's New Year's gifts collected, the two of them stepped outside the mansion. Arisa squinted her eyes and murmured wistfully, "Yuzuru-san's house's garden is beautiful, isn't it? It takes on a different atmosphere in winter." "Well, yeah. Maintaining the garden is crucial. The garden serves as a tool to showcase and impress visitors to the Takesugawa household. So, it naturally requires a significant amount of money. It's expected to be beautiful. But I think you're more beautiful." What are you saying?" As Yuzuru murmured quietly, Arisa's fair skin turned pink. Then, she gave Yuzuru a light glare. We were talking about the garden, you know. My appearance has nothing to do with it." "And no, sorry, I guess that was a bit out of the blue. But I really did think you're beautiful. And the kimono suits you well, too. Beautiful chestnut-colored hair, eyes shining like jade, long eyelashes and wide-open eyes, a straight nose and plump, glossy lips, skin as white and smooth as porcelain and as soft as marshmallows. She wore a crimson kimono with auspicious patterns. Her beautiful hair was tied up and adorned with hairpins. She was truly stunning. Yuzuru felt a deep desire to make her his own. Arisa shyly lowered her gaze. Then, blushing, she nodded gently. "Thank you very much. This kimono belonged to my mother. I'm very happy that Yuzuru-san complimented it." "I see, that's why it suits you so well." As Yuzuru thought about formally meeting Arisa's biological parents when they officially became engaged, he slowly reached out his hand to Arisa. "Yuzuru-san. Well, I thought wearing geta might make it difficult to walk, so I thought I'd offer to hold hands." Yuzuru's heart raced. His face naturally grew warm. On the other hand, perhaps influenced by Yuzuru, Arisa's face turned crimson, even to her ears. Then, hesitantly, she reached out her hand. Please." "Yes, leave it to me." Yuzuru took Arisa's white hand. Her hand was incredibly soft and warm. Yuzuru made sure not to let go, intertwining his fingers with hers, determined to maintain the connection. It was the way lovers hold hands. As they drew closer, their shoulders brushed against each other. Yuzuru-san." Arisa's voice expressed confusion as she looked up at Yuzuru, who was right beside her. Yuzuru responded to Arisa's uncertainty with a casual expression and tone. "What's wrong?" "And no, it's nothing," Arisa said, blushing and averting her gaze. Yuzuru wanted to put their clasped hands into their pockets, but alas, both were wearing kimonos and had no pockets, so they abandoned the idea. Then the two began to walk together. There was no conversation between them. Arisa, for some reason, walked with her face bashfully turned away from Yuzuru, who was trying to close the distance between them, pretending not to notice Arisa's demeanor as he walked straight ahead. Yuzuru-san." "What is it, Arisa?" "Well, where are we headed?" Unable to bear the silence any longer, Arisa asked Yuzuru. Of course, Yuzuru hadn't randomly taken Arisa outside without a destination in mind. "There's a shrine nearby. I've already visited with my family for New Year's, but would you like to go together?" "I see, I think that would be nice. I haven't been yet," Arisa nodded softly. Then, as if suddenly curious, Arisa asked Yuzuru, Does that shrine have any connection to the Takegawa family? Connection? Well, not really. It's just nearby. Well, I suppose being nearby entails some level of involvement. Why do you ask? No particular reason, really. I just wondered if there was any history or connection with the Takegawa family. Your mansion seems to have a lot of history, so. Arisa seemed slightly interested in the history of the Takegawa family. For Yuzuru, Arisa showing interest in his family was very heartwarming. History, And eventually, Arisa would become Yuzuru's wife. That was already decided in Yuzuru's mind. So, perhaps it would be good to have some knowledge about it now, while they were still in the early stages of their relationship. Our family history dates back over 400 years. Actually, despite appearances, a rather distinguished figure. Oh. According to dubious family trees, it seems to be an ancestor. A dubious? I don't think it's entirely untrue. At the very least, it was certain that they weren't direct descendants. Furthermore, the Takebana family, deeply connected to the Takegawa family through Yaka Takebana, also had a dubious family tree. The Uenishi family, with Chiharu Uenishi claiming to be a lineage that has continued for over 1,000 years, also had suspicious origins, as they seem to have taken over the family along the way. The notion of ancient prestigious families continuing from centuries past was simply implausible. By the way, the family with the least dubious family tree would be the Sadake family, with Sadake Soakiro. To be honest, our family is more of a nouveau rich. They've utilized their economic and political power to marry into good families. That's the kind of family they are. In reality, Yuzuru's mother and grandmother's families were economically inferior to the Takegawa family, but they were born into families with superior bloodlines. And well, our family was originally a branch. Oh, really? It seems my great-grandfather rose in status during the post-war turmoil. The branch family became more powerful than the main family, eventually pushing them out of their position. Of course, it was only possible because of the turmoil that occurred during that time. So, in a way, you might come from a better lineage than mine. Yukishiro, Arisa's father's family, was a very prestigious and noble family, or so Yuzuru had heard. Of course, he spoke of it in the past tense. Wow, is that so? Meanwhile, Arisa's reaction was somewhat subdued. She didn't seem to have much interest in her own lineage. Perhaps she couldn't quite grasp the significance of it all. As they walked and conversed, they eventually arrived at the shrine. They each threw a 5-yen coin into the offering box and performed the customary 2 bows, 2 claps, and 1 bow. On the way back, Arisa asked Yuzuru, "Did you make a wish?" "Well, sort of," Yuzuru replied shortly before revealing the content of his wish. "I wished for us to spend this year together, Arisa." He didn't pray for his confession to go well or to marry Arisa. Yuzuru felt that those were things he could achieve with his own efforts. Making Arisa happy wasn't something he wanted to leave solely to the gods. Yuzuru harbored such a trivial possessiveness. "The same," Arisa said. "The same. I also prayed to be able to be with you this year, Yuzuru-san." Arisa's cheeks turned slightly pink as she spoke. Yuzuru felt his own ears grow warm. They clasped each other's hands again. Afterward, they walked home in silence. Strangely, the silence was comforting. Chapter 2, The Feelings of a Fiancé. The first day of school after the new year. Yuzuru was having lunch with his friends as usual. "Yo, that looks warm," said Soakiro enviously, looking at Yuzuru's lunchbox. Yuzuru nodded as he sipped on the warm consommé soup. "Yeah, it's nice to have warm food and soups in the winter." Yuzuru was using a lunchbox with excellent heat retention, which could also hold soups and other liquids. Of course, the contents were Arisa's homemade lunch. Both the white rice and the side dishes were still warm. Until now, Yuzuru had been using a random lunchbox he had at home, but he decided to upgrade during the winter break. "I might buy one too, by the way. What about in the summer? Doesn't it spoil easily?" "If it's in a high-temperature environment, bacteria won't proliferate, so it seems safe, right? It's actually more likely to spoil if you try to cool it down." It seems Arisa also uses a similar heat-retaining lunchbox. Yuzuru couldn't help but acknowledge Arisa's perfect knowledge of cooking. "I see, if I could marry Arisa, I could have meals like this for the rest of my life." Conversely, if he were to let go of Arisa, he wouldn't be able to enjoy such meals. With a renewed determination to make Arisa his own, Yuzuru resolved to succeed in proposing to her. "What are you grinning about? It's creeping me out." "Sorry, I was thinking about Arisa." Yuzuru responded confidently to Sei's remark, prompting Sei to make a face like he had just eaten honey-soaked sugar cubes. He drank tea to cleanse his palate. "My class has PE after this." He changed the subject, his expression indicating he found the idea very unpleasant. After eating, "Hus. That sounds tough, especially this time of year." Yuzuru and Soakairo sympathized with Sei. "Why is this time of year, especially, tough?" The reason lies in an event at Yuzuru's high school scheduled for a month later. The marathon competition. At Yuzuru's high school, a marathon competition takes place at the beginning of February. During this time of year, physical education classes almost entirely focus on long distance, running for the sake of training for the marathon. "I remember, was it 10 kilometers for boys and 7 for girls?" Yuzuru said, and Soakairo nodded in agreement. 10 kilometers is surprisingly long. Soakairo remarked. Yuzuru doesn't dislike physical activity. He sometimes runs long distances for the sake of his health. So, he has confidence in his endurance to a certain extent, but that doesn't mean he's particularly fond of marathons. And they don't regularly engage in exercise fervently. The same goes for Soakairo and Sei. "Well, if you don't think about how many kilometers are left and just run without thinking, it'll be over quickly, right?" "Sensibly speaking." "Even so, it gets boring, marathons are dull," Sei responded with a sigh to Yuzuru's words. Preferences for long-distance running like marathons vary from person to person, but at least Sei doesn't seem to like them very much. "Is that so? I actually like long-distance running. You just have to empty your mind while running, so it's easier compared to sports where you have to think and move all the time," Soakairo said. That was Soakairo speaking. He may look serious on the surface, but he's actually surprisingly lazy. And at the same time, he's quite efficient. "Thinking about Arisa, no, I better stop, I don't want to start grinning." A man running with a smirk on his face would be quite unsettling, to say the least. Yuzuru decided to restrain himself. "Well, but running aimlessly is boring too. How about we make a little bet? The slowest one among us treats the other two to a meal. What do you say?" When Yuzuru proposed this, the other two grinned. It seemed like they were up for it. "I'm fine with that." "Me too. Having a goal makes it more enjoyable after all." And so, the competition was set. Though it was Yuzuru who suggested it, he decided he needed to take classes a bit more seriously. Now, after school, Yuzuru stood alone in front of the school gate. After waiting for a while, a group of girls approached, girls from the same class as Yuzuru. Among them, there was a girl who seemed to blend in with the group, smiling politely. Looking at it this way, she doesn't really stand out. As Yuzuru watched Arisa chatting with the other girls, he couldn't help but think. Arisa is undeniably a stunning beauty, but surprisingly, she doesn't stand out much when she blends into a group. Perhaps Arisa consciously tries to keep a low profile. In reality, although she appears to be enjoying the conversation, upon closer inspection, she stays a step back, listening more than speaking. Even the smile on her face seems forced. It's probably Arisa's way of dealing with things. With such outstanding looks, she might attract jealousy and animosity. She could even be bullied if things go wrong. Becoming the leader of the group might change things, but Arisa doesn't seem to excel in that role. That's probably why she tries so hard not to stand out. From the perspective of the other girls, it's comfortable to have someone as beautiful as Arisa being quiet and positioned relatively lower than themselves. But maybe that's thinking a bit too cynically. With these thoughts in mind, Yuzuru took out his phone and fiddled with it, waiting until Arisa parted ways with the other girls at the school gate. Yuzuru had already checked that Arisa's route home was different from the other girls. As Arisa bid farewell to the other girls and turned on her heel, Yuzuru seized the moment to speak up. "Arisa." Yuzuru-san, what's up?" A surprised Arisa widened her eyes. Though a little nervous, Yuzuru calmly said, "I wanted to walk home with you." Originally, Yuzuru had planned to bridge the gap by speaking to Arisa in front of their other classmates, but he changed his plan midway, thinking it might inconvenience her. Of course, he intended to make it common knowledge at school soon that Arisa was going to be his girlfriend. Was it a bad idea? when he asked the frozen Arisa. She shook her head vigorously, as if her neck might come off. And no. It's totally fine. Arisa's face was slightly flushed as she spoke. Arisa looked puzzled as she glanced at Yuzuru's expression. All right then, let's go, Arisa, Yuzuru said, and they started walking together. Yuzuru matched her pace and made sure they stayed on the sidewalk away from the road. Yuzuru-san, why today all of a sudden? I just felt like walking home with you, Arisa. I want to do it more often if our schedules align. Is that okay? As he asked, Arisa's face grew even redder. She nodded slightly. Why, yes, it's okay. But what about the classmates? I understand. Let's pretend we're hiding and waiting for each other. That sounds like stalking. Arisa chuckled softly. Yuzuru laughed in response. While maintaining a distance where their shoulders could lightly brush against each other, Yuzuru walked with Arisa. At first, the two of them were chatting happily, but as they approached the station, Arisa's words began to dwindle. And she seemed somewhat distant, lost in thought. Arisa, is there something on your mind? Yuzuru asked this to fulfill the real purpose of walking home with Arisa. Lately, Arisa has often seemed absent-minded and distant. Yuzuru noticed this from observing Arisa during class since before the winter break. While she used to diligently take notes during class, lately she would gaze into space as if lost in thought, then hastily copy the text from the blackboard in a fluster. At first, Yuzuru found it fresh and cute, but it seemed like there might be something bothering her. Especially because Arisa's expression seems a little gloomy when she's lost in thought recently. No, I'm fine. When asked by Yuzuru, Arisa shook her head from side to side. However, her words weren't a denial. They were meant to reassure Yuzuru with a simple, I'm fine. I see. To be honest, she didn't seem entirely fine. However, Yuzuru couldn't just assume. There's no way she's fine. When Arisa says she's fine, it's essentially a way of indicating she doesn't want Yuzuru to pry too much. Just then, they arrived at the ticket gate of the station. Arisa turned to face Yuzuru and gave a slight bow. Well then, Yuzuru-san, see you tomorrow. Yeah, Arisa. Yuzuru stopped Arisa as she began to leave. Then, he placed his hands on Arisa's shoulders. Well, I'm here for you, so if there's anything I can do to help, just let me know, Yuzuru said. Arisa's emerald eyes trembled with emotion, glistening slightly. Yes, Yuzuru-san, thank you, she replied softly, nodding. Section, a restaurant a short distance from Yuzuru's home. In the staff room, a boy dressed in a waiter's uniform and a man with a neutral demeanor faced each other. So, Yuzuru, about this season's shifts, what do you think? Same as before. Well, if possible, I'd appreciate it if you could increase them. Yuzuru said to the man with the neutral demeanor, who was the manager at his part-time job. Yuzuru juggles 3 part-time jobs. One is tutoring the children of his father's acquaintance. Another is assisting a lawyer, also an acquaintance of his father. And the last one is at this restaurant. In terms of hourly pay, tutoring pays the most, followed by assisting the lawyer. However, these 2 jobs only require him to work once a week, with fixed hours, and he cannot change his shifts freely. Therefore, the most lucrative job for him is working as a waiter at the restaurant. Are you sure about this? I'll manage, but hey, are you doing well in your studies? If your grades drop, I'll be in trouble with your parents. Naturally, the manager of this restaurant is also acquainted with Yuzuru's parents. However, this connection is not through Yuzuru's father or Takesugawa, but rather through Yuzuru's mother. I'll make sure not to cause any trouble for Hasegawa-san. Hikami Hasegawa, that's his name. He's a very kind person, and Yuzuru is very grateful to him. It's only natural since Yuzuru's parents trust him so much. Yuzuru wanted to find a job on his own, but that wasn't allowed. It's only natural considering there are bad people in the world. And, by the way, there's also the dirty adult situation where having acquaintances can help cover up if Yuzuru were to mess up something. Of course, he has no intention of messing up anything. Well, if it's Yuzuru-kun, then it should be fine. It's helpful for the store too, by the way. Can I ask for the reason? If you don't want to share, it's okay. I'm saving money for White Day. When Yuzuru answered like that, Hikami widened his eyes and then grinned. What? So, assuming you'll receive something, does that mean you have a girlfriend? You mentioned having plans for Christmas, and it seems like Yuzuru-kun, you're quite the romantic. Well, she's not exactly my girlfriend. She's someone I like. Arisa is not his girlfriend. But he's sure she'll give him Valentine's Day chocolates. Yuzuru would be genuinely disappointed if she didn't. Anyway, if he's sure he'll get Valentine's Day chocolates, he should prepare a White Day gift in advance. If Christmas gifts are jabs, then this time he intends to throw a serious straight punch and knock Arisa out. That's why he needs a considerable amount of money for that. Oh, I see. Well, if you two become a couple, would you introduce her to me? Yes, of course, when the time comes. It's only natural to introduce your future wife to someone you're grateful to. By the way, is she beautiful? Any resemblance to someone famous? Well, him. Yuzuru mentions the name of a famous foreign actress. Upon hearing this, Hikami tilted his head. Is she by any chance from overseas? She's mixed. Well, she was born and raised in Japan, though. Yuzuru shared information about Arisa as asked, of course, keeping details about her privacy hidden. He described her as beautiful, good at cooking, intelligent, and capable in sports, a fantastic woman. Upon hearing this, Hikami nodded in understanding. Yuzuru-kun, you're head over heels for her. Well, yeah. You're not denying it. It's the truth. It's a fact that Yuzuru is infatuated with Arisa, and it's not something to be ashamed of. Of course, he might feel a bit embarrassed if teased about it. It's uncool to feel embarrassed, so Yuzuru confidently accepts it. I see. Hikami nodded as if he understood something. Got it. I'll try to increase your shifts as much as possible. Thank you very much. After leaving the staff room, Hikami scratched his head with a somewhat troubled expression. How should I explain this to our girls? He muttered softly, sighed, and then murmured to himself, I'm such a sinful man. Section. Now a few days later on Saturday. Generally, Saturdays are reserved as Arisa's day, and Yuzuru keeps it free. As Yuzuru was cleaning the room with renewed determination, their phone rang. It was from Arisa. Hello, Arisa. What's up? I'm sorry, I can't come over to Yuzuru's house today. Her voice sounded somewhat different from usual, with a hint of hoarseness. Is it because you're not feeling well? Come to think of it, Arisa didn't look too good yesterday, Yuzuru recalled. Maybe she caught a cold. Yes, I caught a cold. Indeed, it seemed like a cold, but catching a cold at this time isn't ideal, because... Wait, weren't you alone at home? I heard your sister was staying over at a friend's house, and your mom went on a trip with a friend. And naturally, Naoki Amagi is at work. Haruto Amagi has returned to university. While normally one might feel relieved without having to worry about someone else, being sick alone can be tough. Cough, cough. I'll be fine, I'll just rest and it'll get better. Her words were very brave. However, that actually worried Yuzuru more. It felt like she was pushing herself to not worry Yuzuru, which in turn made Yuzuru concerned. Are you really okay? I'm fine. You don't need to worry. There was a slight pause before the response. It seemed like she was still putting up a front. Yuzuru felt like Arisa was asking for help. While I want to respect Arisa's wishes, when it comes to illness, even with a mild cold, it could suddenly worsen. Perhaps it could even be the flu. Certainly, now isn't the time to be talking about respecting Arisa's wishes. And besides, although she says she's fine, I feel like she's asking for help. They've been together for almost 6 months now. Yuzuru has become somewhat adept at understanding Arisa's feelings. Well then, I'll go visit you. Hi. But, remember when I injured myself falling from a tree? You took care of me then, right? It was when Yuzuru fell from a tree and sprained his ankle. Looking back now, that incident was the turning point where Yuzuru and Arisa's distance suddenly shortened. Let me help you this time. When Yuzuru said that, after a moment of silence, a slightly damp voice could be heard. Please take care of me. You can count on me. Section. Before going to Arisa's house, there is something he must do first. That is to contact Amagi Naoki, who is the head of the household and Arisa's guardian. It is only natural to seek permission before crossing someone else's threshold. However, even if denied, he intend to either persuade or even bring Arisa back to my room for nursing care, so it is merely a formality. Now, when Yuzuru made the call to Naoki, he briefly apologized for calling during work hours. He then informed Naoki that Arisa has caught a cold. He asked for permission to enter the house to check on her condition and requested the use of part of the kitchen for nursing purposes. Naoki's response was indifferent. It's okay. Sorry about that, Yuzuru-kun. Please take care of my daughter. No, Arisa-san is my fiancé. Without particularly intending to, I inadvertently emphasized the phrase, my. The first-person pronoun, I, and the term fiancé are, needless to say, formal expressions when addressing the father of one's fiancé, the future father-in-law. An uncontrollable sense of possessiveness seemed to slip out unintentionally. By the way, Yuzuru-kun. Yes, what is it? What do you think about Arisa? Why ask all of a sudden? Yuzuru couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. I think she's someone very important to me. I see. Well, sorry for asking something strange. Naoki, being busy with work, couldn't afford a long conversation. Deciding to inform him about Arisa's condition later, Yuzuru hung up. Having obtained Naoki's permission, Yuzuru headed to Arisa's house. He rang the intercom and announced his arrival. After a while, the door opened slightly. In the entrance stood Arisa, wearing pajamas with a coat draped over them. Her usually neatly combed hair was slightly disheveled. Half of her face was concealed by a mask, but it was apparent that her complexion wasn't good. Good morning, Arisa. Good morning, cough cough. Arisa coughed. Yuzuru, thinking it wouldn't be good for her to be too cold, quickly closed the door. Sorry, did I wake you? No, I'm fine. For the time being, Yuzuru followed Arisa's guidance to her room. She doesn't seem to be in good health. Although she tried to appear composed, her steps seemed somewhat unsteady. Yuzuru decided that it would be best to stay with her for the day. Here's my room. It was the first time Yuzuru had seen Arisa's room. Though somewhat compact, the interior and decorations were charming. It was a very girly room. If Arisa weren't sick, Yuzuru might have enjoyed it a bit. I see. I've got the place memorized. For now, you should get some rest. Okay. It seemed Arisa was still feeling unwell. She obediently slipped into bed. Have you been to the hospital? You don't seem to have gone, but... No, I haven't. Cough, I think it's okay, since it's about 37 degrees. Arisa said so, but to be honest, she didn't seem too okay. However, if it's around 37 degrees, it's not urgent enough to go to the hospital immediately. By the way, have you had lunch? If not, I'm thinking of buying some instant porridge or canned peaches. Yuzuru couldn't make handmade porridge, but he could manage with instant ones. However, if this house already had some in stock, he could just use those. I haven't had lunch yet. It would be really helpful if you could buy some. We don't have that kind of stuff here, so I was feeling a bit troubled. Got it. I'm also thinking of buying some throat lozenges and Pocari Sweat. Anything else you need? Are you stocked up on medicine? We have some basic medicine stocked up, so I'm okay. I'm sorry to ask, but if you could also buy some cooling patches, that would be really helpful. We've run out of them. All right, got it. Yuzuru made sure to remind Arisa to contact him if anything happened, and then went to a nearby pharmacy to purchase the necessary items. Even though there was no contact from Arisa, just in case, he hurried back home. Arisa, I'm back. He announced to Arisa outside her room, but there was no response. Yuzuru knocked on the door before entering Arisa's room. Is she sleeping? With that thought, Yuzuru peered at Arisa's face. She seemed even paler than before. Yuzuru-san. Are you okay? With sweat on her face and her usually elegant features contorted in pain, Arisa opened her eyes halfway. She looked extremely unwell and exhausted. Yuzuru placed his hand on Arisa's forehead. You have a high fever, it's better to check it again. Can you do it yourself? Yuzuru picked up a thermometer nearby and asked Arisa. Arisa nodded faintly and began to unbutton her pajamas. White, delicate underwear came into view, causing Yuzuru to quickly avert his gaze. Did you measure it? Yes. Yuzuru received the thermometer from Arisa. The reading was 38.7 degrees Celsius. With this fever, it's better to go to the hospital. It might be the flu. But how can I? I'll call a taxi. Yuzuru used his phone to call for a taxi. Fortunately, there was one nearby, and it arrived promptly. Arisa, can you stand? Yuzuru, having prepared Arisa's health insurance card and medicine notebook, asked her. Arisa, in a dazed state, nodded her head. Yes, I'm okay. With a small nod, Arisa weakly stood up, but she almost immediately began to sway unsteadily. Yuzuru hurriedly supported Arisa. Don't overdo it. Shall I carry you? Oh no, wait a moment. Ignoring Erisa's bewildered protests, Yuzuru lifted her up. It turned into a princess carry. At first, Erisa was surprised, but soon, she grabbed onto Yuzuru's clothes with both hands and became quiet. Yuzuru carried Erisa like that, walked to the taxi, put her inside, and asked the driver to head to the hospital. Fortunately, the hospital wasn't crowded, and the examination was quickly done. It turned out Erisa just had a slight fever from a cold, nothing as serious as the flu. She was prescribed medication for symptoms like runny nose and cough, as well as fever reducers. They returned home right away. By the time they got back, it was already lunchtime. Erisa, do you have any appetite? Yuzuru asked Erisa, who had returned to bed. Erisa shook her head slightly. Not really. I see. However, the prescribed medication indicated after meals. She needed to eat something to take the medicine. Would you be able to eat canned peaches? I might manage a bit. With that response, Yuzuru went to the refrigerator and retrieved a can of chilled peaches. He transferred them to a suitable plate and brought them along with a fork. Yuzuru helped Erisa sit up and handed her the plate. If it's too much, you can leave it. Just try to have a bite for now. Ugh. Erisa stared blankly at the plate. Then, Erisa's emerald-colored eyes shifted towards Yuzuru. What's wrong? Can't you eat? No, it's just. A faint blush colored Erisa's cheeks. It seemed to stem from a reason slightly different from the symptoms of a cold or fever. What's the matter? Did she prefer yellow peaches over white ones, perhaps? As Yuzuru pondered over such thoughts. Please. Hi. Please feed me. With moist eyes, Erisa said to Yuzuru. Since when did I start to like this person? I suddenly reminisce. I first met that person at the entrance ceremony. My foster father strictly instructed me, make sure not to cause any trouble. So from the beginning, I knew about him, and I remember having a good impression of him. He was very calm and composed. That was the impression I had of him, and I think many of our classmates felt the same way. The girls in our class described him as cool but quiet, but I couldn't think of him as just quiet. Looking back now, I realized that I found him intimidating. It's like a towering tree or a dense forest. Quiet and calm, but with a very strong presence. That's how I felt. We ended up in the same class, but we didn't have any conversations in particular. I didn't want to get involved with boys much, and he didn't seem particularly interested in me either. So when my foster father said, he wishes to have a formal engagement with you, I was a little surprised. He was clearly indifferent towards me. I doubted whether he really liked me, but I couldn't refuse the engagement and reluctantly agreed. And indeed, it was a misunderstanding on my foster father's part that he wanted to marry me. On the contrary, he seemed reluctant to get married at all, which is understandable. High school students getting engaged or married, it's unthinkable. So, perhaps, I thought he might even agree to such an unreasonable request as a fake engagement. And ultimately, he did listen to my request, to protect me. He's kind and considerate. That impression added to it. If asked whether I liked him from that time, I wouldn't know. At least, I don't think I had strong feelings for him at that time, I believe. The reason I can't assert it clearly is because now, looking back, his thoughtfulness made me very happy, reassured, and also made my chest feel tight. After that, due to circumstances, I started visiting his room once a week. I got to know a lot about him, and before I knew it, I was telling him about myself and my family situation. Most people, upon learning about my circumstances, tend to take one of two actions. They either meddle excessively or run away. No, perhaps this expression is too convenient for me. My stepbrother occasionally meddled excessively. He did unnecessary things, making my situation worse. So even though I wanted help, I started saying I didn't need it, because he was trying to help even though he couldn't. When that happens, my situation becomes even more unfavorable. Because I reject help, people pretend not to see or run away. I want help, but I don't want help. I want help, but only in a way that suits me in a convenient manner. I think it's truly selfish and arrogant of me. There shouldn't be a convenient Prince Charming who understands my cowardly intentions of being unable to express any will and executes them. There shouldn't be. But he did. He said he would be there for me. He tried to help me as much as he could. But he didn't do anything forceful that would disadvantage me. Maybe I'm romanticizing too much. It could be just a coincidence. But still, he looked out for me, understood my unspoken intentions, respected my will, and did what I wanted him to do. This person is protecting me. I started to feel that sense of security. So, I thought I could feel secure with him and agreed to go on a pool date. And there, Ayaka-san and Chiharu-san, whom we coincidentally ran into, asked me, "Do you like him?" I don't know since when I started to like him. But as for when I clearly became aware of it, it was probably at that moment. First, I confirmed that there was no such relationship or feelings between him and Ayaka-san or Chiharu-san, and I felt a great relief. Additionally, when Ayaka-san and Chiharu-san asked me about my feelings towards Yuzuru-san, I became aware of it. I like him. And on the day of the summer festival, it became definitive. He forgave my lies. With him, I can believe. I can feel at ease. I might be able to entrust myself to him, maybe. I thought so. When he hugged me, my heart raced. When he stroked my head, I felt at ease. On the contrary, I felt the urge to playfully stroke his head. I knew clearly that this was love. I don't know if he also started to like me at the same time. But he protected me from my stepmother, and he was happy with my shabby birthday present. So, I felt a little guilty, because I haven't been able to give him anything in return, always relying on him for help, and even without asking for help myself. Pushing all responsibility onto him, such behavior. I felt so ugly about myself, so I lashed out at him. I'm an ugly person. He doesn't know that. I was truly irrational, selfish, and spoiled, but he accepted me like that. Knowing that I'm an ugly person, he still affirmed me. I still feel sorry, but my heart feels lighter. At the same time, I felt like I needed to do something for him in return, not just being served, but also serving him. However, the only thing I could do for him was to make him bento lunches, but he was happy. He always said they were delicious. I could continue making bento lunches for him forever. I even started thinking I wanted to make dinner for him every day. I became that kind of person. And on Christmas Day, he said he wanted me to keep cooking for him. It felt like a proposal to me. Of course, he didn't mean it as a proposal, but even if it were a proposal, I would have nodded in response to those words. I accepted it happily. At that moment, I thought to myself, with this person, I'm okay with getting married. With him, I could imagine getting married, becoming a husband and wife, having children, growing old together, surrounded by grandchildren. I could imagine that kind of life. The idea of marrying him, which I had avoided thinking about until now, started to feel more realistic. As I gazed at the necklace he gave me, I began to envision our married life together. I had vaguely thought about it before, but he does like me. I could tell by the necklace he gave me. The necklace he gave me was a branded, exquisite item. At first glance, I understood. He understands my tastes. He listened carefully and remembered what I told him when we went on a date to the movies before. And that necklace is a very expensive item. For him, who earns his living expenses through part-time jobs, it must not have been a cheap purchase. He wouldn't give such a thing to a woman he doesn't even like. So, he must like me, that's what I thought. The relationship between him and me is a fake engagement. But that presupposes that neither of us has feelings for each other, and when I become able to live on my own, we will break off the engagement. That premise has collapsed. I like him, he likes me, so we should just continue our relationship as it is. Then eventually, we will become ordinary fiancés and get married. I was thinking such carefree thoughts. It was at that moment that my foster father suddenly said, "If you don't want to, you don't have to get married." When he said that, at first, I thought I had done something wrong, especially since it was right after I had visited his family's house for New Year's greetings, or perhaps he had grown tired of me. Feeling anxious, I asked my foster father. After thinking for a while, my foster father answered. According to him, originally, it seems the engagement was supposed to be with Mako-chan, not me. But it was the family on his side who nominated me. And because I was willing to go through with the arranged meeting, the engagement was arranged. However, perhaps you actually dislike the idea of an arranged marriage, my foster father seemed to think. I didn't know how to respond, so I just stood there dumbfounded. Seeing me silent, my foster father said, "If you don't want to, you don't have to get married. If you don't want to, say you don't want to. I'll wait for your answer." Certainly, not too long ago, I disliked the idea. But now I don't dislike it. To be frank, it's a bit late to bring it up now, and it's meaningless at this point. Why did he suddenly bring this up? Suddenly, it occurred to me, it might have to do with my foster mother. My foster mother dislikes me, and she seems to resent the idea of me marrying him. Could it be that she wants to use my supposed dislike as an excuse to cancel our engagement and have Mako-chan, her biological daughter, get engaged to him? And because Mako-chan is her biological daughter, naturally, she would prefer her to marry him instead of me. Perhaps I'm being overly paranoid, but I can't deny the possibility. Or did that person convey something unnecessary to my foster father or foster mother again? That person always. No, let's stop, it's not decided yet. In any case, it's undeniable that there's a dark cloud hanging over our engagement. With things turning out like this, I suddenly feel anxious. Does he really like me? Until recently, when it came to his feelings for me, it might sound a bit arrogant, but I had absolute confidence. He has been so kind to me. He has given me such wonderful gifts. Above all, he wouldn't ask someone he doesn't like, "Can I hug you?" There's no doubt we both have feelings for each other. Perhaps he already considers me his girlfriend, so he hasn't bothered to express his feelings to me, and I've been thinking he loves me. But maybe it's all just my imagination. Because I like him, I might only see the convenient parts. That possibility crossed my mind. Maybe he's just strictly sticking to being my fiancé. Maybe he only sees me as a friend of the opposite sex. Come to think of it, he's close to his childhood female friends. Maybe this level of closeness is normal for him. And no, that's just impossible. He wouldn't hug or stroke someone he doesn't like. Even if it's not strong romantic feelings, he should at least like me a little, probably, surely. But even so, I still can't help feeling anxious. He's a wonderful man. He doesn't stand out much at school, but that's because he doesn't usually style his hair. But when we go on dates, he dresses up nicely. When he's all dressed up, he looks very handsome, and he's tall. He's kind, gentlemanly, and very considerate. He's intelligent, cultured, and athletic. He can make jokes, so talking to him is very enjoyable. And mentioning this when listing his good points might hurt his feelings, but the Takegawa family is very wealthy. Until 6 months ago, I was naive and didn't understand how much wealth and political power his family has, but now I understand. Of course, I didn't fall for him because he's rich, and I don't love him because of it. Even if his family were to go bankrupt, I would never lose interest in him. But those girls who are after his money will surely come around. In a very old-fashioned way of saying it, they're like gold diggers. He's not the type to cheat. I believe in his character. But he hasn't confessed his love or proposed to me. In other words, if you take away the fiancé aspect, our relationship is just that of opposite-sex friends. If he doesn't like me as much as I like him, or if an incredibly attractive woman approaches him, just thinking about it makes me feel awful. I want solid proof. I want him to say he likes me, that he loves me. I want him to express it in words. Thinking about it, I keep coming back to the question of why he doesn't tell me he likes me. He likes me, he should like me, and I've tried to show him that I like him through my actions. I think it's about time he told me his feelings. Yet, he still hasn't expressed his feelings to me. Of course, the same could be said for me. If he doesn't tell me he likes me, then I should tell him I like him. That's only fair. I understand that it's not good to keep quiet and expect him to understand what I want without saying anything. It's a bad habit of mine to just sit back and watch, expecting things to happen without speaking up. But as selfish as it may be, I want him to say, "I like you." Dreaming about it might be exaggerated, but I have a wish for a romantic confession from the person I like. Isn't this a common desire among many women? And this might sound like an excuse, but I believe he also wants to confess his feelings himself. His family, although this might not be the best way to put it, is very traditional. I feel like he's also ingrained with such thoughts. In fact, he always walks on the side closer to the road when we're together, and he extends his hand when getting out of the car. Of course, I don't think he holds a patriarchal view, but perhaps he believes that confession and proposals are something men should do. So, I prefer to wait and hope he'll do it. Going back to the topic at hand, I wonder why he doesn't tell me he likes me. Despite being ready to accept him anytime, after much deliberation, I suddenly arrived at a certain possibility. Could it be that he's incredibly dense, Is it possible that he hasn't realized that I like him? Could it be that our mutual feelings aren't getting through to him? Looking back, it was during New Year's. He casually took my hand. I was very happy, but at the same time, embarrassed. I think it showed on my face. The fact that I was thrilled when he held my hand and that I liked him should have been evident on my face. But he had a look as if to say, huh. What's wrong? I thought he was just good at hiding his emotions, and perhaps he was just acting nonchalant out of embarrassment, but maybe. It's possible that he genuinely hasn't picked up on my feelings. Even when he suddenly suggested walking home together, it felt that way. It seemed like I was the only one feeling embarrassed. If he's incredibly dense and my feelings haven't gotten through to him, I can understand why he hasn't confessed his feelings. He's a courageous person, but it's understandable for him to hesitate to express his feelings to someone he's not sure likes him back. But if he's that dense, he'll never realize my feelings with our current approach. What should I do? Perhaps it wasn't a good idea to earnestly worry about this. I ended up catching a cold on what was supposed to be a relaxing Saturday, and it happened when my stepmother and Mako-chan weren't around. Well, maybe it was a good thing my stepmother wasn't there, as it allowed me to relax a bit. When I told him about it, he was really worried, and he offered to come visit me. At first, I felt really guilty. My cold wasn't that severe at the time, and I didn't want to risk getting him sick. But I was feeling quite vulnerable. I guess he could sense that over the phone. He brought up the time I took care of him when he was sick, subtly guiding me to accept his help more easily. His consideration meant a lot to me, but at the same time, I felt sorry. I decided to accept his help, and ultimately, that decision proved to be the right one. My cold worsened after he came. I was running such a high fever that my judgment and consciousness were impaired. I even inadvertently showed him my underwear. Having him, there was truly reassuring, and being carried like a princess by him felt like a little perk. Afterwards, he took me to the hospital, and when we got back, he even prepared a meal for me. He brought me a tray with a bowl and a fork on it, and then it struck me. With our usual interactions, he might not realize my feelings for him. No matter how much I wait for his confession, being passive myself isn't ideal. I need to change too. I have to be more proactive in clearly expressing my feelings to him. So, please feed me. I voiced such a selfish request. Section, when Arisa pleaded, please feed me, Yuzuru was slightly surprised. While there had been many instances where Arisa had shown vulnerability, such as asking for emotional support, this kind of request felt like a first. Well, she's got a cold, so she must be feeling weak. Of course, there was no reason to refuse. Yuzuru nodded, then speared a small piece of peach with a fork and brought it to Arisa's lips. Here you go. Arisa opened her mouth slightly, and Yuzuru fed her the peach. Slowly, Yuzuru withdrew the fork from Arisa's glossy lips. Arisa chewed slowly, her lips moving gently as she swallowed the peach. Then, Arisa opened her mouth slightly again. More, please. All right. While feeling a bit strange, Yuzuru continued to feed Arisa the peach. This was just simple caregiving, yet somehow it felt sensual. At the same time, they also felt a sense of protectiveness, like feeding a baby bird. Despite the perplexing mix of emotions, Yuzuru finished feeding Arisa. He also made her drink water along with her medication. And they replaced the ice pack and cooling patches. Yuzuru-san, It's okay, I'll stay until evening. Yuzuru tried to reassure her, but she shook her head. Not that, What is it? Please hold my hand. Until I fall asleep. With moistened eyes, Arisa made this request. It seemed that Arisa was quite mentally exhausted. Yuzuru gently enveloped Arisa's hand. Her hand was very soft, beautiful, and warm. Arisa closed her eyes with a relieved expression. After a while, she began to sleep with small, gentle breaths. Yuzuru released her hand carefully so as not to wake her. Then, quietly, he left Arisa's room. Yuzuru-san. Around 4:30 in the afternoon. While researching how to care for a cold on their phone in the living room, Yuzuru stood up upon hearing Arisa's voice. It was a cute, somewhat lonely voice, like a baby bird calling for its parent. Yuzuru immediately headed to Arisa's room. Yuzuru-san. When Arisa saw Yuzuru's face, she showed a relieved expression. It seemed she felt uneasy waking up without Yuzuru there. No, I'm sorry. I didn't want to risk spreading it. Of course, Yuzuru knew that catching a cold wouldn't be a big deal, but he thought Arisa would worry if he got infected. Yes, I understand that. I'm glad you stayed home. Saying so, Arisa looked up at Yuzuru. Her cheeks flushed, eyes slightly downturned, and with moistened eyes, she had a pleading expression. Yuzuru didn't know what Arisa was asking for, but for now, he decided to gently stroke her head. Arisa closed her eyes and seemed to relax, as if surrendering to comfort. Seems like it was the right move. Thinking of the family dog back home, Yuzuru couldn't help but smile wryly. Arisa, are you hungry? About my appetite. Just as Arisa was about to answer, there was a small grumble. Arisa's face grew even redder. I want some. I see, I bought some instant rice porridge just in case. I'll warm it up for you. Also, your throat must be dry, right? Should I bring you something to drink first? Yes, please. Arisa nodded softly. First, Yuzuru took out a chilled Pocari Sweat from the fridge and handed it to Arisa. After confirming that Arisa was drinking Pocari with a throat sound, Yuzuru headed to the kitchen. He transferred the rice porridge to a plate and warmed it up in the microwave. Then, with a spoon, he brought it to Arisa. You want me to feed you? Yes. Yuzuru took the spoon, blew on it to cool it down, and then slowly brought it to Arisa's mouth. Arisa took a bite of the spoon. Seems like she had been expending energy or was indeed hungry. She finished eating in no time. Do you want some canned peaches too? Yes, please. Since she seemed a bit unsatisfied, Yuzuru also fed Arisa some leftover canned peaches from lunch. Then he made her take her medicine with water and took her temperature. Her temperature had dropped to the 37-degree range. For now, should I change your pillow? Actually, before that, I have a favor to ask. What is it? If there's anything I can do, just let me know. When Yuzuru said that, Arisa, with a slightly nervous expression and blushing face, asked Yuzuru for a favor, perhaps due to the fever. I want to wipe my body. That makes sense too. She had sweated a lot. She probably wanted to wipe her body and change her clothes, and it might be a good idea to change the sheets as well. I'll prepare a wet towel. Please. With a nervous expression, Arisa nodded. Though feeling puzzled by Arisa's slightly odd behavior, Yuzuru prepared several wet towels. Okay, Arisa. I'll step out, so wipe yourself, change your clothes, and then I'll change the sheets. Yes, thank you. Arisa nodded and took the towel. After confirming that, Yuzuru was about to leave the room, but... Wait, please. Arisa called out to Yuzuru in a fragile voice. Yuzuru turned around, wondering what was wrong. Hey, what are you doing? When Yuzuru turned around, Arisa was unbuttoning her pajamas one by one. A glimpse of slightly sweaty breasts and pristine white underwear peeked out. Once Arisa had unbuttoned all the buttons, she turned her back. Then she slightly removed her pajamas, exposing her pure white shoulders, and then she glanced back just a little. Her face was flushed red like a tomato. Yuzuru-san. Arisa called out Yuzuru's name in a strangely sultry voice. Then, perhaps out of embarrassment, her voice trembled as she spoke, but it was still clearly audible. Yuzuru-san, I can't reach my back, so could you wipe it for me? Saying so, she completely removed her pajamas. Her white back, drenched in sweat and flushed with a rosy hue, came into view. At the waistband of her pants, in other words, at her hips, the top part of her slightly damp underwear was visible. Then, Arisa reached behind her and unfastened the hook of her underwear, skillfully pulling it forward as she spoke. Please. In a barely audible voice, Arisa asked Yuzuru again. Yuzuru involuntarily swallowed hard. And no, Arisa, that's a bit too much. Yuzuru struggled to control the blood, rushing to his lower body as he said so. If Yuzuru and Arisa were officially a couple, both in name and reality, then it would be acceptable to do such things. However, while they may be engaged on paper, in reality, they are just friends. Of course, there are plans for them to become engaged both in name and reality in the future, at least in Yuzuru's mind, but for now, things are different. He had intended to decline, but... Is it dirty? Huh? No. I'm sorry, my sweat, it's dirty, isn't it? Arisa said with a sad tone. She showed a dejected expression to Yuzuru. No, that's not true. Yuzuru unintentionally said so. Then with a shy yet lively voice, Arisa said, Then, could you do it? Sure, I understand. Feeling somewhat intoxicated, Yuzuru turned towards Erisa's back. Her back is wet with sweat, yet it's truly smooth and beautiful. Rather, because it's wet, it looks even more alluring. Perhaps due to the heat, or maybe from embarrassment, her white back was faintly flushed. Yuzuru spread out the wet towel and slowly approached. His heart raced with nervousness, and his hands trembled. Eek. Arisa let out a seductive voice. Yuzuru's heart skipped a beat. Hey. Sorry, I got startled, and I. It was Yuzuru who was surprised. Anyone would be startled and excited if their crush suddenly half-naked and let out a seductive voice. No, I should have said something before. Okay, I'll wipe it now. Yes, Once again, Yuzuru began wiping Arisa's back with the wet towel, wiping away the sticky sweat, and with each movement of the towel, Arisa let out small, sweet moans. Is it ticklish? Why yes, I'm sorry. Arisa, while covering her front with both hands and her clothes, glanced back slightly and nodded to Yuzuru as she said so. Her white collarbones, clean armpits, and the white swell extending from the armpit area towards the front of her body caught his eye. His entire body's blood flow quickened. As Arisa turned back again, Yuzuru also began his work. Yuzuru couldn't help but be distracted by Arisa's front, despite knowing it was not good. But isn't it Arisa's fault for being so defenseless like this? With such excuses in mind, he closed the distance a little. Then, leaning forward, he gently peered in from the side of her shoulder. Gulp, Yuzuru swallowed his breath. First, the beautiful collarbones came into view, and below the collarbones there were soft, curving lines. In the center of those curves, there was a valley that made one instinctively want to trace it with their hands, and it was clear that sweat had accumulated there. Because she was holding her chest as if pressing down on her nightwear, the soft mass of fat seemed slightly compressed. But even so, it was clear enough to see the swell, indicating its largeness. And the upper and side parts that weren't completely hidden were clearly visible. But the most crucial part, the apex, remained unseen. If only Arisa would shift her hands even slightly. Yuzuru was overwhelmed with frustration. Yuzuru-san. Hi W, what is it? Called out by Arisa, Yuzuru snapped back to reality. His heart was pounding loudly. Arisa gazed up at Yuzuru with moist eyes. The distance between their faces was very close enough to feel Arisa's warm breath. Staring at me like that, it's, embarrassing. And no, I'm sorry. Yuzuru instinctively looked away. It seemed like Arisa had caught onto him, trying to look at her chest. After that, Yuzuru focused only on wiping Arisa's back, and managed to finish the task somehow. Then he left the room, waiting until Arisa finished wiping herself and changing clothes. After a while, he received permission to enter and went in. I apologize for the inconvenience. And no, don't worry about it. I was in the wrong too. And no, it's okay. Actually. As Arisa began to speak, she hesitated. Yuzuru couldn't help but wonder what she was about to say, but he didn't ask. Nevertheless, Yuzuru's caregiving duties were now over. Since it was already late at night, Yuzuru decided to bid farewell to Arisa. For now, I'll just go home. Just as Yuzuru was about to say that. Would you stay over tonight? I'm feeling a bit lonely. Stay over. And no, I don't mean I want you to sleep together. I just want you to be by my side. Is it not okay? Arisa said to Yuzuru with a pleading look. Of course, there was no way he could refuse. Yuzuru, unsure of how to explain the situation, requested to stay overnight with Arisa due to her worsening condition, seeking permission from Amagi Naoki, Arisa's father. Despite his slight confusion, Naoki granted permission, saying, "Rely on my daughter." Yuzuru hurried to his apartment to bring a sleeping bag. "I'm truly sorry for the trouble," Arisa apologized. "Don't worry. You can rely on me as much as you want when you're sick," Yuzuru reassured her. In response, Yuzuru replied to Arisa's bowed head, "Feel free to lean on me." Arisa seemed to take Yuzuru's words to heart and asked, "Could you hold my hand?" "I can't sleep." "Of course, I understand," Yuzuru agreed, holding Arisa's hand just as he did during the day. Watching Arisa's peaceful sleeping face, Yuzuru thought to himself, "She's really beautiful." After a while, Arisa began to breathe softly, her sleeping form now peaceful. But really, she's so beautiful. Yuzuru couldn't help but entertain a mischievous thought. What if he were to press his lips against hers? Would she wake up? No, this is not right. I shouldn't betray trust like this. Yuzuru desperately held back his instincts with the reins of reason, as he turned on his heel to leave Arisa's room. Yuzuru-san, I love you. His heart skipped a beat. Yuzuru slowly turned back. Arisa was still asleep. Just talking in her sleep, Yuzuru sighed with relief. Careful not to wake Arisa, Yuzuru opened the door. And just before leaving, he muttered softly, I love you too, Arisa. Good night. With those words spoken softly, he closed the door. And then, Yuzuru-san, you silly, now I can't sleep. Arisa buried her face in the pillow, murmuring, Section, next day. The fever has gone down, so that's a relief, Yuzuru said, half hiding her face in the futon while Arisa spoke. Yes. She had been like this since this morning. Perhaps she was feeling embarrassed. Evidence of this was her ears turning bright red. Yuzuru could somehow sense what she was embarrassed about. Arisa had been acting a bit strange the other day. She had been more affectionate towards Yuzuru. No, perhaps she was just normally tense, and the Arisa who was affectionate was the real Arisa. I apologize for any trouble I caused yesterday, Arisa said, still hiding her face. She glanced over at Yuzuru every now and then. Her actions were incredibly cunning and cute, but even Yuzuru started to feel embarrassed. I'm not bothered by it, so it's okay, he reassured her. If you say so. That was a relief. Yet Arisa still seemed to be concerned about something as she continued to glance at Yuzuru. What's wrong? If you have any requests, I'll listen, Yuzuru offered. Yuzuru-san, you're an idiot, Arisa said, burying herself in the futon. Even though it was embarrassing, resorting to insults seemed a bit much. Yuzuru couldn't help but chuckle. Now, on the following Monday, when Yuzuru arrived at school, Arisa was already in the classroom. Although she had recovered from the fever by Sunday morning, it seemed she had fully recovered without any relapse. For a brief moment, Yuzuru and Arisa's eyes met. Then Arisa smiled faintly. As Yuzuru sat down, his phone rang. Looking at it, he saw it was a message from Arisa. The message read, "Thank you for the other day," accompanied by cute stamps. Since she had reached out, Yuzuru decided to reply, "Don't push yourself too hard, okay?" Almost immediately, he received a response. "If I collapse, please help me again." The message read, accompanied by more adorable stamps, leading Yuzuru to assume it was probably a joke. "Count on me. Should I carry you to the infirmary when that happens? Since you offered, how about all the way home? Would you like a princess carry? That's fine, but do you have enough strength for that? Are you really that heavy?" "That's rude." Yuzuru almost burst out laughing and had to cover his mouth. If he laughed here, he'd look like a creepy guy, grinning while playing with his phone alone. "I'll do my best for you." But saying "do my best" makes it sound like I'm heavy. Arisa seemed dissatisfied with Yuzuru's response. By the way, Arisa's weight wasn't heavy by any means, but she wasn't feather-light either. Without explicitly stating it, Arisa had a healthy amount of weight, with some flesh in the areas where it's considered good to have. Since she seemed to engage in some form of exercise regularly, she wasn't lacking in muscle either. She had a proportionate, healthy weight. "I didn't find you heavy." "How do you know?" "I lifted you up the day before yesterday, don't you remember?" Yuzuru replied, and after a brief silence, he received a response. "Oh." It was an exclamation of realization. Now, what expression was Arisa wearing? Yuzuru was a little curious, but if he tried to sneak a peek at her face, she might realize he was exchanging messages with her on the phone. That wasn't his intention, so he had to resist the urge. It was frustrating, though. How was it? Finally, the message that came back was a question asking for feedback. What exactly should he answer about what was how and how? Yuzuru pondered for a moment. Well, she was soft. When he lifted her up, what he felt was softness. Inevitably, he touched various parts, but there was a very feminine softness to it. And then, she was cute. When Arisa tightly grasped onto Yuzuru's clothing and looked up at him with moist eyes, she was incredibly adorable and endearing. It was clear that Arisa, weakened both physically and mentally by her cold, was relying on him. Yuzuru felt a strong desire mixed with protectiveness and a sense of conquest towards Arisa. He wanted to protect Arisa. It was somewhat presumptuous, but that desire arose within him. However, he couldn't express that openly. Once again, considering the context, it was probably a question about Arisa's weight. "I think it's a good weight," Yuzuru replied. That's sexual harassment. Immediately, he received such a response. But wait, wasn't it you who first teased with, "Do you have enough strength for that?" And wasn't it you who persistently continued the topic of weight? Yuzuru felt a slight sense of unfairness. So, as a bit of payback and mischief, he decided to throw a question back at her. How about you? If you're seeking feedback from your counterpart, you also have an obligation to answer. With a hint of mischief in his mind, Yuzuru sent that message. As expected, it seemed she was struggling to come up with an answer. After being marked as read, there was still no response. Feeling frustrated, Yuzuru waited for Eris's reply. However, as the time for homeroom approached and Eris's response still hadn't arrived, Yuzuru began to feel a bit anxious. Did I upset her? Just as Yuzuru started to feel a bit worried, Eris's answer came through. My heart skipped a beat. It read. Yuzuru couldn't help but feel his own heart skip a beat as well. His heart raced loudly, almost noisily. He felt an urge to know what expression she had when she typed out that message. Can I ask again? When I have a cold, the message continued. Yuzuru sensed that the first part of the message was Eris's true feelings, while the second part seemed like an excuse or diversion. He quickly replied, It's my pleasure, princess. Aren't you embarrassed to say that? It's embarrassing when it's pointed out, so please stop. Chapter 3, Bargaining with My Fiancé. After having a fun conversation on their phones, Yuzuru and Erisa decided to meet after school. Yuzuru is summoned to the rooftop by Ayaka and Chiharu. What's up, Ayaka-chan, Chiharu-chan? Did they think of some mischief? Thinking somewhat rudely, Yuzuru asks the two. Can I ask you straight up, Yuzuru? It's fine, but... Yuzuru, do you actually like Erisa-chan? Asked by Ayaka, Yuzuru feels a slight warmth in his face. Scratching his cheek in embarrassment and avoiding eye contact, he responds. Well, as you can see. Objectively, it's clear that Yuzuru quite likes Erisa. Yuzuru is aware of that much, of course. So, you know that Erisa-san likes you too, Yuzuru-san. Well, I believe it's mutual. Yuzuru responds to Chiharu's question. Just the other day, albeit in her sleep, Erisa did confess her feelings for Yuzuru. It's undeniable that they share mutual feelings. Oh, really? Upon hearing Yuzuru's answer, Ayaka and Chiharu. You're so dense, Yuzuru. We've been childhood friends, so please talk to us about it. They laugh teasingly and poke at Yuzuru. They're clearly teasing him. That's why Yuzuru wanted to keep it hidden from them. Since when? Was Erisa-chan your crush since the birthday present? Or was it from the pool incident? Did you spend Christmas together? Enough. Stop it. Yuzuru forcefully detaches himself from Ayaka and Chiharu as they approach him. Then he sighs. You guys teasing me, huh? That's why I didn't want to say anything. But you didn't seem like you were trying to hide it. If you're embarrassed, maybe you should be more mindful of others around you. Okay, my bad. Yuzuru responds grumpily, and the two smile wryly. Come on, don't be so sulky. Did you already talk to Soakairo-san and Ryozenji-san? I did, and, well, I don't mind telling you guys, since it wouldn't be fair to keep it from Najiri-san after telling you. But let's keep it between us. Yuzuru says this, and the two nod vigorously. Of course, we can keep a secret. We know the difference between what should be said and what shouldn't. While it's uncertain whether they truly can keep a secret, the fact remains that Ayaka and Chiharu have never betrayed Yuzuru's trust. So he can trust them here. So why haven't you confessed yet? Are you just unable to muster the courage, or is it some pathetic reason like that? Or is it because you already feel like you're practically a couple? Yuzuru shakes his head from side to side. I plan to confess, at the right time in the right way. Remember, Erisa mentioned before she prefers romantic gestures. He won't let him forget that, Yuzuru tells Ayaka and Chiharu. After all, he was able to discern Erisa's feelings, because Ayaka gave him a strange order in the king's game. I see, as expected of you, Yuzuru, you're different from someone else. Yuzuru, who instantly understood who someone else referred to, remained silent. Meanwhile, Ayaka seemed to notice the awkward atmosphere and quickly changed the subject. So, it seems like there's nothing we can help with, huh? Well, yeah. If anything, if you could convey to Erisa that my reasons for not confessing aren't because I don't like her or because I'm indecisive, she'll probably feel relieved and less anxious. Yuzuru explains. If Yuzuru were in Erisa's shoes, he would probably feel anxious wondering why he hasn't confessed yet. She might even feel frustrated. Yuzuru wants to express his feelings on his own terms, so it's not ideal for him if Arisa were to confess first. Besides, he wouldn't want Arisa to think he's a pathetic guy. Well then, I'll make sure to convey that Yuzuru-san is a man of action when the time comes, Chiharu replied. Then, Ayaka, who seemed to have been lost in thought, spoke up. Hey, what if Yuzuru and Arisa-chan become a couple? What will you do at school? Well, I guess we'll continue to keep it a secret as usual. Arisa doesn't seem to want it known. Arisa has claimed not to have any crushes or interest in romance. However, if Yuzuru and Arisa were to suddenly become a couple, it would likely incur the disapproval of her friends. Arisa is worried about that. But if you start going on dates, won't it eventually be found out? If you become a couple, you wouldn't necessarily need to hide it, right? Well, yeah, but it's just that, there was nothing between me and Arisa before, so suddenly becoming a couple. That implies Arisa had been intentionally hiding something, which she indeed had been intentionally hiding. That doesn't seem too good from an external perspective for Arisa. Then, it would be better if it's not sudden, right? If Yuzuru plans to confess around a certain time, honestly, I have a pretty good idea when that might be, but it would be good if by then, the distance between Yuzuru and Arisa at school has narrowed. That's true, but what specifically should we do? There hasn't been any interaction between me and Arisa until now, so suddenly getting closer might seem abrupt, right? Some kind of natural opportunity is needed. As Yuzuru says this, Ayaka smiles brightly and proudly sticks out her ample chest. I'll handle that. I have a brilliant idea. A brilliant idea? What's your plan? Well, you see. I see. As expected of Ayaka-san. Leaving Yuzuru behind, Ayaka and Chiharu get excited on their own. As the directly involved party, Yuzuru can't just ignore this so-called brilliant idea. What's the plan? You'll find out tomorrow. Please trust me on this. The two childhood friends confidently puff out their chests despite their age. Yuzuru can't help but feel a bit worried. Now the next morning. Good morning, Yuzuru-san. Here, this is for you. Oh, Arisa, good morning, thank you. Today as well, Arisa came to Yuzuru's apartment to deliver his lunchbox. Yuzuru thanks Arisa and accepts the lunchbox. Normally, at this point, Yuzuru would hand the washed lunchbox back to Arisa along with his feedback on the taste. But are you sure you're not pushing yourself too hard? It's okay to take a break today too. I know it's a weird way to put it. Considering she's still recovering from her illness, he decided to refrain from giving yesterday's lunchbox. So there's no lunchbox to return to Arisa today. On the other hand, Arisa narrows her eyes and smiles. It's okay. Honestly, I wanted to make one yesterday too. I actually enjoy making your lunch, Yuzuru-san. Is that so? Well, if that's the case, then it's fine. It would be rude to forcibly reject or deny Arisa's kindness. With that in mind, Yuzuru backs down gracefully, but decides to convey one thing. Anyway, it's not my intention to make you go through any trouble. Yes, I understand. I'll do it within my capabilities, and if I ever feel like it's too much trouble, I'll let you know via text. Arisa says this in a joking tone. Yuzuru can't help but smile in response. Then, I'll head to school a bit earlier. With those words, Arisa turns on her heel, looking slightly reluctant, and Yuzuru feels the same. Arisa. What is it? Arisa stops and turns back, her light brown hair swaying gently. Is it difficult for us to go to school together? In the morning, unlike in the evening, there are more people around. In the evening, after school, students leave at different times, so the likelihood of being seen by classmates is surprisingly low. But during the morning commute, unless students have morning club activities or similar commitments, there's more overlap, making it more noticeable. I see. Yes, I'm sorry. No, it's fine. I'm the one who said something strange, so I'm sorry. Watching Arisa walk away, Yuzuru can't help but feel a slight sense of anticipation for Ayaka and Chiharu's brilliant idea. And during lunch break that day, planning to have lunch with Soakairo and say as usual, Yuzuru gets up from his seat. As he leaves the classroom to meet up with them, Yuzuru, why don't you join us today? Ayaka says to Yuzuru in front of the classroom. And behind Ayaka, Chiharu waves to people inside the classroom and adds, since we're all here, why not invite Arisa-san too? What do you think? Section, when Yuzuru heard those words from Chiharu. I see. Yuzuru nodded in agreement by himself, Ayaka, Chiharu, and Tenka are friends of Arisa. Here, when we say friends, it includes not only the actual relationship, but also the recognition from the surroundings. Since the study group, the four of them, though not frequently due to being in different classes, have eaten lunch together and enjoyed chatting. Their interactions have been witnessed by those around them. So, it's not unusual for Ayaka or Chiharu to invite Arisa to meals. And furthermore, it's not unusual for Ayaka or Chiharu to invite Yuzuru either, because it's a well-known fact that Ayaka and Yuzuru are close. Yuzuru and Arisa have no connection in terms of school relationships, but with Ayaka and the others as intermediaries, a strong connection can be established. Through Ayaka's mediation, they became close and drawn to each other. It's a natural storyline. Yeah, that's fine. Now, emerging from the depths of his thoughts, Yuzuru turned to Ayaka and spoke. Then he shifted his gaze to Arisa behind him. What about Yukishiro? It was a nostalgic way of addressing her. While indulging in a bit of nostalgia, Yuzuru asked Arisa. Meanwhile, Arisa, being addressed by Yuzuru, initially seemed taken aback. But she quickly regained her composure and smiled. I don't mind either, Takegawa-san. The sound of that name was a little nostalgic. Now the chosen venue for lunch was the cafeteria. The group consisted of Ayaka, Chiharu, Yuzuru, Arisa, Soakairo, Sei, and Tenka. However, this is the first time these seven have gathered at school. Sei muttered quietly. It had been since the study group that the seven had gathered, and it was the first time they had met at school simultaneously. Yeah, I suppose we've finally become friends in the public sense, Tenka said, making such a cryptic remark. Sei, with keen ears, picked up on Tenka's words. You sneaky girl. Oh, pardon me, but isn't it natural to want to get to know Ayaka-san, Takegawa-kun, and Sade-kun? She said boldly. It was as if Tenka had openly declared that her interactions with Yuzuru, Ayaka, and Soakairo were motivated by their family background. However, the three weren't particularly shocked by such revelations. They had known Tenka's intentions from the start. As members of the Najiri family, it was only natural for them to want to maintain connections with the Takegawa and Takebana families, even if they didn't receive their protection. They had always anticipated Tenka reaching out eventually, and when she did, they weren't surprised. Therefore, what was important to Yuzuru and Ayaka was that Tenka openly acknowledged it. In other words, please continue to favor us in the future, everyone, Tenka said with a mischievous smile, and she stuck out her tongue slightly. A devilish woman. That evaluation crossed Yuzuru's mind. I've become close to everyone enough to openly admit that I approached you all because of your family backgrounds. Please continue to be friends and business partners in the future. Yuzuru understood Tenka's words. He couldn't help but chuckle. It was a skillful way of not giving the impression of ill intent to the other party. Up until this point, it hadn't been particularly surprising for Yuzuru, but please let me repay your kindness if there's ever an opportunity. Yuzuru felt his heart leap as Tenka smiled and winked at him. Tenka's gaze was directed towards the lunchboxes of Yuzuru and Arisa. Yes, the contents of their lunchboxes were exactly the same. Of course, it was already common knowledge among this group that Yuzuru received lunch from Arisa. So, along with the earlier glance, the deliberate focus on Yuzuru and Arisa's lunchboxes seemed to imply, I'm willing to lend an ear to your romantic concerns. I'm rooting for you. It could be interpreted in that way. A collaboration with Sei. And at this moment, Yuzuru realized that the flow of conversation up to this point had been orchestrated by Tenka and Sei. While he was grateful for their support, he couldn't help but feel a slight sense of mockery. No, there was undoubtedly an element of mockery involved. If he simply accepted what was said, neither the Takegawa family nor Yuzuru himself could back down. Yeah, I'll definitely rely on you. And Najiri-san, feel free to rely on me as well. Since Najiri, a staunch ally of Ryozenji, is synonymous with being an ally of Takegawa. At first glance, it seemed like a detached, impersonal statement emphasizing the connection between the families. However, considering Sei and Tenka's close relationship, it could be interpreted as a mocking remark about their relationship. And it seemed like Yuzuru's intention was firmly conveyed to Sei and Tenka. Both of them showed subtle expressions. By the way, when did you two, Ryozenji-san and Tenka-san, become acquainted? Arisa followed up, as if pursuing them. Arisa was not foolish, rather, she was a clever girl. Although she hadn't received training in the kind of verbal sparring scene with Yuzuru, Ayaka, and Tenka, she was aware of being mocked and could retaliate. Well, it's been since middle school. Yes, indeed. Although there had been some interactions between our families, our bond strengthened a few years ago. We're asking about your relationship, not your families. As Yuzuru and Arisa were about to follow up, Ayaka suddenly interjected. It's good to see the closeness between Ryozenji, an ally of Takesawa, and Najiri, an ally of Yuanishi. Maybe the day of improved relations between Takesawa and Yuanishi is near. She glanced briefly at Sei and Tenka with a smirk, as if implying a favor owed. Improved relations. Arisa's interest was naturally piqued by Ayaka's unexpected topic, to which Ayaka somewhat dramatically nodded. Takesawa and Yuanishi used to have a pretty bad relationship. Well, it's not so bad now, but in the past generations, there was no conversation at all. In the previous generation, it was confrontational and sarcastic remarks whenever they crossed paths. In the current generation, they only talked about the weather. And between the next heirs, they were friendly to some extent, relations had improved. What caused the bad blood? Arisa asked, prompting Yuzuru and Chiharu to exchange glances and shrug their shoulders. It seems like there were disputes over land rights and such in ancient times. And on top of that, personal grudges and succession disputes overlapped and escalated. There are still elderly relatives who continue to hold onto those grudges to this day. However, for Yuzuru and Chiharu, who live in the present, it's not something they're particularly concerned about. Well, even though relations have improved, I've never visited Chiharu-chan's house. Come to think of it, you haven't. If it were the current head of the family, or even Yuzuru-san, neither my mother nor my grandmother would mind. Why haven't you come? I've heard that the former head of your family placed a curse on my house. So it's like, don't go through the gate of Yuanishi. Oh, like they wrote some kind of curse in their own blood and died, kind of story. Arisa's face turned pale at Chiharu's words. Arisa isn't particularly adept at handling ghost stories or horror topics. Is that true? Well, it's hard to say, but there are still some written records. Want to see them? I have pictures too. And no, that's okay, I'm fine. With her face trembling and turning pale, Arisa shook her head from side to side. Then, in a fearful manner, she lightly grabbed the sleeve of Yuzuru's clothes. Are you okay? You're the main culprit of the curse over there, but are you okay? It might transfer to you, you know. As Tenka smirked and spoke, Arisa's body shuddered, and she anxiously looked up at Yuzuru's face. Are you okay? Well, I've never felt the effects of a curse. Contrary to the curse, the Takesawa family is doing reasonably well. Everyone is born healthy, and there haven't been any major business failures or drowning in debt. Ha, curses are just lies. There's no way something like that exists. How silly, Chiharu laughed heartily. Of course, Yuzuru also doesn't believe in curses, however. To say that he isn't even a little concerned would be a lie. Oh, I know. Since we're all here, why don't we do something like the Hyaku Monogatari? What's the Hyaku Monogatari? You prepare 100 candles, and each person tells a ghost story. After each story, you extinguish one candle, and something is supposed to happen when the last candle goes out. It's like a game. As Yuzuru explained it to Arisa, she shuddered slightly. What kind of terrifying ritual is that? It sounds like fun, doesn't it? Actually, we have a place at my house that's like a cursed room. I think it would be really interesting to do it there. Well, doing it with 100 people might be impossible, so maybe we could do 7 stories instead. I absolutely refuse, Arisa vehemently declared in response to Chiharu's suggestion. Her strong tone conveyed a resolute refusal. Well, there aren't actually any ghosts or anything anyway. Since curses are just lies, if we get the chance, that's right. Chiharu lightly clapped her hands and then grinned at Yuzuru. We also do prayers for safe childbirth. Yuzuru-san, please come with your future wife. But it wasn't Yuzuru who reacted. Instead, Arisa's face turned blatantly red. What are you talking about? Oh, childbirth, that's, premature or rather. Why is Arisa-san reacting like that? Caught completely off guard, Arisa's mouth flapped open, and then she looked to Yuzuru as if seeking help. Yuzuru scratched his cheek and averted his gaze. Section, tomorrow is the marathon competition, isn't it? On the way home one day, Arisa said to Yuzuru as they walked together. Yes, tomorrow is the day when boys run 10 kilometers and girls run 7 kilometers, a long distance indeed. And for Yuzuru, it's also a day of competition with Soa Cairo and Sei. Arisa seems not very fond of it. Well, it's not that I dislike it, though, Arisa replied with a wry smile when Yuzuru asked. While some people excel at long-distance running, it's rare to find someone who actually enjoys it. If Yuzuru didn't have to run, he wouldn't want to. Arisa felt the same way. There's a difference between running voluntarily and being forced to run for a school event, isn't there? Yeah, you're right, at least. We should get something nice for our efforts. Also, it's worth mentioning that the marathon competition day is a half day at school. So, it's fair to say we deserve a reward. However, if someone were to ask if I wanted to go out and have fun after completing the 10-kilometer run, I'd be somewhat hesitant. I'd rather relax at home and rest my tired body. A reward, you say? What's up? Arisa seemed to be contemplating something. Her cheeks seemed slightly flushed. Well, it's just that, after the marathon competition tomorrow. Yeah. Would it be all right if I stopped by your room, Yuzuru-san? Of course, no problem at all. I don't have work that day either. Yuzuru was more than happy to welcome her. However, he could anticipate that her body might be exhausted, so they wouldn't be able to do anything too strenuous. Like playing games together. Well then, that wouldn't really feel like a reward, would it? Well, I guess you're right. It's something Arisa and Yuzuru usually do on weekends. It's not that she dislikes it, in fact, she enjoys it. But whether it would serve as motivation for a 10-kilometer or 7-kilometer long-distance run is questionable. So, what should we do instead? Well, After a brief silence, Arisa spoke in a small voice. Maybe a massage. A massage. Yuzuru couldn't help but ask again, and Arisa's face turned bright red as she began to hastily explain herself. Oh, no, I didn't mean it in a weird way or anything. I mean, we did it before, remember? During the sports festival. It just felt nice, so. Oh, right, we did. Yuzuru also remembered the incident from a little while ago. At that time, Arisa was very alluring. Yuzuru recalled various dangerous memories and forcefully erased that memory from his mind. Of course, Yuzuru-san, I won't let just anyone massage me. I can also, well, I'm not sure if I'm any good at it, but I can at least pat your shoulder. How about it? Yeah, Yuzuru agreed. Getting a massage outside can cost several thousand yen per hour. This means that there is still demand even at that price. In other words, it feels that good. The sensation differs between massaging oneself and receiving a massage from someone else. And besides, yeah, sounds good. Massages seem enjoyable, Yuzuru said. Legally, he could interact with Arisa in this way. Yuzuru replied, thinking about it. Yuzuru is a healthy high school boy and he wants to touch the body of the girl he likes in various ways. Of course, he has to restrain himself from rubbing her breasts. I see, that's a relief, Arisa said, looking somewhat reassured. Yuzuru, not being a mind reader, couldn't discern Arisa's feelings, but perhaps Arisa also. Yuzuru wondered if there was a hidden desire to touch or be touched by him. Yuzuru pondered this suddenly. Although he couldn't imagine Arisa having such intentions, yet, despite not openly expressing their feelings, Yuzuru and Arisa were likely mutually in love. It wouldn't be strange if Arisa harbored feelings similar to Yuzuru's desires towards her. I needs to be careful in various ways. He couldn't afford any mistakes. At least Yuzuru had to stay composed. Yuzuru clenched his fist tightly, steeling himself. Oh, right, can I borrow the bath? I'll bring my own change of clothes and towel, Arisa asked as she made a strange resolution. After running, their bodies were likely dirty with sweat, and then massaging each other's bodies. That's what I hoped for. To Yuzuru, it wasn't just fine, but rather something he would welcome. Yet, he couldn't help but internally worry that Arisa might hit him with her fist if she heard his thoughts. Still, Arisa would probably dislike the idea. Yeah, sure, it's probably better to take a bath before the massage to improve circulation, Yuzuru said with a straight face. Arisa nodded in agreement, seemingly accepting his explanation. I see. Ah, speaking of which, how about bath salts? I have some at home, so if you'd like, I can bring them. I don't have any bath additives. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Though the effectiveness is uncertain, I don't particularly dislike them, so if she can bring them, that would be better. In that case, I'll do that for sure. I'm looking forward to it. With that, Arisa smiled. Section. The day of the marathon event has arrived. The marathon event starts not at the school, but at an athletics stadium located a bit away. The course involves running along the river and then circling around the surroundings before returning to the athletics stadium. In the early morning, Yuzuru, along with Arisa, Soakairo, and Ayaka, spread out a leisure sheet on the grassy area outside the stadium and chatted. It seems like the girls will run first, and then the boys, Ayaka said cheerfully. She is good at sports, so the marathon event doesn't seem too difficult for her. It seems like it will finish by the morning, so today is practically a half day. Shall we go out and have some fun after it's over? Chiharu also said brightly. She also doesn't seem to find the marathon event too difficult, as she is not particularly bad at sports. It's fine if you want to play, but I'm not interested, let me rest. Soakairo said with a sigh. He was sandwiched between Ayaka and Chiharu, who were pestering him to join in the fun. Some of the boys were casting resentful glances towards Soakairo. However, Yuzuru, their childhood friend, knew that it took considerable energy and stamina to keep up with the high spirits of Ayaka and Chiharu. So he didn't feel particularly envious. Rather, he almost felt sorry for him. That being said, he couldn't help but reaffirm that Soakairo, who was two-timing, was indeed despicable. 7 kilometers is not a short distance at all, so wouldn't it be better to rest your body? I think that's the intention behind having no classes in the afternoon, Arisa said with a wry smile. Then Soakairo reprimanded Ayaka and Chiharu, saying, "See, even Yukishiro-san is saying the same thing. If we're talking about resting, Arisa, are you sure your body is okay?" Yuzuru asked Arisa. It has been over a week since she recovered from her cold, so her physical condition shouldn't be bad. However, whether she's prepared for a long-distance run is another matter. Her stamina might have decreased a bit. Yes, I'm fine. Thanks to you, Yuzuru-san, Arisa said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yuzuru couldn't help but remember when he took care of her. Arisa's white back was very beautiful. I see, that's good to hear. A slightly awkward atmosphere passed between Yuzuru and Arisa. Oh, there must have been something. Warm glances were directed at them from the others. More importantly, Tenko-san, are you okay? Arisa diverted the topic by sacrificing Tenko, and Tenko, who became the scapegoat, didn't look too pleased. Are you all right? Soakairo asked. Physically, well, I'm okay, Tenko replied. Then she sighed. Emotionally, it's the worst. I have a favor to ask of everyone, is that okay? When Yuzuru and the others nodded, Tenko spoke. Please don't cheer for me or anything. I don't need welcomes or applause. Come to think of it, Yuzuru thought there was a culture of applauding for the last person. Yuzuru couldn't help but tilt his head in wonder. While Yuzuru had never been the last, he could somewhat imagine not wanting to stand out. If Yuzuru could imagine it, then surely other ordinary people could as well. Well, perhaps not cheering for the last person gives off a somewhat heartless impression. It feels a bit awkward to silently welcome the person at the end, feeling sorry for them. So applause is probably a way to make everyone feel better. While it might be comforting for the ones being welcomed, it certainly boosts the mood for those doing the welcoming. Shall we cheer for them through the megaphone? Sure, but I'll curse them, you know. Tenko glared at Soakairo teasingly. By the way, Yuzuru, you do remember our promise, right? When questioned by Soakairo, Arisa tilted her head. He remembered the promise to give massages with Arisa afterward, but he didn't recall telling about Soakairo. Of course, he didn't remember making any uncomfortable promises to exchange messages with Soakairo. Oh, you mean about the meal? Yuzuru quickly recalled. It was a promise that whoever came last in the marathon would treat the 2 winners to a meal. Of course, I remember. Looking forward to it, Yuzuru said confidently. He was confident in his stamina too. If there's a competition, he didn't intend to lose. Plus, he wanted to spend time with Arisa feeling refreshed and in a pleasant mood after winning the competition. So he was determined to win. Oh, is that so? You said it. But both Soakairo and Sei seemed equally determined not to lose. As the three of them sparked off each other, Tenko let out a somewhat exaggerated sigh. Well, it looks fun. Is there any secret trick to make it easier? In response to Tenko's lament, Chiharu answered, I'm doing the hee-hee-hoo breathing technique. It somehow makes me feel more relaxed. Isn't that the one used during childbirth? Does it even make sense? Whether Lama's breathing techniques are useful for long-distance running is somewhat doubtful. Arisa expressed her doubts, to which Chiharu shrugged. Who knows? But if it makes childbirth easier, then a long-distance run should be a piece of cake, right? I believe you, Chiharu-san, Tenko said, choosing to trust Chiharu's casual words. Yuzuru thought to advise against it, but Chiharu confidently puffed out her ample chest and stuck out her thumb. Please trust me as if you were on a big ship. I'm a priestess and a god, Chiharu said. God, Buddha, Chiharu-sama, huh? Ayaka chuckled as she spoke. At least Ayaka didn't seem intent on believing everything Chiharu God was saying. As they were engaging in such banter, the signal for assembly sounded. They were about to gather by class and start the warm-up exercises together, separating into groups of boys and girls for the activities. Yuzuru and Arisa walked side by side as they headed towards their classmates. It wasn't unnatural for Yuzuru and Arisa, who had been with Ayaka and the others just moments ago, to walk together to where their classmates were. Of course, those around them sensed that their relationship had deepened. But for the two of them, it was an important preparation. Yuzuru-san, what is it? Do you remember what comes after this? What comes after this? In other words, what happens after the marathon event ends? Yuzuru nodded firmly. Of course so, let's both do our best. Yes. The two of them smiled together. Section. In the marathon event, it's customary for the girls to start running first, followed by a brief interval before the boys begin. This slight delay is likely to prevent overcrowding. So, after seeing off Arisa and the others, it was a while before it was Yuzuru and the others' turn to run. With the signal, the boys all started running simultaneously. Yuzuru also began running alongside Soakairo and the others. At first, it's like we're all keeping pace with each other, right? Initially, it's customary for everyone to stay bunched up like a cluster, keeping their strides in sync. Then, as individuals gradually break away from the group, they start to distance themselves, feeling reassured. Before you know it, there's a significant gap between the leading group and the trailing group. Ugh. Now what should I do? Soakairo is running ahead of Yuzuru, while Sei is trailing behind. Soakairo probably doesn't intend to let Yuzuru and Sei get ahead of him, and Sei is likely planning to overtake Yuzuru and Soakairo towards the end. And of course, Yuzuru has no intention of being overtaken by Sei and plans to overtake him instead. Right now, it's still early in the race, so they're all keeping a certain distance from each other as they gauge the situation, but it should turn into a psychological battle from the middle stage onwards. Well, for now, should I maintain this distance? Yuzuru prioritizes conserving his stamina. Since Yuzuru and the others are running relatively close to the leading group, they soon began to catch up with the trailing group of girls. And among the girls' trailing group, there was Tenko. Despite it still being early in the race, she already looked to be struggling. Are you okay? Please don't talk. Such a conversation could be heard from behind. It seems Sei was talking to Tenko, though Tenko seemed too exhausted to respond. Now, as they overtook Tenko and approached the middle stage of the race, on the opposite lane, the leading group of girls who had passed the turnaround point was running. And among them were Ayaka and Chiharu. Given their personalities, they were not the type to hold back or take it easy from the start, so they must have been running at the front right from the beginning. However, even they seemed to be struggling to some extent. They exchanged a brief glance before swiftly passing by. And then, after a while, Yuzuru spotted a group of girls ahead, about to turn at the turnaround point for the girls. Oh, and among them, there was a bib with the name Yukishiro written on it. Her beautifully gathered chestnut hair swayed behind her. She circled around the triangular cone placed as a marker and turned towards Yuzuru and the others. Her fair skin was flushed, and sweat glistened on her skin. She wore a slightly pained expression, and her ample chest swayed ever so slightly. Her healthy white legs peeked out from her shorts. Her gym clothes were slightly damp with sweat, and her camisole was faintly visible through it. Yuzuru couldn't help but send a heated gaze towards Arisa, who was looking a bit sexy, just a little bit. True to form, Arisa also noticed Yuzuru, and for some reason, she smiled at him. Cute. He felt a surge of energy in his body, or so he thought, but at the same time, he felt a slight sense of unease. I don't want other guys to see this. This fairy-like, adorable, and alluring fiancé was his and his alone, something he didn't want to show to other men. Such possessiveness welled up within him. No, but I also want to show her off. At the same time, he felt the desire to boast about his fiancé. My fiancé is cute, isn't she? How about that, aren't you jealous? Oh no. After thinking this far, Yuzuru quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Unbeknownst to him, his facial muscles had relaxed, and he had been grinning. A grinning man running, it would be quite unsettling, to say the least. He tightened his expression, and then arrived at the turnaround point for the boys. If both girls and boys started from the same point, it was natural for their turnaround points to be different. Yuzuru circled around the triangular cone. And then he noticed. Soakairo was running beside him. He had caught up. Yuzuru increased his speed to prevent Soakairo from overtaking him, and at the same time, Sei tried to overtake him. In response, Soakairo and Sei also increased their speed. The three of them began a neck-and-neck race. This was a mistake. Finally, Yuzuru realized. Competing with the two of them would only make it harder for him. It would be easier to just run casually and carefree. However, right now, there was a meal at stake. Moreover, in Yuzuru's case, he had to get Arisa the appropriate gift. He didn't have the money to treat Soakairo and Sei to a meal. Yuzuru ran with single-minded determination, all the while thinking about Arisa. However, even with sheer willpower, there's no escaping the concept of physical stamina. While Soakairo, Yuzuru, and Sei were all fairly adept at sports. Among them, Soakairo was clearly ahead by a head. As a result, Soakairo took a slight lead, with Yuzuru and Sei following closely behind. Well, this isn't good, not good at all. Sei was sticking closely behind Yuzuru. It seemed he had employed a tactic of suddenly surging forward just before, putting pressure on Soakairo and Yuzuru. Occasionally feigning to accelerate, his tactics were cunning. And as they continued, the finish line came into view. Near the finish line, students who had already arrived were watching from a distance. Among them, Yuzuru spotted his childhood friends Ayaka and Chiharu. Already finished and in a carefree position, the two of them were laughing and waving their hands towards them. Strangely, Soakairo's speed increased. He's certainly motivated by cash. Was his beloved not cheering for him? Yuzuru wondered as he searched for Arisa. She was right next to Ayaka and Chiharu. Placing her hand on her chest, she looked towards them. Arisa's delicate lips moved ever so slightly. Good luck. Yuzuru felt as if Arisa was cheering for him in that way, at least that's how it seemed. That's right, I have to do my best for Arisa. Yuzuru summoned his last burst of determination. Even though Soakairo made a final surge, he didn't care. He couldn't care less about what the guy was doing. Arisa was the only thing on Yuzuru's mind. And then, I haven't had baked Hamburg steak in ages. I'm good with anything, as long as you're treating. While Soakairo and Yuzuru discussed which family restaurant to go to. Damn, you guys, getting all motivated with the cheers from the girls, that's just cowardly. Sei muttered with resentment. Meanwhile, Tenko crossed the finish line with resounding applause. Feeling sorry for her, they decided not to mention her among themselves. Section, I'll be intruding. Yes, please come in. After the marathon ended, Yuzuru returned home with Arisa. It should be noted that they had already finished eating their boxed lunches. You must be tired. Arisa murmured as she lowered herself onto the carpet. Stretching out her long legs, she appeared completely exhausted. However, it seemed more like a deliberate pose of exhaustion rather than genuine fatigue. Yeah, you're right. Competing wasn't really necessary. It was a close match in the end. Yeah, I might have lost if it weren't for your cheering. Upon hearing Yuzuru's words, Arisa's eyes widened in surprise. Then she asked, Did you hear it? Not directly, but I felt like you were cheering for me. Yuzuru replied. Arisa's voice didn't reach him directly. However, Yuzuru intuitively knew that Arisa was cheering for him. Upon hearing Yuzuru's response, Arisa scratched her cheek in embarrassment. I see, well, I actually thought about cheering for you like Yakusan and the others with a loud voice. but I felt a bit embarrassed. It's okay, I could feel your support, Yuzuru reassured her. Besides, if Arisa had cheered loudly for Yuzuru, their classmates might have realized that Yuzuru and Arisa had a relationship closer to being lovers. Anyway, for now, how about taking a shower and then soaking in the bath? Yuzuru suggested. Upon hearing this, Arisa nodded slightly, then lightly tugged at her gym clothes, furrowing her eyebrows in displeasure. Although some time had passed, her clothes should have dried to some extent, but they still seemed damp. Well, I guess so. Who will go first? Arisa asked. You can go ahead, Yuzuru replied. Considering that Arisa, being a girl, would probably want to wash off the sweat, and he, being a guy, might not enjoy bathing in her leftover bathwater, he made that suggestion. In that case, I'll use the main bath, Arisa said with a small nod before disappearing into the changing room. However, after a while, she poked her head out from the changing room. What's wrong? Yuzuru asked. You know you're not supposed to peek, right? She replied coyly. Arisa said this mischievously and smiled. I won't peek, Yuzuru replied immediately, and Arisa seemed satisfied as she quickly withdrew her head. Soon, the sound of the shower could be heard. I feel uneasy, Yuzuru muttered. This was the second time Arisa had used the bathroom in Yuzuru's room, but it felt strangely unsettling. Then Yuzuru realized why. Arisa had disappeared into the bathroom without preparing any clothes or towels. At this rate, she wouldn't even be able to change, let alone dry off her wet body. Feeling like he had no other choice, Yuzuru grabbed Arisa's bag and headed towards the bathroom. Since the bathroom door was frosted glass, he couldn't see inside, but he could catch a glimpse of her skin tone. Yuzuru involuntarily held his breath. It's not like I have any ulterior motives. Yuzuru calmed his mind and knocked on the door. Hey, Arisa. Huh, why Yuzuru-san? I mean, earlier was just a joke. I wasn't serious about peeping. I need some time to prepare myself. What are you talking about? Yuzuru replied calmly to Arisa's panic screams from behind the frosted glass. Upon hearing his composed voice, Arisa seemed to regain her composure as well. A deliberate clearing of the throat could be heard. What is it? If you're planning to peek, I'll splash water at you, Arisa said in a slightly chilly tone. At first glance, she seemed composed and at the same time wary of Yuzuru. But was Yuzuru the only one who felt like she was trying to cover something up? You forgot your change of clothes and towel, didn't you? Upon hearing Yuzuru's words, a voice of agreement came from the bathroom. Oh, right, could you bring them in? I brought your bag. It's in there, right? What should I do? Should I take it out? Yuzuru asked. Yuzuru didn't know how much Arisa had brought for changing, but if she had brought spare underwear and such, it would be embarrassing for her if a guy saw them. As a precaution, Yuzuru decided to ask Arisa about it. No, just leave it as it is. It's fine, Arisa replied, then added, there are underwear and stuff inside, so please don't open it. Why did she feel the need to add that? Yuzuru couldn't quite understand Arisa's feelings. Didn't she realize that mentioning it would only make him curious? Or maybe a pretend request for me to open it, Yuzuru said half-jokingly. To which, what are you saying? That's absolutely not true. GG's, Yuzuru-san, Arisa replied, her voice sounding somewhat flustered and panicked. With a response like that, Yuzuru couldn't help but wonder if it might actually be true. It was just a joke, he reassured her. Please don't make such stupid jokes, Arisa snapped. Yuzuru shrugged his shoulders, about to leave the changing room, when he suddenly noticed something. Arisa's discarded clothes were scattered about. Whether she was in a rush or perhaps she was surprisingly messy where no one could see. Her clothes were scattered somewhat haphazardly. Her top and bottom tracksuits, along with her sweaty gym clothes. A set of panties, a bra, and a camisole were lying there. Calm down. Pull yourself together, Yuzuru thought to himself. It was the discarded shell of a girl he liked. To say he had no interest would be a lie, and to claim he harbored no inappropriate feelings would be equally untrue. I should fold them. Yuzuru found himself reaching out towards Arisa's discarded clothes, but stopped himself at the last moment. It would surely be uncomfortable for her if he touched her clothes. She might not mind, but taking unnecessary risks and potentially lowering Arisa's opinion of him wouldn't be a good idea. No, but if I do it without her knowing. Such tempting thoughts whispered in Yuzuru's mind. but he managed to shake them off. Let's just pretend I didn't notice. With a tug at his heartstrings, Yuzuru left the changing room. Section. Ah. Arisa let out an uncharacteristic sigh as she sank into the bath. She stretched out her limbs. Whether it was thanks to the rejuvenating effects of the bath salts or not, she felt a sensation as if the fatigue was being washed away from her body. Then, staring blankly at the bathroom wall, she muttered to herself. Really, Yuzuru-san and his strange jokes. Arisa recalled the joke Yuzuru had made and found herself irritated. To make jokes, it meant having that much leisure. Despite a girl showering just behind the glass, although it was frosted glass and nothing could be seen, there should have been a faint silhouette of her skin visible. And despite the fact that the girl's clothes were in the bag, yet there was still room for joking. First of all, isn't it a bit rude for him to respond so casually with, "I won't peek," to my request not to peek into the bath? From Arisa's perspective, she intended to play a certain kind of prank on Yuzuru. She had imagined him responding in a flustered manner like, "I wouldn't peek," when she told him, "Please don't peek." However, Yuzuru simply replied with, "I won't peek," without any hesitation. What's with that attitude, saying you won't peek? It's like implying that someone wants to see underwear or peek into the shower, like some kind of pervert or something. How rude. It's not like Arisa wanted Yuzuru to see her underwear or peek into the bath. It was just too embarrassing. She just wanted to see Yuzuru flustered. Although she had intended to tease him a bit, she felt ignored and even teased back in return. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Arisa muttered to herself while sulking. "I do think I have some charm, though." Arisa is aware that her physique is attractive to men, and she believes that Yuzuru must feel attracted to her, or at least he should. Therefore, Arisa's plan was to exchange massages with each other, believing that if their bodies touched, Yuzuru would surely desire her more, or at least become more conscious of her. Of course, she wasn't expecting him to make a mistake. In fact, Arisa probably didn't think Yuzuru would make any advances, or at least that's what she believed. Looking back now, there were many times when she was defenseless, but Yuzuru never made any moves on her, so she believes he won't do anything this time either. Well, it's not like, "I wouldn't mind if things escalated a bit, you know." It might sound like she's urging Yuzuru, who hasn't confessed yet, but ultimately, what she's doing is akin to temptation. If he were to do something like that, well, there's nothing she could do about it. Of course, she doesn't want it to happen, and she definitely isn't expecting it. She doesn't have any kind of fetish or desire for someone to forcefully pursue her. She simply thinks that if it were him, if the person she likes were to approach her, then it would be inevitable. I just want him to confess his feelings soon, and I want to confirm my uncertain position. I mean, I'm not expecting Yuzuru-san to turn into a wolf or anything, and I'm not trying to seduce him. I just have this generous feeling of wanting to forgive him for being helpless at that time. So, it's just her mental preparation for such a situation. She's not expecting it to happen. Arisa is not sulking or anything like that. And besides, we haven't even kissed yet. Arisa's face turned bright red as she submerged herself in the bath. Just imagining it made her body heat up, and she felt incredibly embarrassed. Her chest felt tight, her spine tingled with a strange sensation, and her lower abdomen felt fluttery. It's really impossible. How embarrassing. Arisa muttered to herself, even though no one was asking. Then she stood up. Let's just go upstairs. Arisa, feeling completely flustered, exited the bathroom. Upon seeing her scattered clothes in the changing room, she blushed. I messed up a bit. Although Arisa had been critical of Yuzuru's messy room in the past, she didn't consider herself to be particularly neat and tidy. In fact, she believed she had quite a lazy side. That's why she usually tried to be careful, but she had been too preoccupied with the upcoming massage and hadn't paid attention to her clothes when she undressed. Besides, there was the complacency that Yuzuru would never come into the changing room. I guess you saw it, didn't you? Surely it would have caught his eye. What would Yuzuru think upon seeing Arisa's scattered clothes? Would he consider her to be immodest? Anxious thoughts flooded her mind. But then again, Yuzuru-san isn't someone to judge others. He probably wouldn't dislike her over something like this. With that conclusion in mind, another worry soon emerged. There's no way Yuzuru-san did anything weird to my clothes, right? There was a slight sense that they had been moved, or maybe not. No, it's probably just her imagination, but the possibility couldn't be ruled out. With such thoughts in her head, Arisa folded her slightly damp clothes and then put them on before leaving the changing room. "I'm done with the bath, Yuzuru-san." Having finished changing, Arisa called out to Yuzuru, who was fiddling with his phone on the sofa. Yuzuru glanced at her and then looked away slightly. "You seem quite cool. If we're going to do the massage, this seems more convenient. I brought winter clothes separately," Arisa said, placing her hand on her chest. She was wearing a thin, short-sleeved shirt and shorts that she had brought to change into. For a massage, it was better to wear clothes with thin fabric that could wrinkle without issue. "I see." Arisa felt Yuzuru's gaze drifting towards her chest. Not just her chest, but also towards her legs extending from the slightly short shorts. Yuzuru's gaze lingered. It's not like she did it on purpose. Arisa didn't recall Yuzuru ever directing hot glances towards specific parts of her body when she wore her gym clothes during the sports festival. She didn't deliberately choose shirts that accentuated her body lines or pants that exposed her legs as much as possible. While she was aware that her chest might be very appealing to men and that her legs could be classified as beautiful legs, she never intentionally selected clothes to emphasize them. It was truly just a coincidence. Even if Yuzuru directed such glances at her, it only made her embarrassed. There was absolutely no feeling of pleasure or anything of that sort. "Well then, maybe I'll wear a thin shirt too for changing," Yuzuru muttered. Indeed, as Yuzuru acknowledged, wearing thin fabric clothing for a massage was a very rational decision. So if Yuzuru was feeling desire towards Arisa in that state, it was because Yuzuru Takesugawa was truly a troublesome person, a pervert. Arisa isn't weird in any way. She is perfectly normal, and there's no fact suggesting that she and Yuzuru are both perverts or anything of the sort. That's what Arisa told herself. Yuzuru-san. What is it? I'm sorry for bothering you earlier. Earlier refers to when she asked him to get her bag with her change of clothes. Oh, don't worry about it. You didn't happen to look inside the bag, did you? I didn't look. Is that so? Getting such a quick response that he didn't look inside the bag left Arisa feeling a bit conflicted. Of course, being told, "I did look," would also be troublesome. By the way, about the bag aside, you did see that, right? Well, about that, you know those, clothes I took off. I'm sorry you had to see something so unsightly. Oh, well, everyone has moments like that. Yuzuru slightly averted his gaze while scratching his head as he responded to Arisa's words. It was just a small gesture, but Arisa's sensors picked up on that faint reaction. Yuzuru, who remained unfazed no matter what Arisa said, showed a slight sign of unease. "You didn't do anything, right?" "Of course not. I didn't even lay a finger on them." He asserted this with an oddly strong tone. It's hard to say whether it's true or false. Even if he did do something, he wouldn't foolishly admit to it by saying, "I did this and that." Really? Really, I swear." Ugh. Feeling a mixture of relief at being told he hadn't done anything and a lingering sense of doubt. And then, isn't it, a bit rude to say you didn't do anything? Was I supposed to do something? Arisa instinctively covered her mouth. I was just kidding. I mean doing something, that's, definitely not allowed. I would have been really mad if you had done something." "I see." Somehow, an awkward silence lingered between them. Then, as if to change the subject or to escape from the situation, Yuzuru headed towards the changing room. "I'll be in there." "Okay, take care." The door to the changing room closed. Arisa, feeling a bit nervous, sat down on the sofa where Yuzuru had been sitting just moments ago. But she couldn't shake off her unease. I knew it, he did something, right? B, but he shouldn't have, right? That's right. Yuzuru-san is also a healthy boy, why yeah, he couldn't have done nothing. Honestly, Yuzuru-san is such a bad person, really. Muttering to herself, Arisa staggered towards the changing room. It's unfair that I'm the only one being seen, right? As if reassuring herself, she said that before gently opening the door. It seemed like Yuzuru was taking a shower, as the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. At least, it didn't seem like he noticed her presence. In the changing room, Yuzuru's gym clothes were scattered about, including his pants. It's not my fault. It's Yuzuru-san's fault for leaving them lying around like this. In the first place, it was Yuzuru who saw Arisa's scattered gym clothes first. Sure, it was Arisa's fault for leaving them lying around, but in Arisa's mind, Yuzuru had become the absolute villain. Yes, Yuzuru was the one who did something wrong first. So, Arisa believed she had the right to retaliate against Yuzuru. Armed with this reasoning, Arisa began to justify her actions to herself as if she were explaining to someone else. Yuzuru-san, he's probably into smells, right? Sometimes he tries to sniff my scent. Really, he's such a pervert. It's unbelievable that someone like him is my fiancé. I really don't understand what he likes. But even though he's such a pervert, he's still my fiancé. She had to try to understand. Yes, this was an action to understand Yuzuru's feelings by doing the same thing as him. With these justifications in mind, Arisa gingerly picked up Yuzuru's gym clothes with her fingertips, as if handling something dirty. Yes, for Arisa, this was indeed something dirty, and she wasn't doing it because she liked it. She was doing it out of necessity, reluctantly touching them. It was damp and moist, likely from sweat. Arisa held her breath. Was she perhaps doing something utterly inappropriate right now? Was she crossing boundaries that she shouldn't, both as a person and as a girl? Such concerns crossed her mind, but ignoring all of that, Arisa brought Yuzuru's gym clothes close to her nose, and she took a deep breath. What am I doing? After that, Arisa slumped onto the sofa, overwhelmed with self-loathing. Section, did you wait for me, Arisa? And no, I'm fine. Arisa, sitting on the sofa, greeted Yuzuru, who had just come out of the bath. For some reason, she seemed restless and avoided making eye contact with Yuzuru. Was it because he had just taken a bath, or was there another reason? Arisa's skin seemed flushed like a rose. Is something wrong? And no, it's nothing. Yuzuru replied hesitantly to Arisa's question. It was because Arisa looked incredibly alluring to Yuzuru. There was a lot of exposed skin. Of course, she wasn't wearing a bikini. She was just wearing a simple white shirt with short pants, which was perfectly normal indoor wear. However, lately, she had been wearing winter clothes that covered up her skin and body lines more, making this sight relatively more stimulating for Yuzuru. The level of exposure is indeed similar to that of gym clothes, but during the marathon event, except for when she was running, she always wore a tracksuit from top to bottom. While observing Arisa running, Yuzuru noticed slight movement in her chest, but he didn't get a close look at her physique. Moreover, the clothing Arisa is wearing now is thinner than gym clothes. Sportswear like gym clothes is made of sturdy fabric, but the clothing Arisa is wearing top to bottom is probably very casual, meant for lounging around or sleeping. As a result, the fabric is thin, and the contours of Arisa's body are clearly visible. Not only that, but the white camisole she's wearing underneath is also slightly see-through. Since the shorts she's wearing are black, her underwear isn't visible, but her white skin appears dazzling in contrast. Above all, her current attire, which is very different from her usual stylish clothing, looks relaxed and homey. In other words, her seemingly carefree appearance ignited Yuzuru's desires. Is she doing this on purpose? Let's do a massage. Saying such things, she barged into the man's room, dressed like this, so it's only natural to think she's intentionally doing it, and he even feel like she's inviting him. But at the same time, Arisa has a slightly naive side, so he can't completely rule out the possibility that she's being genuine. Yuzuru-san, it's embarrassing to be stared at like that. Sorry about that. It seems Yuzuru was caught staring at Arisa. Arisa looked embarrassed and fidgety. Yuzuru lightly apologized and averted his gaze. This doesn't seem like the shy behavior of someone trying to seduce a man. Her shyness didn't seem like the kind that tempts a man, but rather the kind that makes a man feel guilty. She seemed like a delicate glass figurine that might break if touched. She's undeniably adorable, but in reality, it feels hesitant to make a move. She might have planned the outfit, but when faced with me, she suddenly became embarrassed and regretful. For some reason, that felt like the right answer. Arisa's true nature seems to be intelligent, yet a bit airheaded. Well, if Arisa is a silly virgin, then Yuzuru is a silly virgin too, so the truth is unclear. What should we do about the massage? Feeling a slight awkwardness in the air, Yuzuru said this to divert the situation. Then Arisa held out a clenched fist. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Sounds good. In the outcome of the game, Arisa won. Well then, if you'll excuse me. Saying so, Arisa lay face down on Yuzuru's bed. In front of Yuzuru, Arisa's delicate back was visible through her thin shirt. When I think about it calmly, it's a strange situation. Of course, it's not surprising that the situation between Yuzuru and Arisa is unclear. Objectively speaking, they seem like a couple, and they're supposed to be engaged. And most likely, they both have feelings for each other, but they haven't expressed their feelings to each other. Well then, I'll start massaging. Yuzuru said this before touching Arisa's shoulders. Just a light touch revealed that her muscles were quite tense. It's understandable that the shoulder muscles would tighten after running for a long time with weights attached to the chest. When Yuzuru applied slightly stronger pressure with his thumb, Arisa let out a small moan. It seemed more like a reflexive sound rather than a sign of pain. Is this pressure okay for you? Please, a bit stronger. Upon hearing this, Yuzuru decided to apply more pressure while leaning his body weight into massaging Arisa's shoulders and back. He exerted quite a bit of force, but it seemed to be just right for her stiff muscles. Whether she's doing this on purpose or it's her natural reaction, Arisa continued to moan sensually with each massage. It's trivial, but I wonder what's happening to Arisa's chest right now. I suppose it's being pressed down. Isn't it uncomfortable? As such trivial thoughts occupied his mind, Yuzuru's rationality was gradually melting away. Nevertheless, he managed to hold back. If his fortress of rationality were to collapse here and now, all his plans would be ruined. How does that feel, Arisa? Yes, it feels really good. Arisa responded with a soft, melted voice. She seemed genuinely enjoying it. I wish she wouldn't mix calculated parts with her natural ones. However, even those aspects somehow felt endearing to Yuzuru, which might be his weakness from being in love. Thinking affectionately in his mind, Yuzuru took Arisa's right arm. He gently extended her arm while using his palm to massage the right side of her back. I like that. For a moment, Yuzuru's heart skipped a beat. I'm glad you like it. He refrained from saying something casual like, I love you. With that thought in mind, he took her opposite arm and proceeded to massage the other side of her back. Here, too, you've put quite a bit of effort into it, haven't you? Do you think so? Gradually, as Yuzuru massages, the area he works on moves lower. While pressing on Arisa's waist, Yuzuru's gaze shifts downward, just for a moment. There, despite her age, Arisa's buttocks are quite prominent. Perhaps because she's wearing thin shorts, their shape is clearly defined. If one were to focus, it seems as if they could see through to her underwear, yet not quite. The buttocks, surprisingly, are quite appealing. Maybe he might even prefer them over breasts. Though Yuzuru entertained such thoughts, he felt that touching her buttocks would cross a line, so he refrained. Therefore, he moves on to her legs. Let's move on to your legs. Yuzuru spoke while his gaze lingered on Arisa's long, white legs. They were translucently white and looked soft. Yes, As soon as he touched the base of Arisa's thigh. Arisa's body trembled. Did it hurt? No, it just tickled a little. I'm fine. Since she seemed fine, Yuzuru decided to continue massaging. However, upon touching, he realized. Beneath the soft-looking fat, there were firm muscles. A thin layer of soft fat on top of the muscle foundation. Yuzuru understood that this was the secret of Arisa's beautiful legs, something trivial. Thinking about such trivial matters, Yuzuru felt like his reason might fly away. Arisa's legs were not only beautiful, but also alluring. Though he also thought her buttocks were nice, her legs were equally captivating. Choosing among her chest, buttocks, and legs was impossible. While contemplating like a fickle-minded man, Yuzuru touched Arisa's calves. They felt a bit swollen, perhaps due to fatigue. That feels good. Can you do that for me later? Yes, Arisa said sleepily. But right now, Yuzuru couldn't receive a massage from Arisa while she slept. Since that was a bit of a problem, Yuzuru decided to move on to massaging Arisa's soles. He pressed firmly on the arch with the knuckle of his bent index finger. And then, Higo! A cute scream echoed. It seemed to hurt a bit. Are you okay, Arisa? Why, yes, I'm okay, Every time her feet were pressed, Arisa's body trembled involuntarily. She tightly gripped the sheets with both hands. Seeing her like that made me feel a bit sorry for her. If it hurts, I can stop. It's okay, I can take it, Hijai. Another scream escaped from Erisa's lips. But if she says she's okay, then she must be okay. Yuzuru trusted Erisa's words and continued to massage her feet firmly. It was somewhat amusing to see Erisa shiver with each pressure. Just a little, just a bit, it tickled Yuzuru's sadistic side. How, Yuzuru-san? What's wrong? Remember this later, okay? Erisa gave Yuzuru a sharp glare. Yuzuru couldn't help but find her slightly angry expression adorable. Section, now it's time for a player substitution. Next, Erisa will massage Yuzuru. All right, I'll massage you now. With that, Erisa touched Yuzuru's shoulder. She pressed down with her thumb, applying pressure to Yuzuru's muscles. How does that feel? It feels just right. This feels good. Although Yuzuru wasn't particularly interested in being massaged, he found Erisa's massage surprisingly pleasant. Perhaps he had been more tense than he realized. Is it okay if I fall asleep? Yeah. However, Yuzuru couldn't quite drift off to sleep, as he was preoccupied with Erisa's buttocks resting on his back. Erisa's quite big. Yuzuru recalled Erisa's buttocks he had glimpsed during the massage earlier. As Erisa diligently worked on Yuzuru's back, each movement of her body caused her buttocks to gently press against his back. Next, I'll massage your legs. I see. Erisa withdrew her body from on top of Yuzuru. Yuzuru felt a slight twinge of reluctance. It's still a bit tense, huh? As Erisa said this, she began massaging Yuzuru's thighs. Then, she moved further down to massage his calves. Having his slightly swollen legs massaged due to long-distance running felt incredibly good. And then, ouch! Yuzuru couldn't help but twitch as a sharp pain shot through his leg. As soon as his sole was pressed, a sharp pain shot through him. Yuzuru quickly realized. Sorry, are you okay? Is there any injury? No, I'm fine, I'm sorry too. Well, to be honest, it hurt quite a bit. But maybe the pain and the acupressure points meant that there were issues in his body, perhaps. Please continue. Understood, I'll try to be as gentle as possible. This time, Erisa applied less pressure than before as she massaged Yuzuru's sole. It still hurt a bit, but even though it hurt, it was the kind of pain that was just on the edge of feeling good. Are you okay? It's okay, just like that, Despite asking if they're okay, there's no mercy in their approach. Yuzuru asks Erisa while groaning, Are you still holding a grudge from earlier? Of course not. I'm just returning the favor with a massage, Yuzuru-san. Though Yuzuru wonders if she's still holding on to it. Continuing to receive the massage, Yuzuru thinks that this kind of retaliation is cute, and despite the pain, it's simultaneously pleasant. Meanwhile, Erisa. How about this spot? Seeming to become slightly amused, she searches for the painful spots on Yuzuru's sole, pressing with pressure points. Each time Yuzuru flinches. Hey, could you be a bit gentler? Here. Wait a minute, Erisa-san. As Yuzuru writhes, Erisa laughs with amusement. Yuzuru couldn't bring himself to ask her to stop because she seemed so genuinely amused. Also, he thought he might as well buy a foot massager online. Now, after a little while. Suddenly, Yuzuru wakes up from a light doze. They open their eyes slightly. His head feels fuzzy. I remember receiving a massage. It seems he fell asleep midway. Yuzuru, with sleepy eyes, tries to sit up, yawning. He noticed that his clothing is being tugged by someone. It's a girl with beautiful flaxen hair. With an adorable sleeping face, she breathes softly, gripping Yuzuru's clothing tightly with one hand. Yuzuru involuntarily gasps. I want to marry her. What a lovely girl she is. Yuzuru thought so. She had a kind of charm like an angel or a fairy. It was that kind of loveliness. Almost unconsciously, Yuzuru reaches out a hand towards Erisa's head, then lightly strokes her beautiful hair. Her shining flaxen hair is so beautiful and silky. As they lean closer, there's a faint scent of girlish shampoo. Next, Yuzuru lightly pokes Erisa's cheek with a finger. His finger sinks into her soft, white skin. Whether she's waxed or naturally hairless, Yuzuru couldn't tell, but there were no visible fine hairs. Her skin is flawless, incredibly smooth. This is what they mean by beautiful skin, Yuzuru thought. Meanwhile, Erisa continues to sleep with a blissful, carefree expression on her face. There's no sign of her waking up. At this point, it's only natural for one to want to do something a bit bolder. Yuzuru's gaze naturally shifts towards Erisa's chest, where her shirt is gently pushed up by the lump of flesh underneath. It's a very attractive part of Erisa that Yuzuru usually tries not to look at least consciously. He observes it carefully. When seen like this, it's quite large. Yuzuru murmurs silently for what feels like the umpteenth time. An urge to touch it emerges from the depths of Yuzuru's being, and he instinctively reaches out his hand. However, his ethical principles prevent him from defiling such purity and sacredness, stopping him just before reaching that point. Then Yuzuru steals glances at Erisa's expression. There's no sign of her waking up. She continues to breathe peacefully. "So beautiful," Yuzuru murmurs while gazing at Erisa's expression. He gently brushes the hair off her face. Then, he touches her plump, luscious lips with his finger. Her lips feel soft and moist, like they're wearing lip balm. His heart beats loudly with nervousness. Yuzuru slowly leans closer to her lips with his own. This would definitely be bad. Just before crossing the line, Yuzuru comes back to his senses. Section Yuzuru-san. In the midst of giving a massage. Suddenly, Erisa noticed Yuzuru's silence and called out to him. However, there was no response from Yuzuru. Which meant, "Did you fall asleep?" Erisa tried asking, but there was no reply, so indeed he had really fallen asleep. "Yuzuru-san." She called out once more, but still, there was no reaction. So Erisa peered into Yuzuru's face. Relaxed and defenseless, Yuzuru was fast asleep there. Surely, there was no threat from Erisa. She wasn't intimidating in the slightest. That was the face she saw. Erisa lightly tapped Yuzuru's cheek. There was no sign of him waking up. "All right. I said it was okay to sleep, but actually falling asleep. He's just hopeless." With that thought, Erisa reaches out to Yuzuru's head. She gently strokes his hair, but still, there's no sign of Yuzuru waking up. It's all Yuzuru-san's fault. Erisa, feeling a bit nervous, extends her hand to Yuzuru's chest. Through his thin shirt, she can clearly feel his strong chest. Erisa's fiancé, surprisingly, has a muscular build. Erisa gently brings her nose closer to Yuzuru's chest. Sniffing softly, she catches the scent of soap. It's the same scent as hers. Erisa lies down next to Yuzuru, right beside him. Yuzuru's face is right in front of her. For a brief moment, the thought of being a bit more daring, perhaps kissing him, crosses her mind, but she's too embarrassed to go through with it. Erisa reaches out to Yuzuru's shirt and tightly grips it. Then, she closes her eyes. And then, suddenly, Erisa feels a strange sensation on her head. It's as if someone is gently stroking her head, that kind of sensation. She feels her heart warming up. Surrendering to that sensation, the touch withdraws. Erisa feels a slight disappointment. Almost simultaneously, her thoughts become clearer. NH. Panicked, Erisa tried to wake up, but she couldn't, because Yuzuru's fingers had touched her cheek. Softly, Erisa felt Yuzuru's fingers sinking into her cheek. "If I wake up now, Yuzuru-san will be surprised, won't he?" Yuzuru thinks Erisa is asleep. That's why he's doing this. If Erisa were to wake up now, Yuzuru would surely be startled. That would be unfortunate. With such excuses in mind, Erisa allows herself to remain as she is, under Yuzuru's touch. After a while, Yuzuru stopped touching Erisa's cheek. But the absence of any action only made Erisa more anxious. She didn't know where Yuzuru might touch next, or what he was thinking. That uncertainty troubled her. That's right now, I'm incredibly defenseless. Just thinking about it, Erisa felt her heart racing. Her breaths grew hot and heavy. The more she tried to stay conscious of not revealing her ruse of sleeping, the worse it became. Because I'm pretending to be asleep. I can't resist even if he touches me anywhere, or even if he undresses me. The fear of unwanted advances, and the anticipation of experiencing them. The trust that Yuzuru wouldn't do such a thing, and the desire for him to find her body attractive. A jumble of conflicting emotions swirl in Erisa's mind. And then, suddenly, Yuzuru's fingers lightly brushed against Erisa's hair. Just gently sweeping aside the strands that were on her face, a simple gesture, a mere touch. Yet, despite its simplicity, Erisa felt a rush of heat deep within her body. Then, something touched her lips. It was Yuzuru's finger. Softly tracing, as if confirming its shape. Yuzuru's finger touched Erisa's lips. It was a very gentle gesture, but at the same time, Arisa sensed Yuzuru's strong aggressiveness and desire. From now on, I'll press my lips against yours. I'll trample on them. I'll steal your lips away. That's how it felt, as if such a declaration was being made. At least, that's how Arisa felt. It seemed like those words were ringing in Arisa's ears. No, please. Her heart pounded fiercely. Her lower abdomen ached intensely. Her breathing became increasingly erratic. Slowly, she felt his lips, his breath drawing near. And then, this would definitely be bad. He muttered, his breath, which had been approaching, receded. Arisa fainted. Section, right next to Yuzuru. The girl, who had been quietly breathing in her sleep, let out a small voice. Shifting my gaze, he saw her emerald eyes faintly opening. She seemed still half asleep, as if drifting in a dream. Are you awake, Arisa? Arisa rubbed her eyes sleepily and slowly sat up. Then she gazed at Yuzuru with a vacant expression. Arisa, are you okay? Well, why is Yuzuru-san here? She muttered such sleepy words, and in the next moment, Yuzuru-san, W.I. Arisa recoiled in panic. Perhaps she was confused. She hadn't realized that if she stepped back, she would fall off the bed. Arisa. Eek, ah. Panicked, Yuzuru grabbed Arisa's arm and forcefully pulled her closer, preventing her from falling off the bed, but resulting in Arisa leaning into him. W.I. Calm down. This is my room. You fell asleep during the massage. Hi. Arisa's voice sounded foolish as she listened to Yuzuru's words. She looked around nervously and finally seemed to realize that this wasn't her own room. Her face turned bright red in an instant. I'm terribly sorry for the trouble. Arisa looked down, feeling ashamed. Seeing Arisa like this, Yuzuru felt a slight sense of relief. Phew, she was just asleep after all. After Arisa had fallen asleep, Yuzuru, feeling mischievous, couldn't resist playing some pranks on her. He was aware that what he did bordered on sexual harassment. No, it was something that couldn't be excused if it went too far. At that moment, he had thought Arisa would forgive him, but upon reflection, he realized it was an unacceptable act, even if she didn't like it. He didn't want Arisa to dislike him. Well, it's understandable. You must have been tired, Yuzuru said, trying to sound reasonable and gloss over his actions. In response, Arisa asked him, what time is it now? It's exactly 5 o'clock. Well, almost, Yuzuru replied. It was precisely 4:45. It was the perfect time to start preparing dinner. Was it already this late? I'm sorry, shall we make dinner? Arisa suggested. Well, it's nice to be able to have dinner with you, Yuzuru replied, grateful for the company. Today is a weekday. It wouldn't be good to keep Arisa for too long, and besides, she must be tired from the marathon today. If you're okay with it, how about eating outside? Yuzuru suggested. And so, instead of a famous high-end French restaurant, Yuzuru and Arisa went to a well-known family restaurant chain nearby. Yuzuru needed money for various things, and Arisa had limited pocket money, so their options were naturally limited. After both had placed their orders, Yuzuru noticed Arisa's strangely restless demeanor since earlier and asked her, Is there something you want to ask? Was she awake at that time after all? That anxiety crossed Yuzuru's mind. Meanwhile, Arisa, who was asked by Yuzuru, averted her emerald eyes slightly and blushed, hesitantly asking, when I was asleep. Yeah, Yuzuru replied, thump, thump, thump. Due to nervousness and fear, Yuzuru's heart was pounding heavily. Could it be that she noticed? Was there anything different? Arisa's question was quite strange. Would anything unusual happen while Arisa was asleep? Normally, it wouldn't, and one wouldn't expect it to, so she wouldn't ask such a question. But by asking it, Arisa must have thought that something unusual had happened. What that question implied was essentially, did you do something while I was asleep? Arisa might as well be asking. Let's calm down. For a moment, Yuzuru's mind entertained the possibility that Arisa was awake and noticed his mischief at that time. But if she had been awake, would she have remained still like that? Would she have continued pretending to be asleep even when almost kissed? Would she have just let things happen? No, that couldn't be right. Surely, Arisa wasn't awake at that time. She wasn't pretending. But perhaps she suspected that Yuzuru had done something suspicious while she was asleep. In that sense, she might have put her guard up. No, that must be it. With such reasoning in mind, Yuzuru calmly replied, No, I don't think anything particularly happened. What exactly is she concerned about? He don't understand at all. And with that nonchalant attitude, Yuzuru asked, "Did you feel anything strange?" After a brief silence, Arisa responded, "No, I was sound asleep." Yes, I was asleep. Her words seemed to carry some implication. However, delving into it felt like stirring up a hornet's nest for both of them. Now, as Yuzuru and Arisa engaged in this psychological battle, the waiter brought their dishes. Yuzuru had soup spaghetti, while Arisa had hamburger steak. The delicious aroma wafted around the table. "Shall we eat?" "Yes, let's." They both picked up their forks and knives and began to eat. No matter which branch of this chain restaurant you go to, the food is reliably tasty. Of course, Yuzuru knew of much better restaurants, and he was well aware that Arisa's homemade dishes were far tastier. However, that was a different matter entirely. It wasn't that the food at chain restaurants wasn't delicious, nor was it inedible. "Hey, Arisa. Would you like to taste?" "You guessed it." "Hee, well, I've had experiences like this before, even though it was at a different restaurant." With that, Arisa cut her hamburger steak with knife and fork. And then, using the fork she had just used, she pierced the hamburger steak. She lifted it slowly, creating a makeshift barrier with her hand to prevent the sauce from dripping onto the table. She gently blew on the hot hamburger steak to cool it down. Then, Arisa leaned forward. "Here you go." Yuzuru instinctively opened his mouth. Meanwhile, Arisa, without hesitation, put the hamburger steak into Yuzuru's mouth. Yuzuru slowly closed his mouth. With the fork, the hamburger steak was trapped inside Yuzuru's mouth. The taste of the juicy meat and rich demi-glace sauce stimulated Yuzuru's taste buds. But Yuzuru was so nervous that he couldn't even taste the food properly. "How is it?" "It's delicious," Yuzuru managed to say, squeezing out the words. Yuzuru then asked Arisa, "Would you like to taste too?" "Yes," Arisa replied shyly, nodding. Using a spoon and fork, Yuzuru picked up some pasta for Arisa to try. As Yuzuru leaned forward, Arisa parted her glossy lips. Yuzuru gently inserted the fork he had just used into Arisa's mouth, revealing her white teeth and pink tongue. Yuzuru felt his body heating up intensely and his heart pounding wildly. Meanwhile, Arisa closed her mouth without hesitation. Arisa narrowed her eyes slightly. Yuzuru slowly pulled the fork out from those beautiful lips. After Arisa finished chewing, Yuzuru asked, "How is it?" "Yes, it's very delicious," Arisa replied with a smile. Her smile seemed enchanting and sensual to Yuzuru. After that, Yuzuru and Arisa fed each other several times. Section, I'm back home now. Evening, as the sun set, Arisa returned to her home. There was no response. However, that didn't mean no one was home. Arisa made her way slowly, with slightly heavy steps, to the dining kitchen. Her stepmother, Emi Amagi, happened to be in the kitchen washing dishes. I'm back home now, Emi-san. Normally, it was Arisa's job to prepare dinner. It wasn't a strict rule, but it had become a habit for Arisa to cook. However, due to having dinner with Yuzuru today, Arisa returned home late. So, Emi cooked dinner for a change. Although Arisa had informed her beforehand, still, Arisa felt a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, without turning around, Emi responded while washing dishes. "Oh, welcome back, it's quite late returning home, isn't it?" Immediately, a hint of sarcasm was directed at her. It's a well-known fact that she harbors a deep dislike for Arisa. Especially regarding this engagement issue, she is in a very bad mood. Despite initially accepting the proposal herself, Arisa has repeatedly declined it, showing a picky attitude and behavior in choosing her suitors. This is how Emi sees it, and it irritates her. Moreover, the fact that Arisa snatched Yuzuru Takegawa, who was originally engaged to her own daughter, Meiko, also annoys her. Additionally, Emi finds it infuriating that Arisa plays the role of a tragic heroine and badmouths her to Yuzuru Takegawa. It's what she believes. Arisa's actions and attitude strongly remind Emi of her own sister, Arisa's mother. Of course, just as Emi dislikes Arisa, Arisa also dislikes Emi. While internally finding it bothersome, Arisa responds, "Yes, I apologize for any inconvenience." "No, it's not an inconvenience at all. You must be busy, right, dealing with various things?" "Yes." Her words carried a subtle implication. However, Arisa, who had learned that engaging with her or arguing back would only result in a multiplied backlash, casually brushed off her words. Well then, I'll be going. Arissa intended to quickly return to her room and go to sleep. Addressing Arissa as she moved to leave, Emmy threw in a remark. Oh, and make sure to wash your dirty body before sleeping. And your dirty underwear, too. I wouldn't want them in the same washing machine. By specifying underwear instead of clothes, her intentions were clear. Emmy believed that Arissa had slept with Yuzuru. Yes, understood. However, since Emmy's comment was clearly meant to be sarcastic, it was uncertain whether Arissa genuinely believed her or not, and it wasn't important. Therefore, correcting her would be pointless. Besides, well, there's hardly any point in correcting her anyway. If Arissa's relationship with Yuzuru were just a misunderstanding, she would want to deny it. But it's not entirely wrong. So, as instructed, Arissa headed to the bathroom and took a shower. That person has become quite docile. To be honest, Emmy's sarcasm was underwhelming for Arissa. If this had been some time ago, she would have been subjected to much harsher remarks. The sharpness of Emmy's verbal knife had clearly dulled. Perhaps it was because Yuzuru and Arissa's relationship was going well. Yuzuru probably wasn't exerting any special pressure, but it was true that his family name served as a shield for Arissa. I've been relying on him too much, I'm sorry. Looking back, she had received a very expensive gift on Christmas. Whether she could reciprocate appropriately, Arissa couldn't confidently affirm. Of course, Yuzuru might say that there's no need for reciprocation. As a human, I don't want to become depraved. If she continued relying entirely on others and just receiving without giving back, she would undoubtedly become depraved. She didn't want to become someone whose only merit was having a wonderful partner. Now, after getting out of the shower, Arissa quickly dried herself off, changed into her pajamas, and blow-dried her hair. Leaving the changing room, she headed towards her room. As she walked down the hallway, "Oh, Arissa, you're back." "Yes, just a little while ago." She ran into her cousin, Haruto Amagi. Currently, he was home for spring break from university. I wish he would hurry up and leave. Originally, Arissa didn't have a particularly good impression of Haruto. But since learning that he was involved in the incident with her former classmates, her impression of him had plummeted. She constantly wished he would just go back to his apartment at university. Of course, she never voiced these thoughts. "I heard today was the marathon. You were quite late, weren't you?" "Yes, that's right." "Is there a problem?" Arissa replied in a cold tone. Even Haruto, as perceptive as he was, seemed to notice Arissa's displeasure and hesitated. "And no, I'm sorry. I asked something insensitive, didn't I?" Arissa involuntarily furrowed her brow. His hesitation seemed to stem from some strange misunderstanding, it appeared. Somehow, Arissa felt uncomfortable. "There's nothing going on between me and Yuzuru-san, if that's what you're implying." I see, well, if that's the case." It seemed like the misunderstanding hadn't been resolved at all. Feeling bothered, Arissa decided to end the conversation quickly and return to her room. "But, Arissa, I'll do whatever I can to help too." He grabbed her arm and said that. "What are you talking about?" "I mean, you know." Haruto's expression twisted slightly, as if he found it difficult to say. Looking straight at Arissa, he responded, "About the engagement, there's no need to do as he says." Instantly, Arissa felt her blood boiling. "Could you please stop speaking ill of Yuzuru-san?" She couldn't help but raise her voice. Seeing Haruto's bewildered expression, Arissa snapped out of it. "I'm sorry." She lightly bowed her head and hurriedly made her way to her room. Then, a fight, that's unusual. Standing in front of her room was a girl. She was Arissa's cousin, or rather, her stepsister, Mako Amagi. She was in the 6th grade. Haruto is 7 years older than Mako, and Arissa is about 4 years older than her. "Oh, Mei-chan, did I interrupt your studying?" "No, I was just playing on my phone, so it's fine." "Oh, please don't tell Mom about it." The household rule, set by Emi Amagi, was 1 hour of gaming per day. This wasn't because she was being mean to Arissa, but simply because she disliked gaming, believing it made one's mind dull. Arissa hadn't played many games because of this household policy. However, while Emi could manage gaming consoles, she wasn't fully aware of games played on mobile devices. So, Mako, being clever, would play mobile games discreetly, away from her mother's watchful eye. In fact, she seemed to have managed to get away with a small amount of in-game purchases by secretly coaxing her father. Of course, she occasionally got caught, but Mako was adept at excuses, evasions, and pretending to repent. Arisa both admired and envied her stepsister for this adeptness in maneuvering through life. After all, Arisa couldn't be considered particularly skillful herself. In addition, Arisa-san, I wanted to talk to you about something. Me, about what? Yes, well, it's regarding the engagement. Arisa couldn't help but tense up at May's words. Ignoring Arisa's reaction, May continued speaking on her own. Actually, father, he asked if in the event that the engagement between you and Takegawa-san were to be called off, could he rely on me to find a replacement or something along those lines? Oh, well, of course, he put it more delicately. Arisa felt her mind go blank, but she managed to force out some words. What do you mean by that? It's just, in case, hypothetically, if either you or Takegawa-san were to dislike each other, or if there were any dark clouds over the engagement. It's just a hypothetical discussion, apparently. A contingency plan, if you will. Arisa heaved a sigh of relief at Mako's words. It seemed like it wasn't about the engagement being called off. Oh, come to think of it. Arisa recalled being asked by her foster father, Naoki, if she really didn't want to get engaged. She couldn't give a clear answer to that question. She didn't understand his intentions. She wanted to say no, but she felt a little scared at the thought that perhaps saying yes was what Naoki wanted, so she resorted to a passive, non-committal escape. Naoki had said, "You can answer later," but they never had the opportunity to talk again, and it ended up lingering as an unanswered question. I see, what about you, Mako-chan? I don't particularly want to marry Takegawa-san. I've never even met him in person. Besides, I want to inherit father's job. Due to the strained relationship between Haruto and Naoki, strictly speaking, Haruto harbored unilateral dislike towards Naoki. He ended up pursuing a major in a field unrelated to Naoki's company. He didn't have much interest in inheriting the company or the house, and Naoki didn't intend to force him to take over. On the other hand, Mako seemed to have some willingness to inherit the family business. However, since she was only in the 6th grade, it was uncertain how things would turn out. I see. Arisa couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Regardless of Naoki's intentions, as long as Mako didn't like it, Arisa was the only one who could marry Yuzuru. Well, but marrying Takegawa-san doesn't mean you can't inherit the company, you know. I haven't met him in person, but from the photos, he seems quite handsome. And from what I've heard, his personality isn't bad either. Well, my brother criticizes him, but that's just his opinion, and it seems to be in the minority. With a slight smile, Mako added, above all, he's wealthy, you know. Well, if Arisa-san doesn't like it, we're not stingy. Of course, it would be after meeting and talking with him directly. Seeing Arisa's bewildered expression, Mako asked, so, Arisa-san, how do you really feel about marrying Takegawa-san? Well, of course, I think it would be fine. Maybe her answer would have been different 6 months ago, but at least for now, Arisa genuinely liked Yuzuru. Fine with it, I see. Is something wrong? No, it's just that father might be concerned that Arisa-san might not be fully on board with this engagement. Surely that's not the case. Why would he suddenly have such thoughts? And if he did have them, it would be too late to start worrying now. Arisa thought this and arrived at one possibility. By the way, if it's about being fine with it, I feel the same way. I'm more on the positive side, to be honest. I think it would be a good match. Arisa felt her throat getting dry. If Naoki Amagi wanted his daughter to marry Yuzuru after all, and if the Takegawa family preferred their biological child, well, it's just saying fine with it, not necessarily wanting it, you know. There's a big difference between being fine with it and wanting it, don't you think? Well, marriage is still far off, and honestly, I can't even imagine it. At my age, I'd hesitate to decide on a future partner. Poor Arisa-san. It must be tough for her, but it's important to clarify your current intentions, isn't it? Of course, if you're feeling indifferent about it, that's a different story. With that, Mako left the room. Arisa couldn't say anything. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 4. Engagement with Fiancee. Several days after the marathon event, Yuzuru, Soa Cairo, and Sei were having a meal at a family restaurant. Of course, it was Sei treating them. And when three guys get together, there's always one thing they do. Yes, they engage in lewd talk. They discuss what type of girls they like and what specific traits they prefer. Of course, Yuzuru's favorite is a blonde, emerald-eyed beauty. Now, in the midst of such conversation, Arisa, I wonder if she would accept my confession. Suddenly, Yuzuru starts expressing his insecurities. In response to Yuzuru, Soakairo and Sei offer some encouraging words. Yukishiro-san definitely seems to like you. From my perspective, it looks like she's head over heels for you. Yeah, I know, but... While twirling spaghetti on his fork, Yuzuru let out a sigh. So, that means officially getting engaged and eventually getting married to me, right? In other words, becoming a part of the Takesugawa family. And the Takesugawa family was anything but ordinary. Don't you think it sounds like a hassle? Well, there might be challenges, but in return, there's money. You'd happily marry into that, wouldn't you? Agreeing with Yuzuru's concerns, Soakairo spoke, but Sei denied it. For Arisa, it seemed like a chance to marry into a well-off family, a so-called marriage of convenience. Is marriage a given here? I mean, we could just be a couple without it, Soakairo suggested. Yuzuru responded decisively. I want to marry Arisa, no, I'm definitely going to. Well then, that's fine, Soakairo concluded. What's there to hesitate about? Sei questioned. No, I'm not really troubled by anything, Yuzuru said. He was determined to marry Arisa by any means necessary. If Arisa were to express reluctance about taking the Takesugawa surname, Yuzuru planned to highlight the positive aspects and ensure she became Takesugawa Arisa no matter what. That's why he wasn't troubled, he simply had concerns. If you're so eager to get married, couldn't you just leave if things go south? Suggested Sei. Yuzuru hesitated at Sei's proposal. For Yuzuru now, inheriting the Takesugawa family name and marrying Arisa, the latter held greater importance. However, I was born and raised to be the successor, he explained. It wasn't that he desperately desired the Takesugawa family fortune. Yet, he believed it was his duty to inherit the family leadership. His parents had given birth to Yuzuru for that purpose, to produce a successor. It was a mission bestowed upon Yuzuru Takesugawa, and in life, he couldn't stray from that path. Yuzuru thought that being able to be free is during high school and university, so he wanted to try various things during that time. That's why he disliked being engaged at this stage. It's because it would be troublesome when he falls for someone. Well, you know, you can marry Arisa because you're the successor of the Takesugawa family. Come to think of it, you two are engaged, huh? The outer moat and the inner moat are both filled. In other words, all that's left is to capture the main castle. It's enough if Arisa nods and says, yes. Well, being born as the eldest son of the Takesugawa family is great. If not, Arisa would have been out of reach. However, even if he were an ordinary high school student, he would relentlessly pursue Arisa, and if she had an engagement partner, would even consider snatching her away. Arisa, you know, she's cute. I heard. If Arisa flatters me, I have the confidence to do anything. That's why you climbed a tree and fell. Shut up, I'll kill you. Yuzuru gets upset when his past is brought up, while Soakairo and Sei burst into laughter, recalling old memories. Well, you should be fine. Your face is decent, your personality isn't trash, and you've got money. From a woman's perspective, he seems like a good catch. Sei agrees with a nod, and Soakairo concurs. I wonder who you're referring to as somebody somewhere. Yuzuru is a good guy. If I were a woman, I'd consider marrying him. Creepy. Isn't it harsh? By the way, honestly, are you planning to inherit the family business in the future? Soakairo asks Sei, referring to the question of whether Sei will become the next head of the Yoshihira family. Well, it's not like I dislike the idea of inheriting it. I don't have any objections. I'm endorsing my cousin. Sei Ryozenji is, in a way, considered the heir of the Ryozenji family. However, this hasn't been officially decided. There are other candidates for the heir besides him. I see. Well, I'll make sure to convey to Takesugawa that we'd appreciate it if things don't get messy. That's good, we don't want any conflicts among us either. Internal discord often leads to the decline of a family. Succession disputes and conflicts between the main and branch families are common. Even between the current and future heads of the family, conflicts can arise. In that sense, my old man can't afford to upset me. For the current head of the Takesugawa family, Kazuya Takesugawa. The greatest enemy isn't within the branch or the Uenishi family or political opponents. It's Yuzuru Takesugawa alone. Only Yuzuru has the potential to oust him from the position of the head. And for Yuzuru, his father is indeed a troublesome opponent. As the heir apparent, he cannot defy his father. Regarding Arisa, I have no intention of yielding at all. Well, you understand, don't you? The only ones with the power to interfere in Yuzuru and Arisa's love are the Takesugawa brothers, Kazuya and Saojin. However, Yuzuru has no intention of rebelling against his father. Similarly, Kazuya places a certain level of trust in his son. In the first place, both of them share the genuine desire to avoid a bloody battle, even if it's just a parent-child quarrel, let alone a fight to the death. Apart from the complicated titles of the current and heir-apparent heads of the family, they are just a normal, close-knit parent-child duo. Even if your cousin inherits, what will you do? Don't know. Well, joining a subsidiary company is the conventional path, but we are not like you. Our history isn't that long. There's not much need for me to be in that position. After saying this, Sei suddenly changed the topic. Tomorrow is Monday. It's Valentine's Day, huh? Ah, that's right. Valentine's Day, huh? Until last year, only a few individuals gave chocolate to Yuzuru. His mother, sister, and Ayaka, who attended the same junior high school, were among them. Certainly, it was all obligatory. This year, he probably won't receive any from his mother or sister. It's unlikely they'll even deliver it. Ayaka will likely give as usual, and Chiharu might also provide obligatory chocolate. As for Tenka, it's uncertain, but considering she never forgets Halloween treats, she might send store-bought chocolate to Yuzuru. But more than that, I wonder what kind of chocolate Arisa will give. Just a little. Yuzuru is anticipating chocolate from his skillful fiancé. Section: Good morning, Arisa. Good morning, Yuzuru-san. On that day, Arisa, as usual, came to deliver a lunchbox to Yuzuru's room. Yuzuru gratefully accepted the thermos-insulated lunchbox and returned the neatly washed one. It was delicious again this time. Thank you as always. No, I'm always happy when Yuzuru-san enjoys it. It was the usual exchange between them. Normally, they would part ways here. Arisa would go to school ahead of time, and Yuzuru, after getting ready, would follow to school. That was the usual routine. However, today, both of them felt something subtly different. Yuzuru was a bit restless, and Arisa seemed to be feeling the same way. The reason was clear. Today was Valentine's Day. Yuzuru-san. Arisa's pale skin faintly tinged with red. Her voice trembled with nervousness. Yuzuru, too, felt his heart pounding. Arisa. Nothing, it's, nothing. With that, Arisa ran off as if escaping. Yuzuru involuntarily opened his mouth, bewildered. Wouldn't it be normal to falter at a moment like that? Yuzuru tilted his head, putting aside his own confusion. Now, with a somewhat unsettled feeling, Yuzuru went to school. Upon arrival, he sensed a slightly different atmosphere, just as he had suspected. However, there was a clear temperature difference there. Among the boys, some seemed happy, others fidgety, some spreading negative emotions, and a few appearing unchanged from their usual selves. On the other hand, the girls seemed to be overall lively. Since girls exchange chocolates with each other, whether they have someone they like or not, they seem to get excited. I wonder if there's chocolate in my shoe locker. Because it's embarrassing to give it directly, they put it in the shoe locker. For Arisa, it's quite possible. With such expectations, when he opened it, only Jim's shoes were inside. Yuzuru. Suddenly, someone slapped Yuzuru on the back and he screamed. When saying someone, the possibilities for such actions are limited. Ayaka-chan, that hurts. Oh, sorry. I hit too hard. Ayaka grinned without much remorse in her expression. Behind her was another childhood friend. Good morning, Yuzuru-san. Yeah, good morning, Chiharu-chan. Since they don't usually go to school together, it must have been a coincidence. And with that same energy, they seemed to launch an attack on Yuzuru. For better or worse, Yuzuru understood the principles of his childhood friend's actions well. Yuzuru, did you get it from Arisa-chan? With a grin, Ayaka asked. Following suit, Chiharu also smiled, including a teasing expression. I made it together with everyone, Ayaka-san, Arisa-san, and then Tenka-san. They knew Yuzuru received a bento from Arisa early in the morning. They're likely thinking about when they received chocolates at that time. Yuzuru, in their position, would probably think the same. No, I didn't receive any. Really? Arisa-san, you're unreliable at crucial moments. Hyaka and Chiharu looked bewildered. However, according to the two, Arisa had apparently prepared chocolates, so that's a relief. If she was about to say, I'm sorry, I actually forgot, that would be a bit shocking, or rather, it would disrupt the plan. Yuzuru breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, it's not confirmed yet that Yuzuru will receive chocolates. There's still a possibility that Arisa might miss the opportunity to give them. Oh, right? Here, Yuzuru. Here you go, Yuzuru-san. Thank you for this. Accepting the adorably wrapped chocolates from the two, Yuzuru remarks, of course, these are obligatory chocolates. Make sure to triple the return gift, Ayaka insists. Absolutely, include not just the raw materials cost, but also our effort and love, Chiharu adds. Yuzuru, scratching his head, reluctantly admits, well, I'd love to promise something grand for White Day, but it's a bit embarrassing, but I'm short on cash. Wait, didn't I hear you make good money from your part-time job? Ayaka questions. Did you spend it on something? Chiharu wonders. Yuzuru replies, not yet, but I'm planning to get something for Arisa. Ayaka and Chiharu, wide-eyed, react, oh, don't worry, we won't say anything. Our lips are sealed. But seriously, it's understandable if you're short on cash. How about a Black Thunder for White Day? By the way, what's with the current chocolates? Handing black on White Day, a comedy act. Indeed, you seem to understand well. Now, without lingering for too long, Yuzuru and Ayaka headed to their respective classrooms. As Yuzuru entered the classroom, the girls were in the midst of a chocolate exchange event. Among them was Arisa. When Yuzuru looked towards Arisa, their eyes met. However, it was only for a moment. Soon, Arisa shyly averted her gaze. Could it be that I won't receive any chocolate? Feeling a bit disheartened, Yuzuru took a seat, and then realization struck. There was something inside the desk. With a thought, Yuzuru pulled it out. It was a box wrapped in a cute package. In an instant, Yuzuru felt a palpable tension sweep through the entire class. Perhaps Arisa. Surprisingly bold move. For a moment, Yuzuru glanced toward Arisa. No, it's different. She wore a stunned expression, as if it were the end of the world, frozen like a sculpture. The sender is unknown. What should I do about this? In the moment, Yuzuru sighed. Good morning, Takesugawa-kun. Whoa. Yuzuru, suddenly addressed, involuntarily shivered. There's really no need to be that surprised. And no, I'm sorry. Good morning, Najiri-san. The one who spoke to Yuzuru was a tall, slender beauty Tenko Najiri. Here, this is for you. Just a token of appreciation for always helping out. Oh, thank you very much. It seemed she had come to give obligatory chocolates. Gratefully, Yuzuru accepted the chocolate from Tenka. Who's it from, though? It's not from Arisa-san, right? Tenko, gazing at the cute, wrapped box left on the desk, inquired. According to Ayaka's testimony, they made chocolates together, so they should be aware of the packaging and boxes each person used. So you could tell at a glance that it wasn't from any of the four. I have no idea. It was inside my desk, no sender mentioned. There might be a possibility it's inside a box or packaging. At the very least, there was no visible letter or message. If it's not store-bought, what will you do? No comment. Well, that's understandable. Safety first, Yuzuru's response made Tenko realize, and she gently patted his shoulder in comfort. Being a popular guy is tough. Not as much as you. I'm sure there are plenty of guys who desire your chocolate. Needless to say, Tenko, being exceptionally beautiful, attracts attention from guys. Just like Arisa, Ayaka, and Chiharu, though Yuzuru believes Arisa stands out. There's no shortage of boys wanting chocolate from Tenko. In reality, I felt the gaze of male classmates in the class sharpen a bit. I'm not good at cooking, honestly. My creations are nothing compared to Ayaka-san's, so I don't think they're anything special. The important thing is not the chocolate itself, but who it's from, the intention behind it. That's what I believe. In that sense, receiving chocolate from an unknown sender is a bit awkward. Yuzuru decided to put the anonymously sent chocolate and the one from Tenko into his bag for now. Then he asked Tenko, have you already given yours to Sei? I bring up Seikun's name? No, I didn't mean anything by it. When Yuzuru said that, Tenka pouted and turned her face away. Well, it's almost time for class to start. Yeah, good luck to you too. It's not like I have anything to strive for. Saying that, Tenka swiftly left the classroom. Now it's lunch break. After finishing lunch with Soa Cairo and the others, Yuzuru returned to the classroom. At almost the same time, Yuzuru's phone vibrated. Checking who it was from, it was a message from Arisa. Did you enjoy your lunch? Somehow, Yuzuru sensed the intention behind Arisa's message. This is because Arisa doesn't usually ask for lunch feedback during breaks. Normally, after lunch, Yuzuru would send a brief message to Arisa at a calm moment. Then, the next morning, during the exchange of a new lunch, it's customary to express gratitude and feedback directly. Therefore, what Arisa wanted to know wasn't about the lunch feedback. Asking about the lunch was probably just a starting point for casual conversation for Arisa. Today's meal was delicious again, especially the white fish. It was my first time putting that in a bento, so I'm glad you liked it. Did the herb seasoning give it a nice aroma without being too fishy? No, I didn't notice any unpleasant smell. Even though our conversations usually end with simple exchanges like, "That was delicious," and "I'm glad you liked it," today was unusually prolonged. It became clear that Arisa was intentionally extending the conversation. After a while, she finally got to the main point. Whose chocolate was that? It was a straightforward question without any special emoticons or stamps, but there was an intense aura, a sense that she wouldn't allow any evasion. Ugh. Yuzuru briefly lifted his gaze, directing it towards Arisa's seat. Arisa tightly gripped her phone with both hands, staring expressionlessly at the screen. It's very unsettling. I don't know. The sender didn't write anything, Yuzuru replied, and in an instant a response came. Is that true? There was no reason to lie. For some reason, Yuzuru felt as if Arisa was blaming him. Even though he hadn't done anything wrong. It's true. Did you open it? No, not yet. Please open it. Just 7 words. The text exuded an undeniable intensity. As Yuzuru found himself slightly bewildered, another email promptly arrived. Please open. To his disbelief, it was the exact same message. Yuzuru instinctively glanced at Arisa. Their eyes met, expressionless. In a hurry, Yuzuru replied to the email. I'll open it in the restroom right now. Afterward, Yuzuru jumped up from his seat, grabbed his bag, and rushed to the restroom. Scary, scary. Yuzuru felt a slight sense of fear towards Arisa. It was as if he had become a husband who got caught cheating on his wife. Of course, there was no infidelity involved, and it was entirely beyond his control. He took a box out of his bag. Carefully unwrapping it, he checked its contents. As expected, homemade chocolate. It was heart-shaped, the unmistakable appearance of homemade chocolate. After confirming the contents of the box and ensuring there were no letters or messages inside. As I thought, no sender. Confirming the lack of identifiable elements, Yuzuru checked his phone. Already, 2 messages had arrived. Did you open it? What was inside? Do you know who it's from? I just checked my messages and received another one at the same time, so technically it's 3. What do you plan to do once you know who the present is from? When it comes to Arisa, she's not likely to do anything special for that girl. I'd like to believe that, but seeing her react so strongly to the special chocolate from someone, I couldn't be sure it's not the case. Well, this is cute in its own way. Arisa's strong jealousy is evidence that she really likes Yuzuru. And Yuzuru understands Arisa's feelings well. If Arisa were to receive a love letter from someone, Yuzuru would be unable to resist being curious. I still don't know who it's from. For now, Yuzuru sent a message to reassure Arisa. Immediately, a reply came. Could you show me a photo? In other words, it seems Arisa wants a picture of the contents. Of course, there was nothing suspicious on Yuzuru's part, and there wasn't anything troublesome in the gift after all. What kind of gift is embarrassing to be seen? So I straightforwardly took a photo and sent it to Arisa. After a while, I received a reply. It looks homemade. After a short wait, another email arrived. I think it's risky. I recommend not eating something when you don't know who made it. It's not necessarily hygienic. On the surface, it seemed like Arisa was expressing concern and worry for Yuzuru. But it was clear that jealousy and possessiveness were telling me not to eat it. Arisa has this side to her as well. No, this might be Arisa's true nature. Originally, she's a selfish girl with strong jealousy and possessiveness. She usually suppresses it, and it only rarely surfaces. Yuzuru replied to Arisa in this manner. If, hypothetically speaking, the received chocolate were commercially available, I wouldn't have casually consumed it, as it goes against treating food carelessly. Moreover, if I knew the sender and it was a trustworthy person, I would have eaten homemade chocolate. If there was a letter expressing feelings for me, I would have met the girl directly and conveyed a refusal. Even if Arisa insists it's not allowed, I would still adhere to these principles. Consuming what you receive and giving proper responses are basic manners towards others, in my opinion. However, when it comes to homemade chocolate from an unknown sender, it's a different story. Arisa is right, there are lingering concerns about hygiene. Additionally, there is the issue of not knowing what is inside. In truth, my parents strictly instructed me, do not eat anything made by someone whose identity is unknown. There are quite a few individuals with grievances against the Takegawa family, not only from resentment, but also from those who would profit genuinely if the Takegawa family were to decline. Therefore, it's a complex situation. Should Yuzuru meet his demise, the position of the head of the Takegawa family will become vacant. There's no guarantee that someone isn't vying for that position. Well, of course, it's not like I'm constantly under threat, and in my daily life, there aren't any particular issues. In the first place, it's hard to imagine someone committing a sloppy crime that could be easily uncovered with a bit of investigation. Nevertheless, it doesn't hurt to be cautious. Even without grudges or personal gain, there's a certain number of individuals who engage in crimes for amusement or pleasure. Apart from that, there's also the possibility of incidents like food poisoning. Anonymous food deliveries are filled with risks. So, he apologized to the girl who made this, but Yuzuru won't be able to taste this chocolate, whether Arisa wishes it or not. Parents have always told me not to eat things made by unknown individuals. Is that so? Well, that's a relief. Arisa seemed relieved by Yuzuru's response. Yuzuru, too, let out a sigh of relief. And as that feeling of relief set in, a hint of annoyance crept in. It wasn't like he had done anything wrong, so why did he feel as if he were being blamed? While Arisa's jealousy was cute, there are limits. Well, handing over presents in person is the best, after all. Yuzuru sent this message. A subtle counterattack intending to urge Arisa to give him the Valentine's chocolate. However, he waited for 5 minutes, but there was no reply. Could it be that she's ignoring him after getting upset? Did I make her angry? Yuzuru felt a sense of unease. From then on, Yuzuru spent his lunch break feeling uneasy. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, there was no chocolate, and not even a reply from Arisa. Now homeroom has begun. To think I might go through the whole day without receiving any. I was really expecting chocolate from Arisa, so not getting any was a pure shock. Furthermore, not receiving chocolate on Valentine's Day means I won't have a natural way to reciprocate on White Day. It meant a need to reconsider the plan. Well, I guess it can't be helped. After homeroom ended, Yuzuru stood up and muttered so. There's no use being downhearted. Besides, even if he didn't get any at school, there's still a possibility of receiving later. It's too early to give up. At the very least, it's certain that Arisa has prepared chocolate. As a last resort, Yuzuru could also express a desire for chocolate from Arisa. While pondering such thoughts, Yuzuru picked up the bag and hurriedly tried to leave the classroom. Yuzuru-san. She was stopped by a clear and beautiful voice. Turning around, Yuzuru saw his crush, Arisa Yukishiro. Arisa, holding something to her chest, looked down. Arisa. When Yuzuru inquired, Arisa slowly lifted her face, now flushed red. Here, please, it's nothing special. Please take it. Arisa declared loudly, and handed Yuzuru the item she had been holding against her chest. It was a charmingly wrapped small package. Well then's goodbye. Without a moment for Yuzuru to express gratitude, Arisa quickly ran away. Her figure swiftly became distant, disappearing in the blink of an eye. I'm in trouble. Yuzuru, attracting attention from classmates, blushed deeply. Trying to play it off, he scratched his cheek. Section: 2 weeks have passed since Valentine's Day, early morning. Good morning, Yuzuru-san. Good morning, Arisa. Today, Arisa visited Yuzuru's apartment again. She handed Yuzuru a bento, and Yuzuru returned the empty lunchbox. Then Yuzuru shared his thoughts on the meal, and Arisa smiled happily. And, well, shall we go? Yeah. Yuzuru and Arisa left the apartment together, heading towards school. It's almost spring, isn't it? Still quite cold. Yeah, it feels like we've lost spring and autumn in the past few years, leaving only summer and winter. In that case, it's more like 2 seasons than 4. Casually chatting about such trivial matters, Yuzuru and Arisa were walking together, getting along well. Recently, they started commuting to school together. They used to avoid being seen together in the mornings to prevent rumors, but things changed a bit since Valentine's Day. After Arisa boldly handed Yuzuru chocolates in class, clearly expressing her feelings, and then shyly confessing, "I confessed, how embarrassing." It became apparent to everyone that Yuzuru and Arisa were now seen as a couple within the school. However, this was only natural. Arisa's confession made it clear to those around them that she liked Yuzuru. As a sort of continuation, Yuzuru and Arisa, along with Ayaka and others, showed their close friendship by having lunch together and engaging in various activities. So, it seemed there was ample room for Yuzuru to accept Arisa's feelings. And from before and after that moment, there was no noticeable change in the distance between Yuzuru and Arisa. At the very least, it seemed Arisa Yukishiro had not been rejected by Yuzuru Takesugawa. This implied that he had accepted her feelings, naturally interpreted by those around. Given that Yuzuru and Arisa had been seen walking home together by several students for quite some time, rumors circulated that they were together. In other words, the groundwork for the perception that Yuzuru and Arisa were a couple had already been laid. However, this foundation was something Yuzuru and Arisa had tacitly built themselves. It had already become common knowledge that Yuzuru and Arisa shared a close relationship. So, there was no need to hesitate about walking to school together at this point. Naturally, they started walking to school together. "It's really cold, isn't it?" Arisa said, exhaling a white breath onto her pale hands. If Yuzuru's memory served him right, she should have her gloves. However, for some reason, she wasn't wearing them today. With a slightly flushed face, Arisa shot a fleeting glance with moist eyes towards Yuzuru. Without a word, Yuzuru removed one glove and handed it to her. "Yuzuru-san." With a puzzled expression, Arisa remarked as if to say, "Did you suddenly take off your gloves? What's going on?" Yuzuru couldn't resist a mischievous urge. "I'll lend you one." "Thank you very much. Even though what I want is not that." "Yuzuru-san, you're slow." With a dejected air, Arisa took the glove from Yuzuru, looking like she wanted to say something. Timidly, she put the glove on the side facing the sidewalk opposite Yuzuru. Then, in an exaggerated manner, she blew on her other hand, the one facing Yuzuru, as if to say, "It's cold." Deliberately, she shivered a bit. Yuzuru, barely suppressing a laugh, offered the exposed hand, managing a wry smile. "Because I'm cold too. Can you endure the cold with this?" he said, opening his hands to Arisa. In response, Arisa widened her emerald eyes, looking up at Yuzuru, her face blossoming like a flower. Without hesitation, as if saying, "I've been waiting for this," Arisa held Yuzuru's hand. It was cool, a chilly touch. Yuzuru firmly grasped her hand. Blushing intensely, Arisa lowered her face and said, Thank you. Actually, I forgot my gloves. I apologize for the inconvenience." Speaking rapidly, she stole glances at Yuzuru's expression. Her actions were like those of a dog or cat deliberately misbehaving or feigning illness to get attention from its owner. Truly transparent, but she probably thought she was adept at this acting. That aspect is truly kawaii, isn't she? Hi. What are you suddenly saying? Arisa raised her voice nervously. It seems he unintentionally blurted it out. "No, sorry. Are you mocking me?" "Oh, how mean." Saying that, Arisa pouted and turned her cheek away, expressing her anger, seeking attention. But Yuzuru showed no intention of letting go of her hand, making it clear that this was indeed an act. "I guess there's no need for a formal confession anymore." Yuzuru and Arisa were already a couple. Of course, they hadn't explicitly expressed their feelings or said, "I like you" to each other. When Arisa gave Yuzuru chocolate, she never said, "I like you" or "I love you." In the first place, there's no reason to respond since no one asked. Yet, there's no need to ask directly or express it outright. The warmth of their hands already conveyed mutual affection and love. Yuzuru clearly sees Arisa as his girlfriend. Without directly uttering it, he intends to convey this through clear attitudes and actions. And Arisa, without explicit words, clearly demonstrates her feelings through her actions. Therefore, a confession is unnecessary. It might even be considered tactless. Of course, expressing "I love you" or "I like you" clearly is important. However, at least there's no need to explicitly convey, "Let's become a couple." Well, a proposal is a different matter. Ugh. Yuzuru's silence seems to have sparked anxiety. Did Yuzuru forget the act of being angry as they subtly checked Yuzuru's expressions? Arisa might be thinking she angered him. However, from the beginning, Yuzuru saw through Arisa's adorable act, finding it charming rather than infuriating. When Yuzuru stopped, Arisa's anxiety deepened. Yuzuru. It's almost white day. Interrupting Arisa, Yuzuru stated, "Yes." For some reason, Arisa straightened her posture, seeming nervous. However, Yuzuru maintained a calm expression, but his heart raced loudly. "I want to give you a Valentine's return gift." "Yes." "After school, would you like to go on a date? There's a restaurant with a beautiful night view." Upon Yuzuru's suggestion, Arisa nodded slightly. "Yes, that's fine." What about the cost?" "I'll cover it, so don't worry." And no, but just for that day." Yuzuru interrupted Arisa's hesitant words with a strong voice. He tightly held Arisa's hand. "Can't you let me show off a bit?" Silence dominated between the two. Yuzuru's heart pounded intensely. "Yes," Arisa nodded softly. Section. Yuzuru and Arisa decided to meet up after school, heading home first to get ready. Arriving at the meeting spot ahead of time, Yuzuru nervously checked his watch repeatedly. "I've been preparing for this day. Unless something really foolish happens, it should be all right." Lost in these thoughts while waiting, his phone suddenly rang. Checking the message, it read, "I'm behind you." As Yuzuru turned around, "Yuzuru-san, thank you for today." There stood an exceptionally beautiful girl. Her subtly adorned skin had a lovely milky hue, and her lips were incredibly glossy. Her amber-colored hair, styled in an adult-like updo, was woven into a chignon. The blue dress had lace sleeves, allowing a glimpse of her slightly translucent fair skin. In the glow at her neckline, the necklace Yuzuru had once given Arisa sparkled. She, Arisa, with jade-colored eyes modestly cast down, spoke to Yuzuru. Yuzuru-san." Sorry, it was just so beautiful." I got lost in admiration. Arisa was truly beautiful. Evidence of this was the concentrated gazes of those around them, fixed on Arisa. Yuzuru felt a sense of pride that this girl was his girlfriend. "Thank you. I don't often have the chance to wear such clothes, so I'm glad." Saying this, Arisa smiled. Then, with a slightly flushed face, she looked up at Yuzuru with upturned eyes. "Yuzuru-san, you also, look really good. It's kind of refreshing, the tie." The restaurant they were about to go to didn't require such formality. Casual attire would be sufficient. So, a tie wasn't a necessity, but Arisa seemed to appreciate it. However, Yuzuru also tightened his tie, partly to boost his determination. Since Yuzuru and Arisa's high school requires a Gakuren uniform, this is Arisa's first time seeing Yuzuru in a tie. "I think it's very mature and cool." "Thank you." Yuzuru felt a bit embarrassed. Nevertheless, today is a crucial day for Yuzuru. He can't afford to be overly cheerful. "Well then, shall we go, Arisa?" Saying that, Yuzuru extended his hand. Arisa nodded slightly and gently placed her hand in Yuzuru's. Yes. The restaurant Yuzuru reserved is a French cuisine establishment inside a renowned hotel. Yuzuru and Arisa took their seats in the private room they were escorted to. "Wow, it's beautiful." Arisa exclaimed in awe at the night view visible from the window. In the dark night, neon lights sparkled like jewels. Relieved that Arisa liked it, Yuzuru let out a sigh of relief. Yuzuru-san. What's wrong?" However, the relief was short-lived. Yuzuru noticed a hint of anxiety in Arisa's expression. "This place, is it perhaps a bit on the expensive side?" "No, not really." Yuzuru shook his head in response to Arisa's question. At least by Takegawa standards, it fell into the affordable category for restaurants. Well, considering Yuzuru's part-time job earnings, it was a bit of a splurge. "Think of it as my white day present to you. You've always made me lunches and taken care of me in various ways." "All right, I understand." Arisa nodded slightly, thinking it would be impolite to be overly concerned about Yuzuru's wallet. As they continued their conversation, the waiter asked about drinks. "What will you have, Arisa?" "Well, I'm not sure so." "I see." After a brief pause, Yuzuru replied, suggesting a suitable cocktail that would go well with the food for Arisa, making sure to specify a non-alcoholic option. While Yuzuru would be fine ordering alcohol, he emphasized the importance of Arisa avoiding it to prevent any potential health issues. Of course, in a proper restaurant, age verification is standard when ordering alcohol, so there is no risk of a mistake. Once the waiter left, Arisa quietly asked Yuzuru, "Are there non-alcoholic cocktails?" "Well, yeah, basically, it's just juice," Yuzuru replied. To be honest, Yuzuru isn't very familiar with this. While Arisa might be more accustomed to such places compared to Yuzuru, she's still a 16-year-old with limited life experience. Moreover, entrusting this to the experts might yield the best results. Now, amidst the conversation, the dishes were brought in, starting with an amuse-bouche, a sort of appetizer. "Well then, Arisa." "Yes." The two raised glasses with cocktails and lightly toasted. After that, they enjoyed the food while gazing at the scenery. It may not be the absolute finest, but being a high-end restaurant, each dish's quality is remarkable. "It's really delicious." Saying so, Arisa narrowed her eyes. Her mouth relaxed, the corners of her eyes drooped, her expression blossomed, truly charming. "This is my first time here, but yeah, it's delicious. Lives up to its reputation. Or maybe, just maybe. Maybe. It might taste so good because I'm with you." When Yuzuru said that, Arisa smiled happily and said, "You're quite skilled." However, Yuzuru didn't intend it as flattery. Then, Yuzuru and Arisa continued their meal while chatting. Finally, they enjoyed dessert and post-meal coffee. "But truly, professionals are amazing," Arisa remarked while sipping her coffee. While savoring the coffee, she continued, "Even though your compliment is appreciated, high-end French cuisine is on another level." "Yeah, but I still prefer your cooking," Yuzuru confessed. "Oh, come on, that's just flattery." "No, really. Besides, eating this every day would give me indigestion. High-end cuisine is enjoyable occasionally, but not for daily meals. There's a unique charm to home-cooked meals." That's true." Arisa smiled. "Well then, I'll do my best from now on." "Yeah, I'll count on you from now on too." After that, Yuzuru took a deep breath. Straightening his back, he gazed at Arisa. Arisa tilted her head in curiosity at Yuzuru's suddenly formal expression. "Yuzuru-san." "Arisa, I want to talk about our future. Is that okay?" As Yuzuru spoke, Arisa tensed her expression. She then hastily straightened her posture. "Yes, what is it?" You and I, have an engagement, right? It's a fake one." "Yes, that's correct. I appreciate your help, Yuzuru-san." Arisa nodded in agreement. The tension in her expression was evident. Speaking too indirectly and unnecessarily causing her anxiety was not ideal. Yuzuru made up his mind, stood up. He walked towards Arisa, leaving his seat. Well. Arisa, I've decided to cancel this fake engagement we've been maintaining. And now, I want to formally propose to you." Arisa widened her eyes at Yuzuru's words. Then, Yuzuru knelt down, took a small box from his pocket. He quietly opened the red box towards Arisa. "And with you, I want to officially engage again." Facing the frozen Arisa with those beautiful gem-like eyes, Yuzuru declared. At that moment, for Yuzuru, it felt like an eternity. Silence dominated the scene. It was as if time had come to a standstill. Only the heartbeat of the two echoed, marking the passage of time. Yes." A small voice shattered the stillness. Then, Arisa moved her lips and clearly responded to Yuzuru's feelings. "With pleasure." As she said that, Arisa collapsed into Yuzuru's embrace, as if her chair had given way. In a hurry, Yuzuru caught Arisa. His fiancée, or rather, the body of his fiancée, was incredibly soft and warm. "You're late, Yuzuru-san." "Sorry, I wanted to make you happy. Can you forgive me?" "Yes, I'll forgive you." It's truly the best proposal. In response to those words, Arisa slightly pulled back and showed that expression to Yuzuru. Tears glistened in her emerald-colored eyes. "Yuzuru-san, I love you." "I know, I love you, Arisa." "Yes, I know I love you too." For the first time, the two voiced their feelings, confirming them to each other. And once again, they embraced each other. to feel each other's warmth and tenderness more deeply, to confirm their feelings, goodwill, and love for each other, as if binding each other so as not to let go. Firmly, strongly, they brought each other's bodies closer with both hands. It was a time like sweet, melting, sugary water. They wished to immerse themselves in that sweetness forever, if only in a world of just the two of them forever. However, it couldn't be so. "Arisa, will you stand?" "Yes." Yuzuru, taking the initiative, gently held his fiancée's hand. Arisa accepted the offered hand from her fiancé and stood up slowly. Both of their faces flushed with warmth, tinged with a rosy hue. Yuzuru-san, can I ask you something?" Saying that, Arisa extended her left hand. Yuzuru took that hand, and on her white, slender, beautiful ring finger, he placed the ring. "Let's get married, Arisa. I will definitely make you happy." Once again, Yuzuru conveyed his feelings to Arisa. Arisa smiled and nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, please take care of me." Arisa embraced Yuzuru's feelings wholeheartedly. On the way back, as usual, Yuzuru escorted Arisa to her house. The only difference was that their relationship had changed from a fake engagement to a normal engagement. "I always thought something might happen, but I never expected you to propose," Arisa said with a lively tone. Still excited, her fair skin had a slight blush. "I'm just glad you liked it. Remember when you said you wanted a romantic confession? I tried my best, but how was it?" Yuzuru asked. "It was perfect," Arisa replied, turning around with a joyful smile, her hands clasped behind her. Yuzuru felt a sense of accomplishment seeing her radiant expression. "By the way, Yuzuru-san." "What is it, Arisa? How much did you spend?" Yuzuru smiled, feeling that his efforts were worthwhile. With a serious expression, Arisa peered into Yuzuru's face. Unlike earlier, Yuzuru noticed a slight change in Arisa's voice. No, it's not something you need to worry about. I am Yuzuru-san's fiancé, you know." Saying this, Arisa confronted Yuzuru. "I have the right to know how much you spend on anything, especially if it concerns me. Don't you agree?" "Well, yeah." Yuzuru scratched his cheek and revealed the price. Around 10,000 yen. Ugh. No need to worry. I covered it with my part-time job earnings. Yuzuru-san. Poke. Arisa lightly tapped Yuzuru's head. Arisa looked exasperated. "High schoolers shouldn't spend that much money. What were you thinking?" "Well, the engagement ring turned out to be more expensive than I thought." I appreciate it really, but there were other options. Like roses, you didn't have to buy a diamond engagement ring," Arisa said with an exasperated expression. In response to Arisa, Yuzuru tried to explain. "Remember when you said before, something about the 5 major jewelers?" "Oh, you took that seriously. Well, I'm glad you remembered, but..." Embarrassed, Arisa played with her hair while saying that. She seemed to be ashamed of her somewhat materialistic taste for brand name items. Or rather, did it really suffice for just yen? "Well, if it's something inexpensive, but I don't think the quality is bad. You can tell just by looking at it." "Really, thank you very much." Saying that, Arisa happily looked at the ring on her ring finger. Her mouth slightly loosened, almost breaking into a grin. In one way or another, she seemed delighted to receive a brand item. "But Yuzuru-san." However, Arisa quickly tightened her grin. Putting her hand on her hip, she peered into Yuzuru's face with an expression that clearly conveyed her anger. "Please don't push yourself too hard anymore, okay? For you." "While I appreciate that sentiment, if I allow it, won't you end up without any limits?" Certainly, when it came to Arisa, there was no hesitation in spending tens of thousands of yen for her sake. In fact, he even thought it was a reasonable amount. "I appreciate Yuzuru-san's kindness, but, well, money is limited, and more importantly, I might end up falling into corruption." "Well, true. If you ask me, I can't really refuse." "That's it exactly. Please refuse. Yuzuru-san might think I'm responsible or living a modest life, but if I let my guard down, I'm the type to loosen the purse strings," blushed Arisa, lowering her gaze. Nevertheless, Yuzuru did think of Arisa as a responsible person, but he hadn't considered her as someone living a modest life. Because, well, you do seem to like expensive things and brand names. "Oh, please stop saying that so plainly. It's not something to be embarrassed about. My sister and mother love luxury brands. The members of the wealthy Takesugawa family are known for being extravagant. While they may not spend much on things they aren't interested in, when it comes to their preferences, they don't even bother checking price tags, as seen with Yuzuru's sister and mother. Even Yuzuru's father, who complains about the clothing expenses of his daughter and wife, splurges on luxury cars he doesn't even drive. Yuzuru, who secretly thinks a wagon car is sufficient, still requests a decent wristwatch for his birthday. His 4 dogs are quite the money eaters. Ayaka and Chiharu, Yuzuru's childhood friends, also spend a considerable amount on clothes and accessories. Erisa's love for luxury brands, from Yuzuru's perspective, falls into the adorable category. It seems like a natural desire to him. Please stop. My only concern in married life with you is that having money available when I want to use it is truly dangerous. Well, if you say so. But marriage, even if it's as early as high school graduation, it's still a distant future. Getting married during high school is not socially acceptable. According to common sense, it would be at least after high school graduation, and in some cases, after college. That's true, I got ahead of myself, a bit too early to think about it. Arisa chuckled with embarrassment, and Yuzuru couldn't help but smile. Holding hands, the two walked down the evening path. If only their time together could last forever. The two thought so, however, as they continued their journey, the time of parting drew near. Yuzuru-san, about this engagement, what if we talk to my foster father? In front of her own home, Arisa asked Yuzuru. Yuzuru nodded firmly. Of course. Let me convey to your dad that I truly love you and want to marry you. I'll also talk to my father about it. Until now, Yuzuru and Arisa had been officially treated as provisional engaged partners. But Yuzuru intended to elevate their relationship to official fiancés. This would mean actively introducing Arisa to the Takegawa family's relatives and business associates in the future. When Yuzuru appeared in public, Arisa would also be referred to as his partner. Indeed, in name and reality, Yuzuru and Arisa were becoming engaged. Understood. Then, Yuzuru-san, see you tomorrow at school. Yeah, see you. And finally, the two embraced each other as if reluctant to part ways. The warmth of each other's bodies and feelings was deeply engraved. Of course, simply exchanging engagement vows didn't dramatically alter their relationship. It was just that the false fiancé had transformed into the real one. Perhaps similar days would continue in the future. Nevertheless, their relationship had taken a significant step forward. Epilogue. I'm back. Having parted ways with Yuzuru, Arisa entered her home with a slightly uplifted mood, opening the door. Until recently, returning home had been somewhat gloomy for her, but not anymore. With the violence from her stepmother gone and the number of snide remarks reduced, things had changed. Most likely, it was out of fear of incurring the disapproval of the Takegawa family, including Yuzuru. While her stepmother may not approve of Arisa's engagement to Yuzuru, she understood, at least rationally, that it was inevitable for the sake of her husband's job. Therefore, if there was anything unpleasant for Arisa now, welcome back, Arisa. Yes. The first to react to Arisa's return home was a man who hurried over. Amagi Haruto. He's currently back home due to the spring break at university. Did something happen? Now, what misunderstanding is he harboring? This cousin of hers seemed convinced that Arisa disliked Yuzuru and didn't want to marry him. It was indeed a fact that Arisa hadn't desired an arranged marriage in the past, so she didn't deny that. However, that was in the past, and now, Arisa harbored strong feelings for Yuzuru and sincerely wanted to marry him. So his worries were unfounded. Of course, no matter how many times she explained it, he just wouldn't listen, so Arisa had already given up. It was just a normal meal. Did something happen? If asked that, then yes, something did happen. Yes, a proposal happened. Suppressing the urge to smirk, Arisa responded indifferently to Haruto. There was no helping telling Haruto about Yuzuru's proposal. But the person Arisa truly needed to talk to was her adoptive father, Naoki Amagi. Would he be home today? With that thought in mind, Arisa took off her shoes and headed inside. Then, you're back, Arisa. Yes, I'm back. Naoki welcomed Arisa, as Arisa pondered how rare this was. Arisa, I need to talk to you about something. She had a vague sense of foreboding. This foreboding, it felt just like when Naoki had asked her, "Are you interested in arranged marriages?" before. Yes, I understand. However, she couldn't outright refuse, so Arisa simply nodded quietly. In the living room, Arisa's stepmother and her cousin Mako were already gathered around the table, sipping tea together. It seemed like they were going to discuss something involving all of them. What could this be about, with everyone in the family gathered like this? Arisa felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. She tightly gripped the ring that had been slipped onto her ring finger. Now that Arisa is back, let's get to the point. It's about your engagement with Yuzuru, Arisa. Arisa's heart skipped a beat. She could feel the unpleasant sweat trickling down her back. Arisa. When Naoki called her name, Arisa straightened her spine. Yes, what is it? As I've said before, I have no intention of forcing you into marriage. So if you don't want this engagement, it's possible to cancel it. Why would he bring this up now, of all times? One unpleasant thought after another floated through Arisa's mind. Could it be that Naoki had taken a stance against Arisa and Yuzuru's marriage? Perhaps he no longer wanted Arisa, his adopted child, to marry Yuzuru, but rather preferred his biological daughter, Mako, to marry him. It's not that I'm against it. Besides, if we were to cancel it, wouldn't it cause trouble for Yuzuru-san and the Takegawa family? And for you, Naoki-san. While it may not be ideal, it can still be rectified now. It's not a formal engagement, it's only provisional. Besides, Naoki directed his gaze towards Mako, Arisa's cousin, and his own daughter. The sixth grader nodded subtly. If Arisa-san finds it difficult, then I'm here to step in. Mako replied calmly. And as if echoing Mako's words, Emi Amagi, Arisa's stepmother, appeared somewhat pleased as she clapped her hands. As Takegawa-san, Mako would be more convenient than Arisa, our adopted child. She said, looking at Arisa. Caught in a gaze filled with intense animosity, Arisa involuntarily shrank back. Arisa, if you don't want this, you can say so. Haruto spoke with a gentle, soothing tone, but Arisa couldn't hear his voice. What is this? What's happening? From the peak of happiness to the depths of despair, it felt like she had been violently thrown upside down. She couldn't make sense of the situation at all. All she understood was that if things continued like this, Arisa wouldn't be able to marry Yuzuru. And no, really, it's okay. Besides, it would be troublesome to cancel the engagement that has lasted for a year. And, it wouldn't be good for Mako-chan to take my place. Desperately, Arisa searched for reasons why she shouldn't break off her engagement with Yuzuru. And she insisted that she couldn't sacrifice Mako. But, I don't mind, Mako said firmly, causing Arisa to involuntarily fall silent. If Mako didn't mind, then there was no reason for Arisa to have to be the one to marry Yuzuru. I've only seen him in photos, but Takegawa-san seems very handsome, and I've heard he's wealthy. I have no complaints, of course, if Arisa-san truly likes Mr. Takegawa and sincerely wants to marry him, then it's a different story. It's not my intention to take away Arisa-san's love interest. Mako said this and exchanged a glance with Arisa. Do you like him or not? Do you want to marry him or not? It seemed like Mako was urging her to make it clear already. But Yuzuru-san seems to like me, and I think he wouldn't be satisfied with anyone else but me. Arisa replied, still uncertain. The one who called out to Arisa was Yuzuru Takegawa. Yuzuru was head over heels for Arisa and wanted to marry her. Arisa brandished her greatest weapon, that Mako couldn't be a substitute. But that's a ridiculous reason. Haruto's voice rose sharply. Just because Yuzuru likes Arisa doesn't mean you has to conform to him, and there's no reason you has to marry him. It's not like it has to be Arisa, right? Father, Naoki nodded in response to Taiga's question. That's right. At least, there's no reason why it has to be Arisa from the Takegawa family's perspective. If Arisa dislikes it, well, as much as it pains me to say this to Yuzuru, I can't force her. At least, I have no intention of coercing Arisa. I believe the other party will understand. I intend to persuade them to understand. Step by step, as if playing a game of endgame chess. Arisa felt her escape routes, her path to a happy married life with Yuzuru, closing off. She had to say something. If she didn't speak up, she would truly lose Yuzuru to Mako. Arisa's face turned pale, and she tried to speak out, trembling, but, Arisa, don't worry. It's okay, none of us are going to force you into marriage. You can be honest. Arisa's voice was cut off by Haruto. Feeling lost and unsure of what to do, Arisa simply bowed her head in silence. So, shall we proceed with that understanding? Is that all right? Naoki asked Arisa, as if emphasizing the point. Arisa's mind went blank, and she couldn't muster any response. Well then, that concludes our discussion. With that, Naoki stood up. Following his lead, Emi appeared delighted, Haruto seemed somewhat relieved, and Meiko looked at Arisa with a bewildered expression. They all rose from the sofa. Arisa just remained seated, head bowed. I don't want to. Arisa managed to force out those words. Naoki, who had been about to leave the room, paused in his movement. Section. As I said, I don't want to. As Arisa forced out those words, the gaze of her family pierced through her. Arisa involuntarily shrank back in fear, but Yuzuru-san. She tightly gripped the engagement ring. It was a tangible confirmation of Yuzuru's unquestionable affection. You don't, that's right, Arisa. Marriage is. That's not it. Arisa interrupted Haruto's words. And with a clear voice, she said, I don't want to cancel my engagement with Yuzuru-san. Each person's reaction to her words was different. Emi's expression twisted with frustration, Meiko wore a small smile, Naoki widened his eyes in surprise, Harut. Arisa, what are you saying? You don't need to push yourself. Shut up, stay out of this. But Arisa, ignoring Haruto's hesitation at Arisa's unexpected outburst, Arisa turned to Naoki. With tears welling up in her emerald eyes, Arisa spoke to Naoki with determination. I want to marry Yuzuru-san. Even if you say no, I will absolutely marry Yuzuru-san. Despite her fear, Arisa clearly conveyed her feelings to Naoki. Speaking up against Naoki was terrifying, but even more so was the fear of having her relationship with Yuzuru torn apart. This child is still being selfish at this point. With anger trembling in her voice, Emi approached Arisa. Meanwhile, Arisa glared back at Emi with tear-filled eyes. Emi's steps faltered at Arisa's unexpected defiance. Normally, Arisa would have silently lowered her gaze and submitted to the situation. Tee this child those eyes. Stop. Perhaps coming to his senses, Naoki hurriedly stopped Emi. He forcefully grabbed Emi's arm, and then he glared at her. I've told you countless times not to lay a hand on Arisa, don't you understand? I'm sorry. Apologize to Arisa. Emi grimaced uncomfortably at Naoki's words. However, unable to defy her husband's words, she turned towards Arisa. I lost my temper, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. Arisa brushed off the apology, which seemed devoid of any sincerity. She didn't have time to entertain her right now. Naoki-san, I love Yuzuru-san, I truly do. I want to marry him with all my heart. Saying so, Arisa showed her left hand. On her ring finger gleamed an engagement ring. Naoki once again widened his eyes, either from shock or surprise, not just Naoki. Emi also covered her mouth in astonishment, and Haruto, perhaps from shock, stiffened his body like a stone. Yuzuru-san gave it to me today. He proposed to me, formally asking for my hand in marriage. I accepted it. Arisa blushed slightly as she spoke. Her mouth involuntarily loosened, as if she wanted to grin, but now was not the time for affectionate smiles. Indeed, it's true that I once thought I didn't want arranged marriages. I couldn't imagine being engaged in high school, that's what I thought. But now, it's different. I love Yuzuru-san. I want to marry him. Please, I beg of you. Please accept my marriage to Yuzuru-san. Saying so, Arisa deeply bowed her head to Naoki. Naoki remained silent. What if he says no? What if he gets angry? Unspeakable anxiety engulfed Arisa. Her heart pounded so violently that she feared it might burst. It's been a while, hasn't it? Arisa lifted her head. Naoki, contrary to Arisa's expectations, had a remarkably calm expression on his face. Somewhere he seemed pleased. Well, that is. No, I'm sorry. I was just a little surprised to hear you express your opinions so clearly after such a long time. Naoki said so, then slowly bent his knees. At first, Arisa didn't understand what Naoki was doing. Yes, Naoki. He was bowing his head to Arisa. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was forcing you into arranged meetings. What? Please stop. Please raise your head. Arisa was perplexed by Naoki's behavior, which was completely different from usual. In Arisa's mind, Naoki was a father figure with both authority and dignity, for better or worse. We should have talked more, I was foolish, please forgive me. Why yes, I forgive you. Please raise your head. With Erisa's request, Naoki slowly lifted his head. As for me, I didn't intend to force you into marriage. However, I have to ask, do you truly wish to marry Yuzuru-kun? Yes. Arisa answered Naoki's question clearly. She stared directly at Naoki. Ah, I see, Naoki nodded quietly. I understand. In that case, as a father, I will support your love. Arisa couldn't help but blush and avert her gaze at Naoki's words. Suddenly, she felt embarrassed for speaking out so boldly about her love for Yuzuru. Love. Is that not it? And no, it's not like that. Arisa shouted loudly, her face turning crimson in response to Naoki's tilted head. Then, Arisa clearly conveyed her intentions to Naoki. Please tell the Takesawa family and Mr. Takesawa that I want to proceed with the formal engagement between me and Yuzuru-san. Naoki nodded vigorously at Arisa's words. And so, Arisa and Yuzuru's engagement was officially recognized by the Amagi family. Well, you two are lovey-dovey after all, huh, Arisa-san. Honestly, you should have just said that from the beginning. Wishing you a long-lasting explosion of love. Please stop, Mako-chan, don't tease me. Now some time passed, about a week later. Someone knocked on Arisa's door. Yes, what is it? Thinking it might be Emi, Arisa opened the door. And Naoki-san. Standing there was Naoki Amagi. There wasn't as much fear as before, but he still wasn't someone she felt particularly comfortable with. He was unfriendly, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. We've agreed once again to proceed with the engagement with Yuzuru. Unless something significant happens, meaning, unless you or he have a change of heart, it won't be called off. Naoki Amagi said so, in a monotone voice. Though his voice lacked its usual emotional depth and intonation, Arisa couldn't help but wonder if Naoki was trying his best to be gentle, or was he? I'd like to talk about it again. Is that all right? Talk? About what? Well, various things. Saying so, Naoki Amagi briefly averted his gaze for a moment, then hastily added, no, at least it's not something that would be detrimental to you. He said it as if trying to cover up his initial hesitation. Arisa, feeling a subtle difference in Naoki's usual demeanor, was puzzled, but still. Why yes, that's fine. She nodded and followed Naoki to the dining room. As Arisa sat down as prompted, Naoki took a seat directly opposite her, across the table. This will be a bit of a lengthy discussion. Naoki poured tea into the cup prepared for Arisa, and she timidly nodded in acknowledgement. So, what did you want to talk about? Well, yes. Naoki crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and appeared lost in thought for a moment before slowly beginning to speak. It was a story from long ago, back when Arisa's parents passed away. At that time, there was some dispute about who would take care of Arisa. Firstly, both of Arisa's paternal grandparents, the Yukishiro family, had already passed away. While her maternal grandparents were alive, they had moved to Russia after their daughter, Arisa's mother, Emi Amagi, got married. Thus, the options were either to entrust Arisa to her grandparents in Russia or for the Amagi family to take her in. And Naoki's true feelings were that he didn't want to take her in. However, Emi wanted to take you in. She said it would be cruel to send you to a foreign land, he said with a hint of surprise. I see. Why was I taken into this house, even though I'm disliked by Emi, who is my blood relative? For Arisa, who had always wondered about this, Naoki's answer was somewhat surprising. But upon reflection, it felt like she had been asked, would you rather live with your aunt in Japan or with your grandparents in Russia? It seemed like she had chosen the former by being here now. As a condition for taking you in, I left the child-rearing entirely to Emi. Well, that may not have been the best decision. In the end, I left all 3 children to Emi to raise. If I had been a bit more attentive, perhaps things would have turned out differently. Arisa remained silent, looking down. Arisa dislikes Emi Amagi. There's no way she could like her. She believes that all her various traumas and her current introverted personality are all Emi's fault. However, looking back now, Arisa's personality back then was not good. It may seem like she's saying this now as if everything is fine, but at least at that time, she didn't know about restraint or putting on appearances. She was selfish, threw tantrums, had strong likes and dislikes, complained about cooking, had bad manners in that sense, she was completely untrained. So considering all of that, Arisa, with her introverted personality, now feels like she also had her faults. And hearing that Emmy initially said she would take her in only made it worse. At first, Emmy saw her as a pitiable child, but as she tried to discipline the Arisa who acted as she pleased, she began to see her as the detestable younger sister. She can imagine Emmy's psychology in that regard. Of course, that doesn't mean she's suddenly like Emmy Amagi or that she's supposed to like her. By the time I realized it, it was already too late. But once I took you in, I felt a sense of obligation to make you happy. At the same time, I also felt the responsibility to rebuild the Amagi family. So, I ended up recommending arranged meetings to you to fulfill both of those obligations. If Arisa's engagement with a reputable partner were to be arranged, her future would be secure. And for the Amagi family, there would be significant benefits from establishing connections with influential individuals. A political marriage that could fulfill both of these objectives seemed like the best course of action to Naoki at the time. So he ended up proposing it to Arisa. Why not consider arranged meetings? He suggested. Of course, I never intended to force you. There was plenty of time, and there was no need to rush. If you didn't like any of the potential partners, that would have been fine. And if you had expressed dislike or reluctance, I would have canceled the arrangements. I see, Arisa nodded in understanding. Looking back now, even though Arisa rejected the arranged meetings multiple times, Naoki never got angry. Of course, because Naoki's facial expressions were so limited, it appeared to Arisa as if he were sulking. But in reality, I mistakenly thought that because you agreed to participate, you actually wanted to. It was foolish of me. Considering your position, there's no way you could refuse. And when I think about it calmly, a 15-year-old girl wouldn't actually want to participate in arranged meetings. I should have realized that. Naoki explained that until Haruto pointed it out. He hadn't realized, according to Naoki, they received a protest from the Takezawa family regarding Haruto instigating Shota Kobayashi. And when they disciplined Haruto according to the protest, that's when they were told about it. In other words, all of Naoki's sudden talk about, perhaps you don't want the engagement. If you don't, we can cancel it, was all because of Haruto's words. Arisa couldn't help but inwardly sigh at how Haruto always seemed to cause trouble. You already had someone you liked, didn't you? So you must have really disliked the idea of arranged meetings. Someone I liked. Yuzuru, you liked him, so you agreed to the arranged meeting with him, right? Well. Arisa inadvertently let her gaze wander. Honestly, she didn't like him back then, so in that sense, Haruto's words were too little, too late, but not entirely incorrect. Arisa hesitated for a moment, but she couldn't lie to her foster father, who was being so honest with her. Well, actually, I inadvertently mentioned the fake engagement. On the other hand, Naoki, upon learning the truth, widened his eyes in surprise, then dropped his shoulders. I see, so that's how it was. I didn't realize I was pushing you so far. And no, well, you see, in the end, I did fall in love with Yuzuru-san. So, it all turned out okay. I am really grateful for arranging the engagement with Yuzuru-san. If there hadn't been the arranged meeting, Arisa wouldn't have got close to Yuzuru, and a romantic relationship would have been impossible. She wouldn't have made friends like Ayaka, Chiharu, or Tenko either. She would probably still be shrinking within the close female friend group, anxiously navigating her high school life. And even the arranged meeting itself was a valuable life experience. I'm glad you see it that way, but after saying that, Naoki bowed deeply. I'm truly sorry. Why, yes. Despite wanting to reassure him, Arisa judged that it would only lead to further questioning, so she decided to accept his apology sincerely. I'm not sure if it'll make up for it, but I'll support you and Yuzuru-kun's love with all my might. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do it. Is there anything I can do? What can you do? The misunderstanding about Naoki's impression had been cleared up. At least for now, she didn't think he was a scary person. But even without that, there was nothing she could really do to help him. Well, I believe love should be realized through one's own efforts. I see, then, is there anything else I can do? Anything else, well. Feeling she had to say something to not back down, Arisa pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something she had always thought about. Naoki-san, Not just about you, but about this whole household. Is it okay if I speak? Go ahead and tell me anything. Please clean up your dishes and wash them yourself. Okay. And this is for the guys. Please sit down when using the toilet. Don't stand. Also, Emi-san and I have been taking turns cleaning the bathroom and toilet, but I'd like Haruto-san to help out while he's still at home, since he's free anyway. And Meiko-chan is almost in middle school, so please tell her to help out around the house. Naaki-san, please do some toilet cleaning when you have free time. And also, And so, the rules of the Amagi household underwent a significant revision. Section, Spring Vacation. Yuzuru was back home. Wrapped in traditional Japanese clothing serving as pajamas, Yuzuru walked along the veranda. Drinking sake under the moon, eh, Dad? Yeah, the moon looked beautiful tonight, answered Yuzuru's father, Takesawa Kazuya, raising his glass. The glass held a golden liquid. Kazuya, a quarter Japanese, sat elegantly on the veranda in his traditional attire, sipping his sake. It was oddly fitting. If it's moon viewing sake, shouldn't it be sake? Yuzuru asked, taking a seat beside Kazuya. Kazuya replied, slightly sulking, What's wrong with this? I prefer this one. The dish Kazuya was pairing with his drink was the simmered taro that Yuzuru had eaten just a few hours earlier. It was leftover from dinner. Simmered taro as a whiskey snack. Yeah, I was told to consume the leftovers if I'm going to drink. Haha. Yuzuru recalled the image of his mother, insisting his father eat the dinner leftovers. It wasn't that Kazuya couldn't stand up to his wife, Sayori. In fact, she often deferred to him, but in moments like these, he seemed unable to assert himself. Do you have time now? Well, I suppose I'm free. Good, let's talk for a bit. Take a seat. With these words, Kazuya retrieved another glass, different from the one he had been using, and poured mineral water into it. As Yuzuru sat down, Kazuya began to speak. I heard you gave Arisa-san an engagement ring. Amaga-san told me, Kazuya said, then chuckled. It seems you gave her quite a nice one. Must have been quite the ordeal, huh? Well, yeah, but if I am going to give an engagement ring, I figured it should be something decent, Yuzuru replied. Well, while the sentiment is what matters most, the quality and effort put into the gift can be indicative of the sentiment. Kazuya squinted and then asked Yuzuru. By the way, just to make sure, you understand that it's important to buy a proper engagement ring as a member of the Takesawa family, right? Well, of course. Arisa would probably want to choose her own engagement ring too. I gave her that with the intention of it being a proposal ring. Yuzuru answered, and Kazuya nodded satisfactorily. If you understand that, then that's fine. It wouldn't look good if someone who is supposed to be the successor of the Takesawa family gave their fiancé some off-the-shelf product. The ring Yuzuru gave Arisa was by no means cheap. Considering it was bought with money from his part-time job as a high school student, it was actually quite extravagant. But as far as the Takesawa family goes, it's considered cheap. Are you dissatisfied? Well, I mean, yeah, kinda. It's not just about being expensive, you know. Yuzuru replied, and Kazuya began speaking in a lecturing tone. For such an important engagement, ring for the most important person in your life. Would someone who gives their fiancé a cheap engagement ring really be willing to support us financially? Invest in us? Wouldn't people think the heir apparent is incredibly stingy? It's inconvenient to be perceived that way, isn't it? Do you understand? As Yuzuru interjected, Kazuya's lips curled up happily. You understand well. When the money runs out, so does the relationship. Nobody follows or helps someone who doesn't bring tangible benefits. But aren't there relationships in the world that money can't buy? Yuzuru said, partly rebelliously and partly jokingly. Kazuya shrugged his shoulders jokingly. Well, are you aiming to nurture deep love and friendship with politicians, investors, media, and bureaucrats? Well, I won't stop you, Kazuya chuckled. And no, I guess those are okay to be just money-based relationships. As Yuzuru said this with a wry smile, Kazuya affectionately patted Yuzuru's back. That's good. Friendship and love are precious because they can't be bought with money, and they're reliable in times of need. Treasure them. Kazuya said, seeming pleased. No need to tell me. Yuzuru replied shortly, taking a sip from his glass. As he drank mineral water, he suddenly thought of Arisa. Speaking of the most important person, it's Arisa. Suddenly being affectionate, what's up? Kazuya asked with a smile. How much did you know, Dad? Yuzuru asked, lowering his tone slightly from before. Kazuya maintained his smile, but his eyes remained calm as he replied to Yuzuru. Know what? About Eris's family background. Just slightly, just a tiny bit tension filled the air. Erisa's family environment isn't exactly good. She's been subjected to violence from her aunt. Yuzuru stated calmly. Is that true? Kazuya asked. Don't play dumb. There's no way I know something that you wouldn't, Yuzuru retorted in a composed voice. She's a potential match for the successor of the Takegawa family. Naturally, you must have thoroughly investigated every detail beforehand, right? There's no way you wouldn't have, Yuzuru continued. It was imperative that the spouse of the future head of the Takegawa family had no issues. Everything from height, weight, measurements, medical history, education, personality, beliefs, religion, past, and relationships should have been meticulously researched. Naturally, family background would be included in that. It's inconceivable that Kazuya and Yuzuru's grandfather, Munetake, wouldn't have noticed something that even Yuzuru could easily deduce. You knew and yet did nothing, didn't tell me anything, Yuzuru said in an accusatory tone, to which Kazuya responded. I didn't think I needed to tell you since you'd probably understand anyway. He admitted to knowing and keeping silent with a wry smile. Besides, even without investigating, you can tell by her expressions and demeanor. I could see right away that she didn't want to get married, that she was afraid of her foster parents. Wouldn't it be strange if I couldn't? You'd notice soon enough too, and I judged that there was no need for me to deliberately tell you, Kazuya explained. Even Yuzuru, with his limited life experience, understood this much. There's no way Kazuya, who has far more life experience than Yuzuru, wouldn't understand. You always told me to communicate properly, Yuzuru pointed out. Well, that's true, but I thought you might get hurt. I brought a girl who, while not exactly what you wished for, was close to it, and yet she doesn't want to marry you. It's concerning, Kazuya replied. Initially, Yuzuru didn't want to get engaged either, so it's not like he would be hurt by this. But it's natural for parents to worry about their children to a certain extent. However, even so, shouldn't the fact that the fiancé's family environment might involve abuse be conveyed as an important matter? As Yuzuru was about to question this. Besides, I didn't think it was that important, Kazuya said without remorse, straightforwardly. The important thing is that she's Amaga's daughter. Well, actually, there's no reason for us to insist on her being Amaga's daughter. And if you don't get married, it won't really affect any deals, Kazuya explained. Personally, Kazuya likes Arisa Yukishiro as a person and as his son's fiancé. But however, the value Kazuya sees in Arisa is only in the fact that she's related to Naoki Amagi, and that she's very close, if not perfectly matching, to his son's unreasonable demands. Not important, huh? Of course, if Amaga-san dislikes or doesn't care about Arisa-san, then it's a problem. When they first suggested that our son might marry the daughter who is closer to his age out of the two, I felt insulted. I thought they were looking down on us, trying to push off the unwanted one onto us. Kazuya continued. From Kazuya's perspective, it would have been more convenient if me, Amagi, Naoki Amaga's biological daughter, who has a blood relation, had been chosen instead of Arisa, who doesn't have a direct blood relation. That's why Kazuya initially thought me was more favorable. However, since Yuzuru demanded a blonde, blue-eyed, fair-skinned, big-breasted beauty, they hastily chose Arisa instead. But amazingly enough, he seems to pour equal affection towards both of them. Well, what can I say? He's clumsy, that son of mine. However, it works out well for us. If it's a one-sided crush from Amaga-san towards Arisa-san, then we have the advantage, Kazuya remarked. In a political marriage, the most important thing to be cautious of is having the stranger who married into the family take over the household or having assets taken by another family. It's also undesirable to be manipulated through marital life, and for that information to be passed on to the Amagi family. Therefore, it's very convenient for the Takegawa family if Arisa doesn't have positive feelings towards Naoki Amagi or the Amagi family. This is because it decreases the likelihood of Arisa benefiting Amagi. And besides, at worst, as long as she gives birth to a child, that's all that matters, Kazuya added. As long as she gives birth to a child, Yuzuru repeated. In reality, the value of connections between families in business and the value of political marriages have been decreasing. Even if the engagement were to be called off, it wouldn't mean the end of business dealings. It's just better to have them than not to have them. Therefore, the main role that Takegawa Kazuya, the current head of the Takegawa family, as well as his predecessor, Takegawa Munetake, expect from Arisa is to give birth to a child of the Takegawa family. And as long as Arisa has a healthy body, that role will be fulfilled. Moreover, her personality and temperament as a bride coming to the Takegawa family, they're not bad qualities. In that regard, she's more suitable than me Amagi, Kazuya explained. The reason why Yuzuru chose Arisa as his fiancée is not only because of the business benefits, but also because, despite the economic decline, both the Amagi and Yukishiro families were once prestigious considering their bloodlines alone. They were equal to or even greater than the Takegawa family. Even more so, the fact that she is economically inferior is significant. As long as one has superior economic power, they can maintain an advantage even if conflicts arise between spouses or families. That's another perspective to consider. And according to that perspective, someone with a quiet and timid personality, like Arisa, is very convenient. A girl who can't even stand up to her own foster father surely wouldn't dare to defy her future husband or his family. For the Takegawa family, and for Yuzuru as the future head, having someone who can support the family as a highly loyal wife is to be expected. So I've honestly confessed everything. Are you still angry? Kazuya asked. In response to Kazuya's question, Yuzuru quietly nodded. Is there anyone who wouldn't be angry at being treated as a mere tool by someone they care about? Even if it's their own father, Yuzuru replied. You're right, I was completely in the wrong. Of course, I understand your feelings well. I was also infuriated when I found out that Dad saw Sayori as just a tool, Kazuya apologized, but at the same time, it seemed like he was saying something else. It seemed like he was saying, you would understand my feelings too, and you're just like me. You will eventually do the same as me, Kazuya continued. Because you're my son, and you're a man of the Takegawa family, that's why. Yuzuru sighed quietly. What's important isn't apologizing for the past, but thinking about the future, I believe. Let's have a constructive discussion, Dad, Yuzuru suggested. And what would that constructive discussion be? Kazuya inquired. I prioritize Arisa above all else, Yuzuru declared firmly. When I say prioritize, I mean it in two ways. I absolutely don't want to let go of Arisa, and at the same time, I want to make her happy. Of course, with my own hands, Yuzuru clarified. I see, and, Kazuya prompted. Takegawa comes second, or is just a means to an end, Yuzuru stated, looking at his father. Once he used to look up to him, but now Yuzuru was looking down at him slightly. So, if you ever try to take Arisa away from me, or make her unhappy, I'll resist with all my might, Yuzuru asserted. Resistance, specifically? Kazuya asked. I'll cause a rift in the family, Yuzuru replied. The smile faded from Kazuya's face. The two stared at each other, or rather, glared at each other. That would be troublesome, very troublesome indeed. If you were to cause a family uproar involving the branch families, it would be a serious matter, Kazuya remarked. Yes, exactly, Dad. There's nothing more foolish and unproductive than internal family conflicts, Yuzuru agreed. Kazuya nodded in agreement with Yuzuru's words while touching his chin, his lips curling up slightly. But paradoxically, as long as Arisa-san is here, you can't oppose me, can you? Kazuya remarked. That's right. And if you don't want to make an enemy out of me, you'll have to treat Arisa with care and respect her as part of the family, Yuzuru replied. Silence dominated the scene for a while. The tense air hung thickly and the laughter of the two quickly eased the tension. Kazuya chuckled happily as he spoke. Yuzuru, I'll have you know, I'm not a heartless person. I wish for my son's happiness, and I support his love, wanting him to be with the person he loves. And as the fiancé of my precious son, it's only natural that I respect her. Meanwhile, Yuzuru also replied with a suppressed laugh. Of course, I understand. I deeply respect you, Dad, more than anyone in the world. Then they both raised their glasses. For the prosperity of our family and to the eternal bond between father and son. Cheers, they said in unison. Bonus. If Arisa had been more proactive during the massage. On the day of the marathon, after letting Arisa into his room to give her a massage, it happened. By the way, Yuzuru-san, about the bath. Arisa began, her pale skin flushed with a rosy hue, her voice slightly higher than usual. Yuzuru nodded. It should be ready by now. I set the timer before you arrived. I see. For some reason, Arisa kept glancing up at him, her eyes shifting as if she had something to say, but couldn't bring herself to say it. What is it? And no, it's just, would you like to join me? Suddenly, Arisa raised her voice, squeezing her eyes shut, almost shouting. Would you like to take a bath with me? Yuzuru was momentarily confused about what she had just said. A bath together, who would? Arisa, right? And with whom? Yuzuru, of course. In other words, would you like to take a bath with me? A bath together. Why, yes. I thought taking a bath while giving a massage might be more effective, don't you think? Arisa said half-jokingly, clearly flustered. It wasn't unreasonable to think that a massage while soaking in a warm bath might be more effective, but there were a lot of issues with the idea of an unmarried man and woman sharing a bath. Her reasoning was definitely flawed. In other words, the massage excuse was just that, an excuse. The real reason was that both of them wanted to be closer to each other. However, it seemed like Arisa was hoping for something more than that. Is that not okay? When Yuzuru remained silent, Arisa anxiously spoke up, clearly worried. She was probably thinking about the possibility of being seen as a promiscuous woman and feared that he might be repulsed. Of course, as a man, Yuzuru didn't want to hurt her feelings after she mustered the courage to ask. But, I don't mind, but... Without thinking, Yuzuru's gaze dropped to Arisa's chest. Her soft curves pushed up her gym shirt, and her slender legs extended from her shorts in a way that suggested she was radiating a level of charm capable of completely dissolving his reason. If she were to undress, it was guaranteed to be even more overwhelming. He would see everything. Being completely naked together isn't a good idea. It would be better if we had swimsuits, I think. As soon as he said this, Arisa's face turned bright red. Of course, I wouldn't suggest that. I've already prepared swimsuits. I see you're very prepared. Yuzuru couldn't help but mutter, and Arisa's face became even redder. She looked like she was about to argue, but then quickly cleared her throat before speaking again. For now, I'll go in first. Once I've finished washing and put on the swimsuit, I'll let you know, and you can come in after that. Of course, you'll need to be in your swimsuit too. Understood. Yuzuru nodded obediently, a little while after their earlier exchange. You can come in now. A voice called from the bathroom, and Yuzuru, now wearing a swimsuit, entered. When he stepped inside, Arisa, also in a swimsuit, greeted him. She was wearing the school-issued black one-piece swimsuit. By the way, bikinis tend to disperse one's attention between the top and bottom, so even if one's figure isn't particularly great, it can still be worn. On the other hand, one-piece swimsuits show the body's curves more clearly, so they can only be pulled off well if one has a good figure. In this regard, Arisa wore the school's swimsuit flawlessly. The contrast between her chest and abdomen, the slim curve of her waist, the black fabric clung to her feminine curves, accentuating them. When his gaze shifted downward, the sharply defined triangle of fabric drew attention to her legs, which were slender yet gracefully shaped. That, Yuzuru-san. It's embarrassing if you keep staring at me like that. Sorry. Yuzuru, caught staring, scratched his cheek. However, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he turned to Arisa. Won't you get in the bathtub? I don't want to get lightheaded first. In other words, it means she's willing to wait until Yuzuru finishes washing his body. I see. Yuzuru nodded and lightly twisted the shower faucet. Though it's just washing off sweat, it would be done quickly. Well then, shall we get in? Yes. Together, they slowly sank into the tub facing each other. The tub wasn't particularly spacious, so their skin occasionally brushed against each other. Yuzuru tried his best not to look at Arisa's chest, raising his gaze slightly. Everywhere I look, she's beautiful. Her slender collarbones, droplets of water gently flowing down her chest, her white shoulders, and her slightly flushed cheeks. She was beautiful no matter where he looked. Where should we start? Let's see, I'll start by massaging. Please turn around. Yuzuru decided that facing Arisa any longer would be difficult for his reason, so he prompted her to turn around. Arisa quietly nodded and turned her back to Yuzuru. Ah. Yuzuru couldn't help but let out a sound. This was because Arisa's back was exposed much more than he had imagined. He had expected that only about half of her back would be covered by fabric, but the garment Arisa was wearing didn't cover much at all, stopping at her waist. Only the piping around her waist covered her fair skin. Her dazzling white back was almost too much for him to handle. Yuzuru involuntarily lowered his gaze. What he saw was her beautifully rounded backside. Is something wrong? And no, it's nothing. Yuzuru hurriedly returned his gaze to Arisa's shoulder. He wondered if it was okay to touch such beautiful skin, but, well then, I'll touch you now. Yes. After a brief confirmation, Yuzuru gently cupped Arisa's small shoulder in his hand. Then he slowly applied pressure, stimulating the pressure points. Ma-en. Every time he moved his fingers, Arisa let out a small sound. Whether it was intentional or unconscious, her voice gradually melted Yuzuru's self-control. How is it? It feels good. Arisa's voice sounded very pleased. Continuing to massage her shoulders and back, Arisa suddenly arched her body, leaning forward to peek at Yuzuru. What's wrong? Well, could you do my legs too? I feel like there's some fatigue building up. Her voice sounded somewhat flushed, as though she were a bit lightheaded. When Yuzuru nodded, Arisa turned towards him and extended her long legs toward him. Which part? From the soles of my feet, all of it please. Following her request, Yuzuru gently lifted Arisa's leg. The water made it feel incredibly light. Calm down, calm down. He briefly caught a glimpse between her legs, but Yuzuru quickly looked away. Then, he pressed his fingers firmly against her soles. Ah, no. Did that hurt? Should I stop? Yuzuru asked as Arisa let out a sharp cry, but she quickly shook her head from side to side. No, please keep going. Why does she sound so suggestive? Yuzuru couldn't help but question the capabilities of Arisa's vocal cords as he continued the massage. He pressed into the soles of her feet, kneaded her calves, and then, please keep going. When his hands paused, Arisa looked up at him with upturned eyes, her expression filled with anticipation. All right. Yuzuru dug his fingers into her thighs. The softness of her flesh and the firmness of the muscles underneath transmitted vividly through his fingertips. Ah. Arisa let out a breathy moan, her lips slightly parted. Her emerald green eyes had lost focus, and for a moment, Yuzuru wondered if she was even fully conscious. Slowly, his fingers worked their way up, kneading her pale thighs inch by inch. Before he knew it, his fingers had reached the very top of her thighs. Just a little more. Just a tiny shift, and his fingers would brush against the soft, feminine curve that lay just beyond. A place he shouldn't touch. Arisa. Why yes. Where should I massage next? Yuzuru gazed into Arisa's eyes. Her lips, slightly parted, quivered. A hot breath escaped her mouth. And next. Next. Her pink lips moved slightly, as if to form the words, before she exhaled a heated sigh. I'll massage you instead. She spoke in a voice that carried both relief and a hint of regret. Likewise, Yuzuru felt a sense of relief, yet also a slight pang of disappointment as he turned his back to her. How's this? A little stronger, maybe. Like this. Yeah, that's good. You're pretty good at this. Her hands pressed firmly into his shoulders. It felt better than he had expected, and Yuzuru let out a small groan of satisfaction. Relaxing, he let his body lean back ever so slightly. And then, something soft pressed against his back. As he straightened up in surprise, he felt it again, something warm and pliant, flattening slightly against him. You can stay like this. A whisper brushed against his ear. All right. Yuzuru allowed himself to lean against her. Arisa, in turn, pressed her body closer, her hands still working on his shoulders and back. Of course, massaging while pressed together like this couldn't be easy, yet she made no effort to pull away. Ha. Their breaths mingled in the humid air. The heat seeping into their skin wasn't just from the bathwater. Face me. Okay. Yuzuru turned to face her, shifting his legs slightly. But Arisa's gaze wasn't on his feet. It was fixed squarely between them. Her cheeks flushed, her emerald eyes glazed with heat, focused intently. Rather than making any attempt to hide himself, Yuzuru simply accepted her gaze with a resigned sense of surrender. I'll start the massage now. Yeah. Finally, Arisa moved. Her slender fingers traced along the sole of his foot before pressing down. Ow! The unexpected pressure was sharper than he had anticipated. Yuzuru yelped, his foot jerking involuntarily as he lost his balance and leaned backward. Ah, why Yuzuru? Arisa reached out in an attempt to steady him, only to lose her footing on the slick surface of the tub. She slipped, toppling forward, straight into him. Sorry, are you all right? Why, yes, I'm fine, but... The two of them were pressed tightly together. Arisa had pushed Yuzuru down, while Yuzuru, in turn, held her firmly in his arms. Their faces were so close that their noses nearly touched. If either of them leaned in even slightly, their lips would meet. Their legs were entangled. Arisa's soft chest was pressed against Yuzuru's firm one, molding against it. And, through the thin fabric of their swimsuits, Yuzuru's hardened body and Arisa's softness were perfectly aligned, touching. What's wrong? And no, it's nothing. When Yuzuru tightened his embrace around her, Arisa responded by surrendering her entire weight to him. His firm body supported the softness of hers, and in turn, his solidity pressed into her from below. Are you uncomfortable? Not at all. Right before his eyes, Yuzuru could see the elegant curve of Arisa's nape, her pale back, and the gentle swell of her hips. He placed one hand against the smooth expanse of her back, the other resting on the curve of her waist. NGH? Ah. As he pulled her even closer, she let out a small sound. Does anything hurt? No. Her warm breath tickled his ear. And so, they remained like that in complete silence, holding each other for several long seconds. Then, Arisa. Yes. Can we stay like this? Until we start feeling lightheaded. Like this, nothing more, nothing less, just like this for a little longer. At Yuzuru's quiet proposal, Arisa. Yes, let's. She responded with a whisper, pressing herself against him even more. And so, until the heat finally overcame them, they simply remained there, feeling each other's warmth. Afterward, it's been a while, I'm Sakura Oki. This arc is about the protagonists expressing their feelings through their actions and words. However, the story doesn't end here. Did you know these two haven't even kissed yet? So, it would be impossible to end it here. That's why next, the story will focus on this fresh couple wondering, what exactly is a relationship as a couple? Even though they haven't kissed yet, they're living together part-time and are already engaged. What a strange couple they are. I'd like to explore the complexities of their relationship. Also, even though they're engaged, that doesn't mean there aren't any obstacles to their love. There's still plenty to come. They haven't reached their goal in this story. They've just arrived at the starting line. In fact, you could say the real challenge is just beginning. Specifically, it might have to do with differences in their values, but I'll leave that to your imagination. By the way, the original concept for this story was something like, I meant to confess my love but ended up accidentally proposing marriage, and they said yes. Originally, I intended to write a lovey-dovey newlywed couple living together type of story. So, in that sense, I believe the story is finally entering its main focus. Please look forward to what comes next. Now, I'd like to write a little more about the work itself. This work is inspired by Cinderella. It's intended to be a modern retelling of Cinderella from the prince's perspective. Some of you may have already realized this from the start, and others might have thought, that makes sense now that you mention it. It's not a big deal, but I'd be happy if those who figured it out gave a little smile, and those who hadn't noticed were pleasantly surprised. If I get the chance to write another romance story in the future, I'd love to try my hand at something like Romeo and Juliet, a story of a tragic love affair. Of course, since it's a modern romantic comedy and a light novel, I can't exactly have the characters commit suicide, so I'll need to find a way to express the tragic love in a different form. I want to express my sincere thanks to all of you readers. I look forward to meeting you again. End of Volume 3.